This season is definitely different from previous seasons. Now that we're out and about, you get to see the vista of Rome. How do we manage the scope and size of the show without losing the important drama elements?
Spartacus Vengeance had to overcome countless problems. Coming off the incredibly strong Blood and Sand and the almost equally strong Gods of the Arena, Vengeance struggles even before the start of episode 1. Two major characters were recast, including the lead actor. Batiatus, who drove much of the plot in both prior seasons, is now dead. His loss is felt both because John Hannah gave a fantastic performance, and his dialogue was one of the best parts of the show, but also because he was such a key character in everything that has happened so far. Because the slaves have now broken out of the Ludus, the antagonists spend almost the entire season geographically separated from the protagonists, which means there is far less of a back and forth with drama spewing from every dialogue exchange, as was the case until this point. From reading the comments on my previous Spartacus videos, many of you simply did not watch Vengeance because of the actor change, or because you had heard that it isn't as good. Well, I am here today to try and work out if the show is still good, what works, what doesn't, and why. In making this video, I have rewatched the season 3 times on top of the many times I watched it about a decade ago, and I have some thoughts. There is a lot to praise, but also a lot to criticize, so as much as it pains me to do this to my favorite show, the gloves are coming off as I break down its weakest season. Before we begin, as always, I don't care about historical accuracy. I am treating this as an isolated piece of media, loosely based on historical events. And because of the infuriating number of times that I had to re-upload the Gods of the Arena video, I am regrettably forced by YouTube to censor anything that might be considered inappropriate, including, but not limited to, boobies, graphic violence, and, most importantly, a man holding a sausage.
Daddy, would you like some sausage? Daddy, would you like some sausages?
If you are a child, or if you are terrified of sausages, this video is not suitable for you. Please go away. And finally, this video will contain full spoilers for Blood and Sand, Gods of the Arena, and Vengeance, but I will not be spoiling anything that happens in War of the Damned. But with that out of the way, it is time to dig into the less beloved Spartacus Vengeance. Episode 1 opens with text on screen to remind us of what happened at the end of Blood and Sand. The house of Batiatus has fallen. For weeks, Spartacus and the escaped gladiators have terrorized Capua, and Seppius, a young noble, has dispatched his mercenaries to hunt them down. Okay, nice and simple. This gives us a time frame, a location, and a current narrative conflict. Spartacus is still in Capua, and he is being hunted by mercenaries hired by Seppius. We then see a man fleeing from multiple men on horseback. He turns and, hey, wait a minute, this isn't Spartacus.
Unfortunately, we had to replace our main actor. Andy Whitfield had passed away. Before he did, he gave us his blessing to continue on with the show and gave Liam his blessing to take the mantle of Spartacus.
Yeah, which is really, really important to me. It's not a job you want to be able to have, but, you know, we try and do him proud. And it's just so strange being such a big fan of it before all of this stuff happened. It's surreal. It's really, it's odd.
Who's this guy? Is that a new Spartacus? Are you a new Spartacus?
Nice to meet you, David.
Liam has his own bag of tricks, and I think he brings a special energy and lovability to the part.
Can I say from the bottom of my heart, thank you for everyone for putting all of this together and for giving me this chance. I look forward to working with every one of you so much.
We needed someone that obviously had the physical prowess and the presence to believe he's a leader of men. But deeper than that, we needed somebody that could convey the passion, the sympathy, someone that you could really relate to.
So, let's open this up with a discussion about Liam McIntyre, or rather, a defense of Liam McIntyre. He had an impossible job to do. Andy Whitfield's performance in Blood and Sand is one of the things people love the most about that season. And this new guy is showing up like, hello, I am now Spartacus. He doesn't have the same physique as Andy. He is noticeably taller and less muscular. And the first thing we see him do is stand there awkwardly pointing his sword at a guy on a horse in slow motion before getting slashed in the back with a spear. Not a good start. With full context, is Liam as good as Andy? No. However, peak Liam I would consider on par with peak Andy, and the problems were things that were largely entirely outside of his control. Had Season 1 starred Liam and then Andy had come in to replace him, we would likely be having the same conversation. This new guy isn't the Spartacus I've come to know and love. Additionally, as we will discover, the writing in Vengeance is simply not as tight as Blood and Sand, which means Liam is now the face of a story that is not as good as what we are used to. The reason why Liam looks noticeably skinny, and when I say skinny, I am using that word relatively because most people would kill to look like this, is because Liam previously starred in an indie film in which he played a character who had just come out of a coma, and so he was underweight. After he got the role of Spartacus, he entered the same gladiator boot camp as the other actors and started packing on some muscle, and he continued to work out during the production so as to bulk up as much as possible. Liam is by no means skinny, but when compared to Andy or the other gladiators, his physique makes it even harder to accept that this is the same character. The ludus was filled with large, testosterone-fueled juggernauts, and we are meant to believe that this man is the legend who gained their trust and respect before busting them out. Again, this is not the fault of the actor whatsoever, because he was only cast in the role in January of 2011, 1 year before the season aired, and so him managing to bulk up as much as he did before the camera started rolling is still impressive.
I'll have to say Liam went from being kind of scrawny and somewhat uncoordinated to being able to do massively huge fights in a very short period of time. He worked so hard to get to where he got to. And he doesn't get to where he was going until episode 10 of this season. I'm sure he's still working out to this day.
Spartacus was running from these mercenaries because he was leading them into a trap, and a load of gladiators spring out from behind these gravestones and kill the Romans. This scene is ever so slightly strange because of how wide open everything is. How long has he been running, and how on earth was he able to outrun these horses? Did he pull some bullshit in the city, run away, and then the horses only started chasing him after he had a 10-minute head start? This is another problem that emerges in Vengeance that was not present in Blood and Sand. Season 1 took place primarily in one location. We had a few scenes in the streets of Capua that were tightly shot, thus giving a sense of scale without actually showing it. We had the arena that was entirely green-screened, and basically everything that happened during the prologue section in Thrace was again green-screened. Now that Spartacus has left the Ludus, he is once again out in the wild. But because the budget of the show will not allow for cities or vast open forests, there are shots in basically every episode that feel like we are in Infinite Video Game land. There are ways to make this work, but leaving the audience wondering how these characters arrived in this location is not ideal. And this is particularly weird because in some shots, the environments look far better than others, and these kinds of establishing shots are way more extensive and complex than anything we got in Blood and Sand. Meanwhile, in Rome, Glaber has recently become a praetor, and he discusses the reckless actions of Pompey, a character we have not yet met. Pompey has foolishly engaged in a war without sufficient numbers, and Glaber discusses with Marcus, his tribune, the prospect of helping Pompey so as to claim further glories for himself. Glaber is doing rather well, but he wants more. Does this remind you of anyone? But then Glaber's father-in-law, Senator Albinius, shows up accompanied by Praetor Verinius, a new character for Season 2. Albinius and Verinius are both pissed off because Spartacus has still not been captured. Glaber is like,
I missed the part where that's my problem.
Believing that his recent elevation to praetor removes him from any responsibility to deal with this relatively insignificant problem. However, Verinius reveals that one of Seppius's men had Glaber's name carved into his chest. Because Spartacus's objective is to kill Glaber, he is trying to lure Glaber back to Capua. Albinius then informs Glaber that because he brought the Thracian to Roman soil, and because he granted patronage to Batiatus, this is his responsibility. This scene establishes Glaber's motivation, as although we already know the character from Blood and Sand, he had very limited screen time, only appearing in one episode following his early departure from Capua back to Rome. Spartacus has become even more of a thorn in Glaber's side, and he now has to humiliate himself by chasing errant slaves when he should be commanding the armies of Rome in the pursuit of glory. This is similar to Batiatus's motivation in Blood and Sand. As both men are trying to climb the ladder of Roman society, the difference is that Glaber has made significant progress already, but is now forced to deal with a local problem to avoid embarrassment. The scene also sets up the dynamic between the various Romans who wish to capture Spartacus. Albinius has the most power, as he is a senator. Glaber and Verinius are both praetors, and they are clearly rivals. And Seppius is a wealthy noble, local to Capua, who has political connections with Verinius. If Seppius is the one to capture Spartacus, Verinius will use this to embarrass Glaber, which will also make Albinius look bad, and so Glaber is ordered by his father-in-law to return to Capua and solve this Spartacus problem under threat of rising no further within the Senate. Cut to the sewers beneath Capua, which is where the escaped slaves are hiding. A group of Gauls return, having gathered some food, and Spartacus orders them to divide it amongst the rest of the slaves, which they understandably do not want to do. This is good, as the logistics of how exactly a group of slaves can remain in any sense well supplied is important to address, and the writers use this for drama by generating deserved conflict between the escaped slaves. These gladiators have lived by the rules of the ludus for many years. They have great respect for each other, as they bear the mark, and although these Gauls did turn on Batiatus, they did so out of a sense of brotherhood with Crixus. They do not share the same level of respect with the other slaves they see as too weak to fend for themselves, and it is only after Spartacus insists that they comply under threat of force that they concede. There are a whole load of new gladiators introduced here for vengeance, although I need to clarify that these are not gladiators who have been liberated from other luduses. Donar, Tychos, Periastes, Liscus, Manus, Fortis, and Acca are all gladiators who escaped from the house of Batiatus in Season 1. We just never saw them until now. Whether you consider this a problem is entirely down to you. We have seen multiple shots implying how many gladiators Batiatus owns, although the only time we are explicitly told that all of the gladiators are present is when Glaber summons them in episode 12 of Season 1, and there appear to be about 20. This simply cannot be the case, because in Gods of the Arena, Batiatus lost a minimum of 14 gladiators in the opening games of the new arena. He also purchased 12 that we know of during the events of Blood and Sand, and so the total number he owned must have been far higher. Historically, Batiatus owned well over 200 gladiators, and I can totally understand the show not wanting to account for such a large number, but what this means is that Season 2 introduces a bunch of new characters with a shared history that were somehow off-screen throughout Season 1. I don't particularly care about this, however, as there are multiple ways to headcanon the problem away. It is entirely possible that Batiatus had certain gladiators sent away to fight in various games, either in Capua or elsewhere, while he remained in the villa. They were essentially his B team. It is also possible that a bunch of gladiators remained in their cells whenever they were assembled in the training area. We see no direct evidence of this, but this is one way of accounting for the total number of gladiators being far higher than what we actually see, which is something that is implied multiple times across all seasons. Meanwhile, Enemaeus is watching the gladiator games in the arena. He has not joined Spartacus and the others, and where exactly he went following the breakout is a mystery. The ludus was his life, and now that it has not only been taken from him, but also revealed to have not been at all what he thought it was, he is now a broken man without a purpose and with nowhere to belong. He is sat in the crowd wearing a hood, is noticed by a couple of citizens who follow him as he leaves, and he finds himself surrounded in an alleyway.
Batiatus's man, were you not? Oh shit.
This man was in Pompeii when Enemaeus faced Theocles, and he knows exactly who he is speaking to, intending to capture Enemaeus and claim the reward. The writers do include a justification for them to be speaking, as if all this guy wanted was to capture Enemaeus and turn him in for some cash, then he would have no reason to explain any of this. And the justification is that this man is greedy. The reward for capturing Spartacus is higher, and so he asks Enemaeus to reveal Spartacus's location. Enemaeus declines, and he effortlessly takes out all 4 of his assailants. I don't like this scene, because it is narratively pointless, and it requires that the writers spawned 4 idiots into the story so that Enemaeus can kill them. This is admittedly preferable to spawning 4 idiots in order to make the plot happen, but my preference would be to simply remove this scene. These men recognize Enemaeus, which makes sense because he is a celebrity. He was the champion of the House of Batiatus who fought in a legendary battle against Theocles. He became the doctore of the house, and just a few weeks ago, the house was massacred and all of the slaves escaped. Enemaeus should not be able to just wander around the streets of Capua unnoticed, and he isn't. However, I have no idea if this is the first time he has gone to the arena and has been recognized, or if he keeps getting attacked by delusional randos trying to arrest him, or if Enemaeus has been living in a hole somewhere for the last few weeks. Oh, the fucking hole. We'll get back to the hole later. I have some things to say about the hole. Anyway, these men know who he is, and yet they also believe they are capable of doing a citizen's arrest, which is insane. There are multiple examples of some drunken idiot walking up to a boxer or an MMA fighter in a pub, thinking he can take them and then getting flattened in 2 seconds. People are idiots, and the ego has led to many a man getting humbled, but Enemaeus is portrayed as a legendary and unbeatable opponent. Blood and Sand established how the general populace views these gladiators as almost superhuman. He has to be one of the most recognizable people in Capua right about now, and a bunch of local idiots being like, hey look, it's one of the most dangerous men on the planet, let's go fuck him up, I find very silly. However, this silliness does not actually lead to anything. It is instead meant to heighten the tension by showing that the citizens of Capua are aligned with Rome and that nowhere is safe. Regardless, this scene should have been cut. Aurelia and Spartacus are now on good terms. I don't like this at all, because I feel like a good chunk of the story is missing. She doesn't come to understand who Spartacus is and how much he loved Varro during this episode. We instead have to accept that all of this happened off-screen beforehand. Aurelia fucking hated him and blamed him for the death of her husband. In the finale of Season 1, she believed that Spartacus only defeated Varro because Varro had been poisoned and the whole thing was a ploy to make Spartacus look good. She intended to pay off Varro's debts by working for Batiatus, and instead of being able to just knuckle down and get the job done, Spartacus led a revolt against their master and thus condemned Aurelia to death along with the rest of them. Virtually all of the slaves approved of Spartacus doing what he did, which is why they joined him. The gladiators and Mira were convinced to help because of what Batiatus had done to Spartacus, as well as to Crixus. We don't know what the other random slaves thought about this because they are not really represented in the story, but of all of them, the one who should have hated Spartacus for what he did is Aurelia. This not being the case rests entirely upon Aurelia getting her revenge on Numerius for commanding Varro's death, which means although she did not instigate the massacre, she did take part in it. After the gladiators started killing everyone, she decided, fuck the system, kill Numerius, avenge Varro, and go on the run from the law. The initial act of turning against Batiatus and condemning them all to death was removed from Aurelia's hands by Spartacus. And had this not happened, Aurelia would be a free woman once she had paid off Varro's debts. As soon as Spartacus started the massacre, Aurelia will have known that she was fucked if she gets caught, and so her killing Numerius would not have any additional consequences. Because she literally has blood on her hands, she can't really be like, fuck you, Spartacus, your actions have led to me being killed. But regardless, her being this friendly with Spartacus, I think is absolutely a stretch given their history. The fact that she is still here with the other slaves after weeks means that a lot of character development has taken place off-screen. Aurelia presumably does not bear any kind of mark or brand identifying her as belonging to Batiatus, and I would have expected that she would immediately attempt to return to her brother's villa and then escape with her son. This would obviously be a risk because if identified, then she would be executed, but we never get any dialogue that addresses why she did not do this. She instead decided to stay in the sewers beneath Capua for weeks because she presumably believed this was safer than fleeing. Anyway, Spartacus gives Aurelia all of the money he has taken from the Romans in the last few weeks, and he intends for her to buy safe passage to a new life with her son.
Varro's last words were of you and Janus, that I see you cared for. They need not have been spoken.
This part is good, and I can totally understand Spartacus doing this, but I feel this would have been stronger had Aurelia still resented him until this conversation. Anyway, Aurelia leaves accompanied by some gladiators to escort her as they search for food.
Orestes leads the hunt for game. He will see you safely to your son's arms, from where you have been too long absent. See your boy to a man. I may one day greet him as a brother.
If only Aurelia had left on her own. She has a cover story, she has a family, she has knowledge of Capua that a slave would not. All she needed to do is not travel across the country, accompanied by runaway slaves that are immediately identifiable as from the house of Batiatus. But yeah, don't worry, nothing bad will happen as a result of this. Crixus has learned that a slaver named Trebius sold Navia to someone. Trebius frequents a brothel, and Spartacus wants to help Crixus interrogate Trebius because he swore to find Navia. However, Agron, Mira, and Donar do not approve of this. Agron dislikes Crixus because he is a bit of an asshole and also because he is a Gaul, but in a more general sense, there is an inherent risk taking men into the city to find and interrogate Trebius. And yeah, this kind of thing unfortunately happens semi-regularly in Vengeance. 20 or so gladiators will obliterate a populated area and will then slink off into the shadows, leaving the Romans like, I wonder where they went. I would have vastly preferred if Spartacus and the rebels used fewer men to accomplish their goals, relying on stealth or subterfuge rather than whacking the problem with as many chiseled abs as possible. And whilst they do occasionally come up with plans that are more complex than everything in that general direction must die, there are multiple examples of Spartacus and his followers just mindlessly carving through a load of Romans and then somehow managing to escape. In the brothel, everyone is censoring each other's YouTubes. But then, oh dear, Spartacus and the gladiators teleport inside and start stabbing everyone.
Here comes one of the most disturbing kills, I think, this season. Done by Liam McIntyre.
Oh, this was...
Oh, that's the one.
I'm so sorry. They made a little metal A-frame, and he had to, like, gently lift his material and sit it on top of the A-frame, and I had to take a steel sword and pray. I was like, if you can't have kids anymore, I want you to sign something that says I am not responsible for whatever happens.
This is the first instance of the show deciding that if you are a Roman, you deserve to die. Yes, the Romans are presented as the antagonists, but this doesn't mean that literally every Roman is evil. The house of Batiatus was filled with people who had directly inflicted harm upon Spartacus and the other slaves, including various wealthy Roman nobles who were specifically invited so as to bolster Batiatus's political aspirations. These were the wealthiest people in Capua, which means they also owned slaves. They had positions of power within the Roman system, and this meant they bore some responsibility for the suffering that took place under their watch. We can quibble as to whether or not everyone in the villa deserved to die in the finale of Season 1, but that is worlds apart from what we have here, which is that Spartacus personally partakes in the massacre of patrons of a brothel. If they were just killing the guards, then this would be more acceptable, but we explicitly see that this is not the case. Spartacus's moral compass is more nuanced than someone like Agron or Crixus, and I would have found it slightly more appropriate for him to not be stabbing unarmed civilians in the back. All of this is an unfortunate result of the writers deciding that going in quietly is not an option. The gladiators can't grab Trebius as he enters or leaves because they just can't. No one suggests this, they just can't do that for some reason. The only way to do this is to go in loud. But this is very strange because Crixus has already done solo missions finding and interrogating people in a slightly less bombastic manner. So if Spartacus said, "Hey Crixus, we need to go in loud and kill as many people as possible," Crixus would say, no. If we accept that they had no choice but to go in loud, then this is more acceptable, but we still have problems due to how this is depicted. A good point of comparison here would be Star Wars. In A New Hope, Luke blows up the Death Star, which was full of people, some of whom I am sure were probably not pure evil. However, the film does not want the audience to think about this, which is why we don't get scenes in which the stormtroopers are humanized. They are always the faceless baddies who need to be defeated. Luke is also detached from this act of violence because he blows up the Death Star from a distance using his X-Wing. Conversely, in something like Zack Snyder's Rebel Moon, we have our protagonist, Cora the war criminal, carving her way through non-combatants. Cora did intend to blow up the ship, which means these men were going to die anyway, but in showing her personally blowing their heads off and slitting their throats, Zack inadvertently depicted her as a morally detestable psychopathic war criminal. In Spartacus, if we accept that they had to go in loud, I would have strongly preferred that we not see Spartacus personally chopping up Roman citizens, because this makes him less sympathetic, and this feels particularly out of place because I don't know why the characters are doing this, other than because we needed an action scene. These are just regular Roman people, and had Varro not died in blood and sand and had paid off his debts and been released, it is entirely plausible that Varro could have been in this brothel. The only defense I can think of here is that the show thinks that going to a brothel makes you a bad person, or at least that Spartacus would believe this to be the case. But in context with the show, this makes absolutely no sense, because whilst these women are slaves, we are repeatedly shown in all seasons that in many cases they enjoy what they do. Additionally, multiple characters aligned with Spartacus have and do have sex with slaves from a position of power. As in, if we want to go down the road of saying that these women being slaves makes having sex with them inherently a form of abuse as it is being done without their full consent, then Spartacus is himself aligned with many characters who by this logic deserve to die. The show does not present banging a prostitute as an inherently condemnable act. This is simply presented as the way things are in the setting. In this scene, however, the show presents this as though Spartacus is liberating a group of slave women, when, in actuality, Spartacus and his men are killing indiscriminately in order to allow Crixus to interrogate Trebius, when this was not actually a necessity. However, to be absolutely clear, this is definitely not approaching character assassination. Spartacus does not care about Roman lives. The issue I take with this is entirely in how it is depicted, and that it is narratively unnecessary. Anyway, Crixus finds Trebius weeing on a prostitute. For some reason, this man paid no attention to the massacre that was going on just outside his room. Crixus interrogates him and learns that Naevia was handed from Dominus to Dominus in multiple villas to the south of Capua, and that Batiatus did this to secure favour in his campaign for Aedile. Trebius also reveals that Rome has dispatched soldiers to bring them down, which means their time in Capua is up. Crixus wants to leave immediately so as to find Naevia, but Spartacus urges caution multiple times. Crixus quite rightfully calls him out, like, what the fuck are you on about? You're Spartacus, you are never cautious, which is correct. Spartacus doesn't fully recognize the consequences of his path of vengeance at all costs until the end of the episode, which means, at this point in the story, he is not cautious. Spartacus is not actually saying, Crixus, we need to take our time and be careful when we look for Naevia. He is instead trying to convince Crixus to stick around so that they can kill Glaber before looking for Naevia. And it's totally fine for Spartacus to pretend to be urging caution in service of furthering his own objective, but given that Spartacus just went on a murderous rampage through a brothel for absolutely no reason, it is strange that Crixus doesn't point this out. The following day, Glaber arrives in Capua, and he decides to set up the former house of Batiatus as his base of operations. He immediately takes command, ordering Mercato to make arrangements for him to address the citizens, and ordering Ilithia to stay with him in the last place she wants to be. If you recall, the last time Glaber and Ilithia were in Capua, they stayed in her father's villa, And rather than conveniently forgetting about this so as to justify them staying in the same set from season 1, the writers directly address this. Rather than having Glaber be like, yeah, let's live here now for absolutely no reason whatsoever, all characters react accordingly. He claims to have chosen this location because the hilltop offers vantage over the surrounding country and that the ludus below has enough room for his soldiers. The villa has remained unoccupied since the massacre, and the fact that Glaber granted patronage likely means that it now belongs to him, as Batiatus did not have an heir or any living relatives. This is a more than sufficient explanation, and it needs to be, because something is about to happen that is rather important. Something that could not happen had Glaber not set up in Batiatus's villa. Ilithia really does not want to be here, but she is forced to obey her husband, and so she sets about renovating the house, removing all the furniture and cleaning any traces of the massacre. She finds a certain mask on the floor and recalls that fateful night where she lay with Spartacus and where she killed Licinia. She then turns to see a certain character, and Lucretia is alive.
What the fuck?
There is a lot to say about Lucretia being in this season, but I need to save most of it for the end of the video, because her motive and her purpose within the story is shrouded in mystery until the very end. For now, I will keep things relatively brief. Lucretia was obviously intended to die at the end of Blood and Sand. This was the clear and natural conclusion of her story, to fall alongside her husband at the hands of Crixus. This is obvious from the show itself, but Stephen DeKnight has also stated that he absolutely intended for Lucretia to die.
I'll tell this story. From the start of the show, I pitched, and then in episode 13, Crixus stabs pregnant Lucretia in the stomach. And the reaction was, you can't do that. Are you out of your mind? No. So I said, all right, I'll figure out some other way to kill her. And about every month or so, I'd say, and Crixus stabs pregnant Lucretia in the stomach. And they would say, no, we're still not going to let you do that. As we got closer to this final episode, everybody loved Lucy so much, they called me up and said, listen, can Lucy live? I go, no, absolutely not. She's got to die. And then I thought about it, and the next day I called up and said, listen, I got an idea. You got to stab her in the stomach. And they said, oh, all right, you can stab her in the stomach. Just, have it be below frame, which I had always planned. I think it had to happen, because this is the one thing she's wanted.
Right.
And Crixus took it away from her.
The network, however, wanted her to survive, although as far as I can tell, this decision had nothing to do with the show losing Andy Whitfield. It wasn't like they wanted to keep Lucretia as an additional narrative thread to help Vengeance not feel quite so disconnected from Blood and Sand. This appears to have been an entirely separate decision, and this is a decision that I do not like for multiple reasons, but I will save that discussion for when more information is revealed. Anyway, Lucretia appears to be completely and utterly insane. She doesn't have any memory of what happened, and she doesn't acknowledge that her house is empty and covered in the insides of her friends, nor does she appear to notice the large scar on her abdomen. Ilithia is horrified upon seeing her and urges her husband to kill Lucretia, which he momentarily considers, but Marcus convinces him that Lucretia's survival is a blessing from the gods and could be leveraged to calm the people of Capua. This would encourage the people to turn against Spartacus and would hasten Glaber's return to Rome. Marcus is absolutely right, and provided we accept that Lucretia could possibly still be here in this state, it makes complete sense for Glaber to clean her up and parade her around as a sign from the gods. However, this presents Ilithia with a problem.
You cannot let her live.
Lucretia is the only person alive who knows what she did to Licinia. Lucretia also knows that Ilithia sealed the doors during the massacre, and so is partially responsible for so many Romans being slaughtered, and Ilithia knows the harm this will cause to both of them if this information ever comes to light. Glaber decides to play it safe. He acknowledges the risk, but also sees the value in using Lucretia to calm the people of Capua, so he commands that Lucretia be cleaned up, and that Ilithia work out what information her shattered mind holds. They have a chat in the bath, and Ilithia is sufficiently convinced that Lucretia remembers nothing, but before the conversation ends, Lucretia realizes that Ilithia is pregnant, and she believes this to be a sign from the gods.
Life blossoms in the house of Vertiatus.
Meanwhile, the escaped slaves begin freaking out because a load of Roman soldiers have been dispatched to hunt them down. Spartacus comforts them by saying that this was inevitable, and he tries to get them on board with his plan to kill Glaber. Crixus urges Spartacus to head south with him and to leave Glaber in Capua, but Spartacus is unwilling to let Glaber live. Crixus knows that they need an army to challenge Glaber, whilst Spartacus naively believes that his rabble of slaves will be sufficient. Crixus says he will leave in the morning, and he hopes that Spartacus comes to his senses.
Not only were you stepping into the shoes of another actor's, having already played the role, but you also had to build up the history in all the relationships on screen.
In that way, it was really helpful being a huge fan of the show because you really knew the history of it because you were so invested in it anyway, just as someone who liked watching the show. So that it was, I guess, ultimately really helpful because I didn't have to try and imagine, go back and work out what their relationship was.
In the morning, the gladiators prepare to head south, but they are surprised to find that Spartacus has slipped away during the night.
That's one of the things I love about this show is that we have the ability, because we're on premium cable, that we can go into those gray areas, that it can be complex.
Can you not do that outside of premium? What do you mean?
It's a little harder. It's a little harder. I mean, on network TV, it's really difficult to have the good guy do something wrong or bad. And I've had those arguments on network television. Yeah, because you always get the notes, we can't do this, the audience will hate our hero. Right. And it's like, it's fine. That's what I love about the character of Spartacus, is that he often does the wrong things, but he's doing it right now.
That's one of the best parts about playing a character like this is because you don't have to always be the Disney guy. Mm-hmm. You can really indulge yourself in some things that isn't what the quote hero unquote would do, but in a way, it makes him more human, because not everybody's perfect.
Spartacus, bringer of rain and slayer of death, stands in a crowd of people before the magistrate as he addresses them. Spartacus is a wanted man. He is probably the most recognizable face in Capua. Even random slaves elsewhere in the country know of Spartacus and his victory over Theocles. And yeah, he has his hood up, but I find this very hard to take seriously. And unfortunately, this is another recurring problem in Vengeance. No one recognizes these celebrities turned criminals because they have a hood covering their hair. Anyway, Seppius addresses the people and they become riled up at the loss of various nobles during the massacre and also the other massacre at the brothel.
Seppius actually was in the season finale of Gods of the Arena in earlier drafts. He shows up with his beloved cousin, Sextus. Sextus is the first guy that Spartacus kills at the end of season 1. So Seppius, through this season, is always talking about wanting revenge for Sextus. Which, unfortunately, again, the budget axe came down, and we couldn't afford to cast that role at the end of Gods of the Arena.
Glaber then shows up and interrupts Seppius's speech. He dispels the assertions that Spartacus is some inhuman god being, as the crowd believe him to be, thanks to his feats in the arena, and he presents Lucretia as evidence that not all fall to Spartacus's touch.
She is their herald, plucked from the shores of the afterlife to deliver a message that Spartacus shall never triumph.
Glaber then presents Aurelia, who has been captured and severely injured, to the point where I am not going to risk showing you. She is covered in cuts and bruises, and has the phrase "censored by YouTube" carved into her forehead. Glaber intercepting Aurelia is lucky, but this is plausible because she is a fugitive. She was traveling with other fugitives. Glaber and Seppius are both looking for them. And because she is not a threat, it makes sense that the gladiators accompanying her were killed, whilst she was instead captured and brought before Glaber. Spartacus now cannot just attack Glaber because Aurelia knows where Crixus and the others are going, which means Aurelia either needs to die or be rescued. Regardless of whether or not Spartacus successfully kills Glaber, the information Aurelia has would be highly valuable to Seppius, Marcus, or anyone else intent on rounding up the rest of the escapees. This means that now Spartacus has an impossible task in front of him: get Aurelia out of the city. So, he reveals himself and somehow manages to charge towards Glaber because these guards are not really being guards. They are, quite unfortunately, doing that Rings of Power thing where they hang out in the background doing busy. The show wants to give the impression that this is a chaotic situation with uncontrollable violence erupting from multiple sources, and the guards have to stand back and keep the civilians safe. The problem is that Spartacus is just one guy, and they could very easily surround him because they outnumber him at least 15 to 1. This scene is, frankly, ridiculous. Spartacus somehow manages to have a brief 1v1 with Glaber because everyone else was off-screen, and just when Spartacus is about to be overpowered, Crixus and the other gladiators all show up wearing no disguises of any kind, which means they just freely and openly walked through the streets of Capua to get here. Agron takes Aurelia and carries her to safety. Crixus tells Spartacus that he cannot win this, and because these characters are still very strong in spite of the writing being weaker, Crixus appeals to Spartacus's values in order to convince him to leave.
Stay and seek vengeance forever denied!
This is good, and this is what allows Crixus to finally force Spartacus to see sense. He reluctantly turns and flees with the other gladiators, and we then cut forwards to them returning to the sewers. Wait, what? How could that possibly happen? Did Glaber just let Spartacus run away? Does he not have the numbers to follow him? Are there no guards in Capua other than the ones Glaber brought with him? Did no one see where he went? Yeah, apparently not. Weak. Bad. Please stop this. If Glaber is outnumbered by a single ludus of escaped gladiators, then this works against the earlier drama, where Spartacus was cautioned against attacking him due to the risk of innocent slaves dying in pursuit of his vengeance. Enemaeus told them earlier that Glaber's men outnumber them, which means Glaber does have more men. They are just elsewhere looking for Spartacus, which means had the gladiators arrived in force, they could have easily overpowered and killed Glaber. The reason not to do this, as Crixus says here, is that killing Glaber would result in Rome going nuclear and sending a whole army, which would then prevent them from finding Navia. But this is not addressed until the end of the episode. Them getting away happens because both sides think they can't beat the other, and because no one follows them or sees where this rabble of gigantic topless men ran off to. Mira is like, Spartacus, what the fuck is wrong with you? You are no better than Raskos and the other Gauls. You only care about what you want. Spartacus defends his actions, claiming that he went alone specifically because he does care about them. But Mira finds this meaningless because had Spartacus fallen, which is what he was expecting to happen, she would have lost him.
What would you have me do? Turn from the man that condemned my wife to slavery. Let him live.
Although Spartacus enjoys Mira's company, he has lost any reason for living, and he only wishes to avenge the memory of his wife. Aurelia then speaks with Spartacus as she dies, begging him to stay away from her son, not wishing for him to also die in Spartacus's wake, as has now happened to Varro and herself.
Interesting thing about Aurelia, there's like 9 different versions of what was going to happen to her. She actually, in episode 2, was a completely different episode than what's aired. It was Spartacus takes Aurelia to her brothers to be reunited with her son. Things go bad, her brother and her son both get killed, and then Aurelia kills herself.
Whoa.
One version, she gets the son and then leaves without saying goodbye to Spartacus. And then we were talking about keeping her around and having a mirror Spartacus Aurelia triangle. Then we went from 13 episodes to 12 to 10 for budgetary reasons, and then we didn't have enough space. Originally, this was going to be, I believe, Dinar was going to be the one that they drag up.
On a character level, this is excellent. The writers have continued the narrative thread of Spartacus being obsessed with avenging his wife, and Aurelia dies as a direct result of his pursuit of vengeance.
This is why we're yet in Capua. Why you saw Aurelia away. You hoped they would send Glaber.
Spartacus swore an oath to Varro that he would see Aurelia and her son cared for, and he also swore an oath to Crixus to help him find Navia. One of the first things we learned about Spartacus in Season 1 was that he was an honorable man who keeps his word.
I gave my word, Sarah. Blood and honor. It speaks to the man.
I gave my word, blood and honor. It yet speaks to the man.
And he realizes here that his pursuit of vengeance is causing him to break his word. The writers use these conversations with Aurelia and Crixus to convince Spartacus to change his mind. He realizes that it is wrong to pursue vengeance at the direct cost of fulfilling his oath to Crixus, and at the cost of freeing Naevia, who is currently still enslaved. Naevia matters more than Sura because Sura is already dead. Naevia can still be saved. Because Agron is Agron, he's like, let's go fuck up some Romans, they need to pay for this, which then gives Spartacus the opportunity to demonstrate that he has changed his mind.
We move south to find Naevia. We must stand as one or fall divided.
Excellently reincorporating Enemeus' line from Blood and Sand.
Fight as one, or die as two.
The episode ends with Spartacus telling the others that they will free every slave on their path, and when their numbers have become legion, they will face Glaber and the hordes of Rome again. Spartacus undergoes substantial character development in this episode. There are multiple instances of him putting everyone's lives in danger, but this is not presented as a good thing, as it leads directly to Aurelia's death, and once again places him across purposes with Crixus. So, as we wrap up episode 1, I need to briefly clarify what the rebels want and why. Spartacus claimed his vengeance against Batiatus for the death of Sura, and he led the massacre of the Roman nobles because of their unfair treatment of their slaves. His primary concern was to avenge his wife, but a general disdain for the master-slave hierarchy was brewing throughout Season 1.
I would not see the passing of a brother for the purpose of sport.
However, at the start of Vengeance, Spartacus is not full-on rebellion man who is leading the escaped slaves down the path of righteousness. He does not want to be a leader. His objective is to kill Glaber, due to Glaber causing everything that happened in Season 1. He explicitly puts other people in danger so as to achieve this goal, and this is addressed by the narrative and later acknowledged by Spartacus as selfish. This is excellent because this shows clear character growth rather than the writers just pretending that Spartacus isn't being careless with the lives of those who have placed their trust in him. Crixus and Agron both serve as opposites, each pulling Spartacus in different directions. Crixus is desperate to find Naevia because he blames himself for what happened to her, whilst Agron wants to kill as many Romans as possible because his brother Duro was killed during the breakout. Spartacus, Crixus, and Agron are presented as 3 separate heads of the rebels, each with differing but overlapping goals. This is made clear throughout the episode and eventually leads to Spartacus realizing his mistake and the consequences of such a reckless attempt on Glaber's life. This episode transitions the character from the man who killed Batiatus to avenge his wife into the man who is now responsible for many lives beyond his own. As for what the rest of the season will do with this idea, we will have to wait and see. In spite of the mostly great character work for Spartacus, Fugitivus is the worst episode in the series so far. The Red Serpent from Season 1 had a bunch of questionable logistical shit in the first half, as well as the rather strange decision to have Spartacus almost kill his own wife, but the latter half was entirely functional and occasionally quite good. Fugitivus, conversely, is questionable pretty much the whole way through. There is valuable character work here that sets up future events, but there are a whole load of unanswered questions involving what certain characters have been doing, general silliness with people moving around unnoticed, the gladiators massacring a load of people in a brothel for seemingly no reason, and Spartacus escaping his attempted assassination of Glaber entirely without consequence. The character writing is still broadly very strong, and the problem is less what happens and why, and more how it happens. There is enough in here for me to say that I like it, but even so, this is not a good start to Season 2, and the drop in quality is very noticeable. We can only hope that things will pick up. Episode 2 deals with 3 separate plots, and I'll go through each of them in full, starting with the Enemeus plot. Throughout the episode, we get flashbacks showing Enemeus' history, and how he came to be in the house that he would call his home. We open with a flashback of Enemeus fighting in the pits as a young man. This being Enemeus' origin story has been referenced a couple of times in the show so far.
You have no mother. You were belched from the of the underworld. That's why I favor you.
From the moment I laid eyes on that awful place, I knew
That wild boy, so filled with rage and hate, would grow into the man I see before me.
He gets his ass beat, but then goes into turbocharge mode, stabs the guy in the balls, eyes, neck, and pretty much everywhere else, and wins the fight. In the audience is none other than Dadiatus, who has come to the pits to find potential gladiators, and he purchases Enemeus before returning him to the Ludus. These flashbacks do a great job of enhancing the character of Dadiatus from Gods of the Arena, although they do relatively little for Enemeus.
This is a house of champions, Enemeus. It does not submit to you. You submit to it. One must learn to kneel if he is ever to rise.
He recognizes that Enemeus fights with incredible strength but lacks discipline before attempting to discover what Enemeus fights for. Enemeus says he fights to stay alive, but this is not enough. He says he fights for whatever his dominus desires, but again, this is rejected.
To grasp the heavens, you must fight for something greater, something beyond mere survival. This is a decision each man, whether slave or freeborn, must forge himself.
A neat detail during this scene is that Batiatus, as a young boy, is also present. Dadiatus commands his son to give him 2 cups of honeyed wine, and he proceeds to share a drink with Enemeus. This is more than just a key jangling, member Batiatus, member honeyed wine, oh my god, it's the thing from the thing. We already know that Batiatus did not drink honeyed wine, and I mean he's a child here, so he presumably hadn't tried it at this point in his life, but either way, the reason he didn't drink it was because it unsettled his stomach.
I shall join you.
It disquiets your stomach too much.
It never did agree with you.
Batiatus was not cut out for doing what his father did. This means that Batiatus is watching his father and Enemeus, a recruit who is not even a gladiator yet, share something that he will never have. The honeyed wine represents the bond between father and son, and the mutual respect that is later earned by Enemeus. This is an expansion upon the scene in Gods of the Arena, where Dadiatus and Enemeus drink wine together, and it further shows that Dadiatus, in many ways, treats Enemeus better than he treats his son. But this, interestingly, never caused Batiatus to resent Enemeus. He resented his father, but he always had an almost brotherly bond with Enemeus. Jumping forwards, Enemeus passes the final test and receives the Mark of the Brotherhood. He is eager to fight in the arena and says that he fights for Dadiatus and to honor the house. All of this backstory with Enemeus is great to see, but it does take quite a while and it doesn't exactly earn the time it eats up. The purpose is to contrast the promise Enemeus shows as a recruit with the aftermath of the massacre in which he took part. He discovers his reason to fight for the glory of the house and to honor his dominus, and then we jump forwards to find that Enemeus has returned to the pits after he turned on both his house and his dominus, and betrayed the very thing that he dedicated his life to. I think that Enemeus' story in Vengeance should have started right here. We don't need the bit in episode 1 where the local idiots try to arrest a former champion of Capua. The show could have instead implied that he has been driving himself to death in the pits ever since the house fell, rather than having him decide to do this after episode 1. Anyway, he fights and wins, and I don't really have anything to say about this. It really just feels like we are filling time with an action scene. But after he stands victorious, he tells the fight organizer to immediately announce the next fight.
Send another to face me.
And what of his opponent?
Send him as well. He's dead.
Enemeus sees no other path than to return to the beast he once was, before he succumbs to a dishonorable death in the pits of the underworld. During his third fight that we see, he receives a hammer blow to the chest and head, which I know this show often exaggerates injuries with the level of blood shown, but nothing in either of the prior seasons has quite reached this level.
We had a lot of arguments about you getting hit in the face, because Rob and I loved it, because it just looks fantastic, but there was a lot of debate on the Star side about no one could survive a hit like that to the head, and we should take it out. We're like, you can't take out Enemeus getting smacked in the chops with a warhammer.
At a minimum, Enemeus should have broken multiple bones and had his face rearranged, if this was even survivable to begin with. Season 2 really amps up the idea that gladiators are essentially superheroes, and for the most part I take no issue with how they are depicted. But every now and then, something like this happens that pulls me out of the story. Anyway, he hallucinates his younger self, accompanied by Dadiatus, and just as he is about to be killed by his opponent, a death deserving of an animal without honor, A dagger is hurled from the crowd, killing his opponent before a mystery man, whom Enemeus recognizes, knocks him unconscious. Now on to the Glaber plot. Lucretia tells him that he has pissed off the gods and they are demanding an offering. She proposes a ritual to cleanse the house and to assist Glaber in bringing down Spartacus. Glaber has an interesting relationship with the gods in Vengeance. He doesn't seem to be particularly devout, nor does he initially take Lucretia's words very seriously, but he is willing to allow her to pursue this on the off chance that it will help. Glaber sees the value in using symbols to get what he wants, regardless of whether or not he actually believes in them.
Spartacus must fall, and I'm willing to believe whatever revelations tumble from her lips if they shall hasten such a day.
Ilithia, conversely, thinks that Lucretia is bullshitting or simply insane, because Lucretia rarely spoke of the gods before, but now her husband and the people of Capua appear to be treating her words as if spoken by the gods themselves. Later that day, Ilithia accompanies Lucretia into the market. She continues to probe Lucretia to discover precisely how much she remembers, and Lucretia reveals that she has begun to remember bits and pieces of their time together, specifically that Ilithia confessed to her that she did not always heed the commands of her father or husband. This was confessed the first time they met in episode 2 of Blood and Sand, and so this suggests that Lucretia's memory is returning to her in a chronological manner, and potentially that she will gradually remember things that happened later in Blood and Sand. There is more to this, but I need to wait for further information before exploring it. As Lucretia blesses a crowd of people, a mysterious figure hands her a piece of paper. Back at the villa, Lucretia prepares for her spooky ritual to grant favor from the gods. She tells Glaber that the gods whisper of deceit and treachery, and give assurance that those who would harbor secrets against him shall be brought into the light. This can be interpreted as a thinly veiled threat to Ilithia, who has concealed from her husband both that she banged a Spartacus and she liked it, and that she bears a significant amount of responsibility for the massacre. Lucretia prays for favor against her enemies before sacrificing a goat. Glaber leaves midway through the ritual for some reason. I can't really tell you why. I mean, I guess he is a rather busy man. But yeah, the actual reason why he leaves is because he can't be present for what happens next.
Disappointed!
Ilithia picks up a knife because she has apparently decided to kill Lucretia, presumably intending to pretend, oh no, she went crazy and stabbed herself. Who could have possibly seen that coming? It does make sense for Ilithia to do this. There are very good reasons for her to want Lucretia dead, and she has plenty of evidence that Lucretia knows more than she is letting on. This is a risk, because murdering a Roman woman is not a good look, but Glaber was considering executing Lucretia himself in the previous episode before he was convinced not to. So I take no real issue with Ilithia's actions here, although Lucretia's actions are pretty fucking balked, which I will get to later. But before Ilithia can strike, she is interrupted by the arrival of none other than Asher, who has captured Enemeus, presenting him as a gift to Glaber. This appears to Glaber to be a sign from the gods, and as the episode closes, we see that Lucretia is holding the message given to her in the market, indicating that Asher and Lucretia planned this in advance.
And we've been quite a lot on the season of, is Lucretia a prophet of the gods? Does she speak for them?
Or is she a shyster?
Now, did you know the whole time what that would be? Like whether it was or it wasn't, and how you were going to approach it? Or did you just kind of feel it out episode to episode?
No, I figured I had to choose. I always aim to be a really good liar. If she's lying, she's a really good liar.
Yeah, cool.
So you play the truth of it. You look like the world's best liar.
I can't yet explain what they are up to, but I will say that it is very lucky that Asher arrived precisely when he did, because had he been delayed by 30 seconds, Lucretia would be dead, and the plot could not continue. Now, the primary plotline of episode 2 follows the escapees as they search for Navia. They sneak into a villa, kill the guards, and Crixus interrogates the Dominus. Spartacus then tells the slaves that they are free to either submit to Roman cruelty or take up arms and join him. Throughout the episode, we get a little mini-arc with a new character, Chadara, a slave girl who has just been freed.
She's a new girl. Her name is Chadara. She was a hua.
What?
She was a hua, but now she's, I think she's riding Rascos.
She interprets Mira's relationship with Spartacus as him protecting her in exchange for her affections, and when Mira rejects this, Chidara asks if they are in love. Mira doesn't really know how she feels about Spartacus. The only time in her life when she has felt love has been with Spartacus, but she also knows that his heart will forever belong to Sura. However, she clearly wants more from their relationship, and she later confronts him, asking what she means to him. He replies that he has feasted so long on pain and sorrow that it is difficult to recall a sweeter taste than when she is in his arms. Mira then tells him that she wishes to never be from him. Throughout the episode, Raskos makes comments on Chidara's beauty.
Your beauty stirs my cock.
And he commands her to refill his drink, addressing her as slave. Later, he appears to be assaulting her after getting drunk. She is rescued by Mira, but then reveals that she lay with Raskos of her own free will. Mira is shocked that Chidara has been given freedom and then immediately returned to slavery. Chidara believes that in order to be free, she must pay a price, and she pays using the only coin she has, believing that what she was doing with Raskos is exactly what Mira is doing with Spartacus. She is just being honest about it. Chidara is incredibly cynical, but this cynicism is a totally realistic consequence of her being a slave woman during this time. And this causes Mira to question her own place in this world, and the nature of her relationship with Spartacus. Chidara views everything as transactional, and this is particularly important for Mira, because her relationship with Spartacus began as a transaction. She agreed to help him stage the revolt if he would lie with her, so that she would know how it felt to be loved, believing that they may well die very soon. Just as Spartacus is about to take Mira to Pleasure Town, one of the recently freed slaves rushes at him wielding a knife. This slave, Nazir, is probably the best part of the episode, because the writers use him to challenge Spartacus's actions in a way that they have not been so far. Spartacus may no longer be blindly following his own desire for vengeance, but his actions in helping Crixus find Naevia are still having unforeseen consequences. They assumed, quite reasonably, that slaves would wish to be freed, because why would someone choose to be a slave? However, the counterpoint to this idea is exemplified with Nazir, who was the body slave to the Dominus. He had position and respect, and his life that he was perfectly content with has now been taken away from him.
And here's where we get some of that mentality of when you're raised as a slave.
I remember reading this was one of the most interesting things, just going, wow. I guess on one level, I hadn't even thought about that really. The idea that someone would want to be like that, want to be enslaved because they had a better position, better the devil you know. But, and it actually played into a lot of the stuff that I'd thought about throughout the whole season as a result of this episode. In the back of your mind, you're always like, am I doing the right thing? Moments like this where you start going, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this whole thing is for the wrong reasons, or it isn't for the best.
Nazir hates Spartacus and believes that he has merely substituted one Dominus for another. The show exploring this is great, and a lesser show would just ignore this idea and would be like, well, it's the slaves versus the Romans, without considering the nuances of either side of the conflict. Spartacus's perspective is that, well, obviously the freed slaves would want to help us. We freed them, and being a slave is totally not cool, which is entirely informed by the events of Blood and Sand. As a result of him holding this perspective, he does not consider that some of these slaves may not wish to be free, and he also does not permit them to simply leave. This means that Nazir believes that Spartacus is trying to recruit him into a slave revolt that he wants no part in, and he is unequipped to participate in even if he wanted to, as he has no experience in fighting, and this is indeed what Spartacus is doing. This means that the show is using the character of Nazir to highlight some hypocrisy in Spartacus's actions, whilst also giving Spartacus the opportunity to demonstrate that he is not like the Romans. Crixus and Agron, who have disagreed on basically everything since the start of the season, both agree that Nazir should be put to death for attempting to assassinate Spartacus. Nazir was given freedom, and he used this freedom to try and kill the man who liberated him. Crixus believes the freed slaves should earn any privileges given to them, whilst Spartacus wants to treat them as equals. Crixus reminds him that these slaves were not forged in the Brotherhood, and so they cannot be trusted or held to the same level of respect. However, Spartacus wishes to give Nazir the opportunity to prove his worth, believing that if he executes Nazir, this will send the wrong message to the other slaves, and it will make him no better than the Romans he fights. In another great moment of characterization, the writers do not simply have Crixus and Agron be like, yeah, okay, Spartacus, I agree. They both remain unconvinced. Crixus threatens Nazir, saying that if he tries to kill Spartacus again, then he will die, which means Nazir is still being coerced into good behavior as a result of Crixus's threat, which means they, or at least Crixus, is commanding through threat of death, just like the Romans. Additionally, Agron asks how they should train Nazir.
Spadiatus had Doctore train me.
And that turned out so well.
In addition to being an amusing bit of sarcastic humor, this reiterates that Agron also disagrees with Spartacus's decision. He thinks that keeping Nazir alive and training him is a very bad idea. All of this is great, and it is also the first example in Vengeance of a bunch of characters with very different perspectives arguing their point of view in a way that builds tension and develops characterization. We are heading in the direction of the quality of prior seasons. The gladiators proceed to train the freed slaves, and Spartacus personally trains Nazir, who has an amusing habit of hissing like a snake whenever he is fighting. Spartacus tells Nazir that when he is trained in the use of a sword, he will be able to use it for a purpose of his own choosing, which clarifies that Spartacus is not forcing these slaves to join him, although he obviously hopes that they will, and because they don't really have any other viable option than to remain in the villa with their liberators, they decide to join Spartacus's cause. Later that evening, soldiers are spotted approaching the villa. Crixus wants to gather the men so as to kill them on entry, but Spartacus reasons that they could be scouts from a larger force, and so killing them would reveal their position. This is good. Both characters are doing exactly what they would do, and this then feeds into Spartacus giving Nazir the opportunity to prove his worth and his loyalty. Spartacus placing everyone's lives in the hands of someone he doesn't know, a man who has already tried to kill him, seems like a tremendous risk, but thanks to the clear framing of this predicament, the writers avoid portraying Spartacus as an idiot just so that they can test Nazir. If anything goes wrong, they will revert to plan B, which is to jump out and kill the Romans, which isn't ideal for reasons already outlined, but this would not be a catastrophic failure. Spartacus is instead trying to use Nazir to achieve an optimal outcome, rather than a suboptimal one. So they cover up their presence, and Nazir welcomes Seppius's soldiers into the villa. He apologizes and tells them that his dominus is absent on business elsewhere. Then the writers do something both sneaky and effective. Nazir has to improvise when the soldier pokes a hole in his deception. This allows Nazir to demonstrate to us and Spartacus that he is both competent and loyal, when, had this not happened, it would have appeared as though Nazir was actually betraying them.
You're his body slave, are you not? Why are you not at your dominus' side?
Because there's no one he trusts more to see his villa attended.
The soldier appears content with Nazir's answer before he notices that something is wrong and then attempts to leave. Nazir invites him to stay. Crixus believes that Nazir is betraying them, and so the gladiators all leap out and kill the soldiers. During the fighting, Nazir kills a Roman and saves Spartacus, and he then explains that the soldier noticed that his slave collar was missing, and so he had no choice but to prevent them from leaving, which is a plausible sequence of events that allows him to demonstrate that he can be trusted. This does rely upon Nazir not wearing his slave collar, as this was removed earlier by Spartacus, but I think it is probably reasonable enough for them to not consider this when the Romans approach. And had they remembered and Nazir had put the collar back on, the plot would remain the same. The only difference is that we would skip an action scene. However, this scene does not confirm what Nazir wants, which means he remains somewhat open-ended. Has he come around to the idea of joining Spartacus, informed by Spartacus showing mercy? Does he wish to escape when given the opportunity? Does he intend to turn them in and return to slavery? Time will tell.
There's a really good through line in this episode about what it means to be a slave, which I really, really liked. Especially, it's interesting for Spartacus because he's been a free man before being forced into slavery. And he's about to meet a bunch of people who have never known anything except for slavery.
Right.
And how that can change a person's point of view. It's really a fascinating way of looking at the world.
A place in this world is slow, and slow is fine as long as things are happening. But very little actually happens in this episode. Enemeus is captured by Asher, Spartacus raids a villa, and Lucretia does a ritual. We have brief conversations between Spartacus and Crixus, Agron and Nasir, Glaber and Seppius, and Ilithia and Seppia, but these are very light on character work, something that was rarely the case in prior seasons, in which virtually every conversation was rich with intrigue and characterization. Additionally, these dialogue scenes typically only accomplish one thing. Agron and Nasir learn about each other's past. Glaber tries and fails to convince Seppius to help. Ilithia starts to feel bummed out by the fact that she is married to a man she doesn't really like. Unlike prior dialogue scenes, these are not particularly efficient, despite containing some good dialogue and characterization. However, whilst the episode does very little in advancing the main plot, it does excellently explore the consequences of freedom through the characters of Chadara and Nasir. A Place in This World is definitely better than Fugitivus, but it is still towards the bottom of the pack in terms of quality, largely because it takes a lot of time to do what it needs to do, and outside of a couple of instances of wow, wasn't that lucky, there is nothing in the plotting or character work that is bad. But it does often feel aimless and meandering. No episode so far is truly filler, but this one comes the closest. Scrappy, would you like another cameo?
Oh, you good boy.
Much like episode 2, the Spartacus and Glaber plots are entirely disconnected in episode 3, so let's deal with the Glaber plot first. Back in the Ludus, Glaber has failed to get any information out of Enemeus. Asher says that Enemeus believes himself to be a man of honor, and that pain will not move him to betray his brothers. And he is intending to break Enemeus' spirit by destroying his sense of brotherhood. Glaber, however, is unconvinced.
Given over to my hands.
Oh, do not think I've forgotten what your hands are capable of.
Asher, of course, blackmailed Glaber into granting patronage to the House of Batiatus, and he importantly did this when he did not need to. In episode 12 of Blood and Sand, everything was going remarkably well. Batiatus and Spartacus had impressed Glaber, and Glaber had decided to grant patronage due to Batiatus's own merits. Asher then decided to throw his tremendous dick between the wheels of Glaber's proverbial bicycle by baiting Crixus into raging out, causing Glaber to be like, fuck this, I'm out of here. Asher then presented Licinia's severed hand in a box, which was their failsafe should Glaber refuse to grant patronage. Asher did not need to do any of this, but he chose to do it so as to make Crixus look bad and to make himself look good. This is very notable because Asher claims to Glaber that he only did as Batiatus commanded. He was a loyal slave who did his job and nothing more, when this is in fact entirely untrue. Asher was fucking with all of them, Crixus, Naevia, Batiatus, Glaber, and Ilithia, of his own accord. Anyway, Asher now wishes to serve Glaber in bringing down Spartacus, and to demonstrate his new loyalty, he removes Batiatus's brand from his arm using a knife. This part I really quite like, because the mark symbolizes not only loyalty and ownership by Batiatus, but also that the bearer is a gladiator forged in pain and suffering. Asher is shifting loyalties by proving to Glaber that he is dedicated to his new master, and he is removing the mark of the Brotherhood, a mark that had no place on his arm, a mark that he earned by beating up Vettius and telling Dagon to wee on his face, a mark that he will now readily remove with little consideration. Asher never had any form of brotherhood with the gladiators, the one singular exception being Dagon, and we all know how that turned out. And so he sheds this connection with his former brothers, or specifically he sheds his desire for a connection with his former brothers, symbolizing his new path in hunting them down and bringing them to a deserved end. Before having Asher let rip on Enemeus, Glaber goes upstairs and finds that Albinius and Verinius have arrived. They are here because Verinius the Gigachad has arranged 2 weeks of gladiator games in an effort to comfort the people of Capua and distract them from the fact that Spartacus has still not been captured. Albinius wishes for Glaber to present his men at the start of the games in a ceremonial display of Rome's dedication to hunting down Spartacus. Verinius is trying to accomplish multiple things here. He wants to entertain the people of Capua, but this is also a power play over Glaber. He wants to ensure that Glaber's soldiers are preoccupied while Seppius's men capture Spartacus. Verinius does not know where Spartacus is, but he wants to put Glaber at a disadvantage and have his rival dancing to his tune. So now Glaber has a decision to make. He can keep his men out looking for Spartacus, which is what they are meant to be doing, and if successful, this will prove to political enemies and disapproving father-in-laws that he is actually capable of getting the job done, and it would settle the debt that he has with Spartacus, who has embarrassed him multiple times and imperiled his political career. Or he can recall his men, thus giving Seppius the advantage in capturing Spartacus, but gaining him favor with Albinius, Verinius, and the Senate. He would be seen as a good boy who is willing to play nice. Glaber's ultimate goal is political power. Spartacus is merely a speed bump on the way to glory, but he believes that if he personally fails to capture Spartacus, then this will affect his political career, even if he gets points for being nice to Verinius. Glaber believes he needs to do something drastic to repair his reputation because he is already a laughingstock, but this is not entirely his fault. His actions in Thrace that set everything in motion were done so as to secure glory and status for himself, and this led to the Thracians deserting and him being recalled to Rome. Spartacus surviving his execution was not planned and could not have been predicted, nor could him being blackmailed into granting patronage to Batiatus, nor could Spartacus massacring the house and escaping due to Batiatus having his wife killed. The only part of this that was Glaber's fault was the very start. He conscripted a load of Thracians, promised that they would defend their villages from the Getae, and then broke this promise by commanding that they march against the Greeks. Everything else has been shit heaped upon shit that he had no control over whatsoever, which is why he now blames Spartacus, Asher, and Ilithia for the situation he now finds himself in. But ultimately, he knows that he set all of this in motion, and he knows exactly how this looks to the Senate, which is why he is so committed to capturing Spartacus himself. One other interesting detail in this scene is that it reveals that Albinius and Verinius care more about political posturing than actually keeping their people safe. They are demonstrably willing to prolong Spartacus's capture as long as they can ensure that the right person captures him. Now we come to Asher's interrogation of Enemeus. Before I get started, I need to address why Asher is doing this and what he hopes to gain. Following the massacre of the house of Batiatus, Asher, as a slave, faces crucifixion. He believes that his only chance of survival is to impress Glaber, which is why he places all of his chips in extracting information from Enemeus. Asher cannot know that Enemeus knows anything useful, but he considers this 90% chance of death to be preferable to going on the run and facing a 100% chance of death. Additionally, if Enemeus knows something, this will potentially allow Asher to regain the status he lost and to recover the power he had by the end of Blood and Sand. Voluntarily returning to the Ludus for the purpose of interrogating Enemeus is a massive risk for Asher, but he sees this as preferable to remaining a fugitive sentenced to death. This conceptually is fine, but I think the show should have been clear as to what exactly he was doing before the start of Vengeance. Asher was evidently successfully evading the Romans for weeks, whilst also helping Lucretia, and he didn't appear to have any kind of plan until Glaber returned to Capua, at which point he started doing things. Him still being in Capua relies on it being impossible for him to escape, which I think is a stretch, particularly for a man of Asher's talents, but I can't really elaborate because unfortunately it appears as though Asher was on pause in between seasons. Anyway, having demonstrated his new allegiance, Asher is given free rein to interrogate Enemeus. To say that these two have beef would be something of an understatement. Enemeus considered it offensive that Asher received the mark without passing the test. He told Asher that he was only kept around as a translator, and witnessed Asher tricking Dagon when they fought, leading to Dagon losing an eye. He became very suspicious of Asher's involvement in Barca's departure, and this led to him confronting Asher during the massacre and blaming Asher for corrupting Batiatus.
I have seen you ply tongue upon ear, whispering poison, infecting the honor of this house.
And now, Asher has seemingly been rewarded for his treachery, whilst Enemeus has been punished. He was not even permitted to die in the pits, a death he believed was deserved because Asher intervened and returned him to the house he betrayed. Asher's objective is specifically to break Enemeus' sense of honor and his loyalty to his brothers, and Asher is enjoying the fuck out of this. He tells Enemeus that Enemeus was fighting in the pits specifically because he wanted to die in a place void of honor, suggesting that he has already abandoned this principle. He says that Enemeus betrayed the house that saved him from the pits when he was a boy, and that the Brotherhood of Gladiators turned his instructions as Doctore into treachery and murder. Asher is, not entirely inaccurately, demonstrating that Enemeus is not the unbreakably loyal and honorable man he claims to be. Asher becomes increasingly angry at Enemeus' silence. He begins shouting, then whipping, and eventually he starts beating Enemeus with his bare hands before Lucretia interrupts him. Now we are going to get some revelations as to what they have been up to. Lucretia says that it is of the utmost importance that Enemeus not die until the prophecy is fulfilled. And this prophecy she is referring to was stated in episode 2. Those who would harbour secrets against Glaber shall be brought to light, and she also asked the gods for favour against their enemies. The show is not yet clear as to whether or not Lucretia is full of shit, and so the conversation she has with Asher can be interpreted in two ways. Either she is saying, we need to make sure Glaber believes that the gods are giving him information when actually the information is coming from us, or don't get in the way of the gods and their prophecy. Asher does not hold any love for the gods, and he believes that in returning to the house he has put himself at unnecessary risk. And he tells Lucretia that it was not the gods who found her near death. It was not the gods who stitched her mangled womb. It was not the gods who fed and clothed her, and it was not the gods who delivered Enemeus. This was all Asher, lowest of fucking mortals. So now that we know what happened, I need to go into the plausibility of Lucretia's survival. A woman surviving a sword through the abdomen is obviously incredibly lucky. This appears to be act of God tier survival. The defense of this, however, is that when a woman is pregnant, the womb enlarges and her internal organs are shifted around so as to make space for the baby. This means that when Crixus stabbed her, the sword went through her belly into the womb, and this obviously killed the unborn child. Where we encounter a grey area is that it is possible, although unlikely, that the sword missed all of Lucretia's internal organs as a result of the pregnancy. If your objective was to kill the baby but not the mother, then theoretically this could be done with a sword, although for obvious reasons this is not applicable one-to-one with what we saw in the show. Crixus had no reason to spare Lucretia. He had every reason to kill her, which means if he accidentally missed all of her internal organs, this was unintentional. Or, in other words, Crixus, the legendary gladiator, failed to kill a defenseless woman, which means the climax of his arc in Blood and Sand was him being unsuccessful at doing the thing he is incredibly good at doing. But even if we accept that Lucretia survived because Crixus didn't do a very good job of killing her, there are still rather monumental hurdles we need to get over. Asher's ability to stitch Lucretia back together I find highly questionable. This is a man who is not a doctor.
Asher, the fucking doctor.
Nor has he been shown to have any knowledge or skill in the art of stitching people back together. There is a difference between, for example, showing the medicus healing Crixus, because this is a man whose job it is to save lives and heal wounds. And so exaggerating the kinds of wounds he can heal could be argued to be a stylistic choice, versus Asher, a man with zero knowledge of how to do any of this, being able to do the same. Is it theoretically possible for Lucretia to survive being stabbed by Crixus? Yes, this is probably possible. What I have a much harder time accepting, however, is that Asher would be able to stitch up the internal and external holes in Lucretia's belly without any kind of anesthesia. But honestly, whether you can accept this part of the story is entirely down to you. If possible, it is still incredibly lucky, and to be fair, the show does acknowledge that it was a miracle that she survived. So now that we know a little bit of what happened prior to the start of episode 1, I have to ask, what precisely was Lucretia doing before Glaber returned to the house of Batiatus? Did Lucretia hear that Glaber was coming and then decide to pretend to be a crazy person? What has she been doing for the last couple of months? Did Asher stitch her up and then just kind of leave her in the abandoned villa, bringing her food every now and then? Has no one else been to the villa? The local politicians have access to it, as Mercato was already here when Glaber arrived, and someone must have cleared out all the corpses following the massacre, and I fail to see how Asher could possibly have saved Lucretia without someone noticing. The only way this could have happened is if Asher went back into the villa very shortly after the slaves escaped, and found Lucretia lying there half dead. He then took her somewhere and managed to stitch up her wound. Then, whoever showed up to do the cleanup found that Lucretia was absent and assumed that she had been thrown off the cliff. After the cleanup crew left, Asher then returned Lucretia to the villa and kept her there for some reason. They then waited for Glaber to return, which they didn't know was going to happen, at which point they decided to capture Enemeus and make it look like the gods are helping Glaber, when actually it was Asher the whole fucking time. I have no idea how this is possible, and even if we give the utmost charity to Asher's ability to keep her both alive and hidden, this also relies entirely upon Enemeus still being alive by the time Glaber arrives in Capua, because if Enemeus died for any reason, the plot once again cannot continue. As for why Asher did this, and why Lucretia wants Glaber to think the gods did all of this and not Asher, I will get back to that later. Anyway, Asher tells Lucretia that their plan has failed because Enemeus will not speak, which means this prophecy, whether fabricated or genuine, will fall to ruin. Lucretia then reveals a secret buried within the walls, and she tells Asher to reveal this secret to Enemeus, believing that this will prompt him to speak. Asher then very slowly, methodically, and sadistically reveals to Enemeus that Gannicus banged his wife. Enemeus then speaks for the first time, calling Asher a liar. Asher then proceeds to convince him of the truth by reminding him of the lingering gazes they shared, the subtle change in Gannicus's behavior, and that Melita did not drink wine alone, suggesting that she died while seeing Gannicus. Asher essentially reveals all of the information that we have, as revealed to him by Lucretia, and this causes Enemeus to doubt everything he knew about his wife and friend.
You're all the same. Spartacus, Crixus, the noble Enemeus, fallen to ruin for a woman plowed by other men's cock.
Asher says that Melita died thanks to love, as did Spartacus's wife, and even the mighty Gauls saw his heart wither when ripe Navia was plucked forever from his grasp.
They will find her.
Find her.
You done fucked up now!
This conversation is really fucking good. It manages to do something quite tricky and deceptively complex. The mechanical purpose is that Asher needs to learn of Spartacus's location and/or intentions in order for Lucretia's prophecy to be fulfilled, whereupon this information will be passed to Glaber so that he can act upon it. In order for this to happen, Enemeus, a man with a strict code of honor and loyalty, must either be convinced to reveal this information, or must do so accidentally. This requires that Asher cause Enemeus to doubt everything he values, and the way he accomplishes this is by casting doubt on the two people he loves the most, Melita and Gannicus. Asher's colourful and provocative language causes Enemeus to become emotional and to break his silence, at which point Asher can keep digging. Because the writers decided correctly that it would be more appropriate for Enemeus to reveal this information unintentionally, they needed to ensure that Enemeus does not temporarily become an idiot so that the plot can happen. The mitigating factors here are the extreme sensitivity of the discussion being had, as well as who he is having this discussion with. Losing his wife was the most painful thing that happened to Enemeus, and Asher, whom Enemeus considers unworthy of the air he breathes, is throwing around accusations that his wife was a whore, backed up by a significant amount of evidence. Much like the House of Batiatus, his wife is revealed to not be what he thought she was. The things he loved the most and placed his trust in have been destroyed, and given the degree to which Enemeus valued his wife and friend, Asher's detailed description of events is enough to cause Enemeus to momentarily forget that he is being interrogated. The writers hinge all of this on the Melita Gannicus affair, which means the writers have a third problem to solve. It needs to be plausible for the penny to drop and for Enemeus to realize that what Asher is saying is true, whilst also remaining believable that he did not notice this at the time. As I have already covered in my Gods of the Arena video, there are plenty of reasons why Enemeus did not notice the change in his wife and friend's behavior. Specifically, he did notice, but he misattributed this to their own personal struggles. Gannicus was dealing with his sudden elevation to fighting in the Primus for the first time. Melita objected to the sex party, and Enemeus himself was primarily concerned with fulfilling his new role as Doctore and earning the respect of his brothers. However, when these events are presented to him from a third party, the dots begin to line up, and he realizes that it is at the very least possible that his brother and his wife did betray him. Again, this scene is fantastic and is easily the best scene so far in Vengeance. Glaber is, however, not impressed whatsoever by the information Asher extracted, as instead of learning of Spartacus's location as promised, he has instead learned that Crixus intends to rescue his girlfriend, which doesn't really help him. However, Lucretia then reveals that she knows where Naevia is, which means Glaber now knows where Spartacus is going. An important question to consider here is, why would Lucretia not already assume that Spartacus and the others have gone to rescue Naevia? She knows Crixus loves Naevia, she knows where Naevia is, and so it seems a reasonable guess that Crixus would try to rescue her. However, because Lucretia's plan is to present this information as if given by the gods, she can't afford to be wrong, because the gods cannot be fallible. This means they have to be certain of where Spartacus is, hence the need to interrogate Enemeus. Additionally, Crixus has no idea where Naevia is, and Lucretia doesn't even know if Naevia is alive, which means skipping the interrogation and telling Glaber to maybe go and check the mines would be a massive shot in the dark. Overall, the Glaber plot is pretty solid and occasionally excellent. Thank you, Asher, for hard carrying these scenes. Can the same be said for the Spartacus side of the story? Rewinding back to the start of the episode, we open with the gladiators liberating a cart full of slaves who are being delivered to the mines. In an unfortunate repeat of the Red Serpent, Spartacus is reckless to the point of almost killing the people he is there to save. And the reason this happens is purely because it looks cool. They stop the cart, the slaver peers through a hole to see what's going on, and he is greeted by a sword entering through his eye socket and coming out the back of his head. Spartacus cannot have known that this guy was a guard. At best, all he could see was an eye, and little bits like this unfortunately work against his character arc. Spartacus is meant to believe that all slaves have worth and their lives hold value, but his actions here could very easily have resulted in him stabbing a slave in the face. And much like the brothel scene, there is no narrative reason for him to do this. It simply functions as a visually impactful way to open the action scene. Anyway, Nasir, it seems, has decided to stick with Spartacus and his buddies, and he is taking part in the killing of Romans. Because he is nowhere near as good as the gladiators are with a sword, he fights using other advantages.
Favorite clever strategy, fuck the man from behind.
This is what they call foreshadowing. Anyway, after killing the guards, Crixus asks the released slaves if they have seen Navia, and as he does this, the guard who was brought down by Agron and Nazir claims to know where Navia is. This is convenient as fuck. The guy didn't die when every other time the Romans are stabbed they die immediately. He heard Crixus asking the slaves about Navia. None of the slaves knew about Navia. This man does know about Navia. When he says, yeah, I know about Navia, Crixus is not within earshot. And finally, the person who is within earshot is Agron, the man who has already voiced a desire to leave Navia to her fate. If any one of these things doesn't happen precisely as it does, the plot cannot continue. Come on, show. You're better than this.
There was very poor decision-making on the part of that fella at the end of the sword to lie and say she was dead.
I would have said, get me the horse, put me on the horse, and as I'm on the horse, I'll tell you where she is, and then ridden off really fast. I wouldn't have waited.
So the guy reveals some information to Agron and Nazir off-screen, and then Agron kills him and claims that the man revealed that Navia is dead. Crixus naturally says, I don't fucking believe you. You are Agron and you hate me. Also, you just killed that man for seemingly no reason, almost as if you were trying to hide what he really said. Except that, no, he doesn't. Crixus now believes that Navia is indeed dead.
Alrighty then.
Then we get a map, and I fucking love maps. They are very useful for working out distances, and they make the fictional land of Italy more believable. Spartacus plans to make camp on the slopes of Vesuvius because this is a defensible position, and it is situated between Neapolis and Pompeii, both of which could be raided for supplies and slaves. The map also shows us where Capua is in relation to Vesuvius. For reference, they are currently approximately 25 miles or 40 kilometers away from Capua, a distance that could be covered in about 9 hours of non-stop walking. Anyway, Agron is familiar with Neapolis, and he tells Spartacus that fighting men captured in foreign wars who are already enemies of Rome are frequently brought into the port of Neapolis. Spartacus then has a chat with Crixus, who remains completely broken at the news of Navia's death. And here the writers do something that to me seems unwise, and it suggests that they are unsure whether or not they want to go all in on the lie that Navia is dead. As a viewer of the show, it is highly unlikely, although not impossible, that Navia is actually dead. Characters die all the time in this show, and Crixus failing to rescue Navia is not at all outside of the realm of possibility given the kinds of things we have seen so far. Agron privately revealed to Spartacus that Navia was sent to the mines but died in passage due to her injuries from being mistreated, which is not something you would add to the script unless you wanted to try to convince the audience that Navia is actually dead. Why have Agron give such a detailed explanation otherwise? However, the logistics surrounding Agron's supposedly learning of Navia's death are very fucking suspicious. And right here, when Crixus daydreams about Navia, we can see that she is not Navia at all. Yeah, this is the other recast. Navia is now played by Cynthia Adai Robinson, whom you may recognize as Queen Regent Miriel from Rings of Power. Oh dear. Anyway, the idea of Crixus dreaming about the woman he lost is fine, even good depending on how you execute it. But you don't really want to reveal that your actress has changed in a fucking dream sequence, because this makes it appear as though Crixus doesn't know what Navia looks like. Who is this woman, and why is Crixus dreaming about her? And secondly, revealing that Navia has been recast is direct confirmation to the audience that Navia is alive, because you wouldn't recast her just to do a 5-second long dream sequence, making this a poor choice for multiple reasons. The way to do this would be to either use footage from Blood and Sand that does not show the actress's face, or to shoot new material with the new actress, but again, do not show her face. It is obvious what Crixus is thinking about, and revealing an actress change contextualized as a dream sequence about a character we are meant to believe is dead, I think is a very clumsy move. However, we must also consider whether this was preferable to revealing the actress change later when they eventually find her. If not for this dream sequence establishing that this is now what Naevia looks like, the later scene where they find her would be like, wait, this is the wrong Naevia. Who the fuck is this? Does Crixus have amnesia? I don't really know which is preferable, but neither option seems particularly optimal. Anyway, Crixus asks Spartacus how he survived after he lost Sura, and he replies that the man he was did not. Episode 7 of Blood and Sand covered this extensively. Spartacus was forced to find a new reason to live, and he accomplished this by giving himself over to Sura's beliefs and placing himself in the hands of the gods he did not believe in. After testing the gods, he became committed to his new path as the champion of Capua. In an attempt to help Crixus deal with this loss, Spartacus tells him that they will see Rome pay for what has been done to Naevia, but then Crixus addresses the difference between himself and Spartacus. Spartacus was not at fault for what happened to Sura. There is nothing he could have done that would have led to Sura's survival and their reunion. He was punished by the Romans for trying to do the right thing. Conversely, Crixus believes that he is responsible for what has happened to Naevia. She was a slave, but she was treated relatively well, and this would have remained the case if not for Crixus acting upon his desires. The fact that Naevia shared these desires is not relevant to him. The reason Asher took Naevia was to hurt him. The reason Naevia was gifted to various other houses and then the mines was both to hurt him and to gain favour for Batiatus. And Crixus now believes that Naevia is dead after having endured months of abuse and that this is his fault. Spartacus saying, let's make the Romans pay for what they have done, does not address this, which is why Crixus remains inconsolable.
Naevia is gone from this world because of my selfish desires.
Spartacus then tells Crixus that men do not choose love. They are claimed by it, and so he is not responsible for what happened. He then attempts to redirect Crixus's grief into action by focusing Crixus on the same goal as him. Free the slaves who are still alive and still suffering, and eventually strike back at Glaber and Rome.
From this subject, I have heard your thoughts. Leave me to my own.
Spartacus replies, Naevia was a radiant spirit, yet she died a slave, a fate shared by my wife. I would not see more like them fall because men who could make difference stood idle. He then leaves Crixus to his thoughts. Aside from the dream sequence, this scene is excellent. It is committed to depicting Crixus's grief, and it avoids cheapening it by having him reject Spartacus's multiple attempts to comfort him. I do feel that this could have been heightened by leaning harder on the lie that Naevia is dead, as although Crixus's reaction is fantastic, this is somewhat lessened by the fact that the show has told us pretty unambiguously that Naevia is not actually dead. Additionally, Spartacus repeatedly trying to convince Crixus to stand with him and take action against the Romans is entirely appropriate because this is exactly what Spartacus did when he learned what Batiatus had done. Spartacus is able to empathize with the loss of love, but he does not fully understand how deeply Crixus blames himself. Later, Nasir tells Agron that he wishes to speak with Crixus as he feels guilty about lying, but Agron insists that if Crixus knew the truth, many people would die in a vain attempt at rescuing Naevia. This is also great characterization for both of them. In episode 2, Agron questioned the wisdom in Spartacus promising Crixus that they will find Naevia, when they both know that if Naevia is found, she will not be the woman he remembers. Agron's motive is to simply kill as many Romans as possible, and he believes they would be better served spending their time liberating fighting men instead of chasing after a house slave, which then informs his plan to bust people out of the slave boats in Neapolis. This is very important for the writers to explore, because whilst Agron deceiving Spartacus and Crixus, causing Naevia to remain enslaved, is a very cold and arguably villainous move, the writers ground this in his desire to have a larger scale impact on the Roman system. Agron does not believe that the individual matters. He believes some slaves are worth more than others, and he wants to find as many gladiators and other fighting men as possible, so as to build an army that can strike at Rome and actually have an impact. From Agron's perspective, it would be counterproductive to risk the lives of so many slaves who have already been freed in an attempt to free Naevia, because Naevia does not hold any intrinsic worth. This is of course informed by his hatred of Crixus, but even setting that aside, his logic is clear. If a load of them die while rescuing Naevia, then they are worse off than had they not attempted to rescue Naevia. I really do appreciate the way Agron is characterized in Vengeance, perhaps because the easier option would have been to paint him as the villain and not let him explain himself. Instead, the writers let him explain himself multiple times, and so the audience is able to understand the fundamental disagreement between these characters. Anyway, Spartacus informs the others of their plan to head to Vesuvius, but the Gauls are unwilling to move unless Crixus voices support. Crixus then emerges and says that he is choked with loss, as are many of them. Spartacus lost his wife, Agron lost a brother, yet their fire still burns. They have all seen friends, family, and lovers fall to the Romans, yet their fire still burns.
I moved to Vesuvius with Spartacus.
Everything seems to be going well. Agron's plan has worked, Crixus is very fucking angry, and his hatred for the moment seems to have been directed towards the appropriate target. And Spartacus now has the support of the Gauls. Nasir is struggling moving some supplies as they depart for Vesuvius. He hisses like a snake, as of course is tradition, and Crixus decides to help him. Crixus tells Nasir that he did not like him because he does not like Syrians. A Syrian caused himself and Naevia a lot of suffering.
Okay, I found this on the web for a Syrian caused himself and Naevia a lot of suffering. Check it out.
What the phone? Why are you talking to me? I said Syrian, not Siri. Anyway, Crixus says that Naevia would not have held Nasir accountable for Ash's actions, and he will try to do the same. This demonstrates clear character growth for Crixus. He believes Naevia was a better person than he is. He wants to learn from her and try to treat people the way she would, and this is particularly effective because Nasir is Syrian. No, I am still not talking to you. Nasir has been shown as feeling very guilty over the lie Agron told that he concealed, and this attempt at reconciliation from Crixus proves too much, and so Nasir reveals that Naevia is alive. Crixus's reaction is calm, orderly, nuanced, and tinged with sadness. Crixus reveals to Spartacus, Agron, and everyone else that Nasir told him the truth. Naevia is alive and is currently suffering in the mines. Spartacus questions why Agron would lie about such a thing, and again, because the character writing is still mostly very good, Agron is given the opportunity to defend himself, explaining that Crixus cares about no one's life other than Naevia, and he would have all of them meet their end in a foolish attempt to rescue her. He truly believes that he did what needed to be done. Spartacus considers this a lie for the greater good.
One that would never have passed lips had it been your brother Duro in her place.
Spartacus has gradually begun to learn the value of individual lives, as this was certainly not always the case.
You fought the gladiators there. What do you think of our chances?
You're all gonna die. Don't mistake me, Crixus. I give no shit about these men. Men should not die with empty stomachs.
He was also willing to assassinate Batiatus, even knowing that this would condemn all slaves in the house to death, and at the start of Vengeance, he was intending to just bum-rush Glaber with his rabble of gladiators and untrained house slaves. This wasn't so much that he didn't care about their lives, it was more so that he cared about them less than he cared about avenging his wife. Since the midpoint of episode 1, Spartacus has accepted that innocent people dying in service of him achieving his goal is wrong, and that each of their lives holds an inherent value. He will not take an action that places these people in harm's way because they trust him as a leader. Although he does intend to build an army and strike back at Rome, the show has made clear that he is not forcing any of them to do this. They stay because they are all equally motivated to bring down the system. However, whilst Spartacus has developed and grown as a character, Agron has not. Agron represents the man Spartacus used to be. He is motivated by hatred and views lives entirely pragmatically. Each man is a means to an end, and that end is to kill as many Romans as possible. In this sense, Agron is already behaving like a military general, making calculated decisions and spending lives in service of their objective. whilst Spartacus points out the hypocrisy of such behaviour, as Agron would never do what he just did had it been Duro in the mines and not Naevia. Spartacus says that he stands with Crixus, but Agron refuses, and he invites anyone wishing to live to follow him to Vesuvius. Now we finally get to see the mines of Lucania that have been referenced multiple times. Their plan, I am sorry to say, relies entirely on blind luck, and rather predictably, it doesn't go quite as smoothly as intended. They assemble a team to covertly bust Naevia out of the mines, consisting of Spartacus, Crixus, at least 7 other gladiators, Mira, and Nazir. They travel in the wagon they intercepted at the start of the episode, as that wagon contained a shipment of slaves intended for the mines. They are explicitly posing as common slaves.
Do not expose Brand. What goes advantage of being thought common slaves?
Unfortunately, the writers do not account for the obvious fact that these men are gladiators. They have the physique of gladiators, and 2 of them are former champions of Capua from the house that was massacred a few months ago. The men are chained up, posing as slaves. Nazir poses as the man delivering them, and Mira presents herself as a gift for the overseer. Their plan is not for Mira to distract the overseer with her jubblies while Spartacus and the others locate Naevia. The plan is instead that Mira will get him alone, will overpower and interrogate him, and will steal a map so that they can locate Naevia. This is obviously very risky, but don't worry. Mira is able to pull a knife on the Overseer's oversized meat truncheon, and she learns of Naevia's location because the Overseer remembered Naevia specifically out of potentially thousands of slaves. Whoever came up with this plan did not account for the multitude of ways this could go horribly wrong on step fucking 1. Speaking of, as Mira interrogates the Overseer, a couple of the guards approach Spartacus like, "Hey, wait a minute, I've seen you before. Are you the incredibly famous bringer of rain, slayer of death, the champion of Capua who killed a load of wealthy Romans and broke a load of slaves out of his ludus? Oh my god, yes it is you! Why did no one see this coming? This would be like if Brad Pitt robbed a bank, killed 30 people on his way out, and then tried to waltz into a prison to try and find his girlfriend." Anyway, Mira kills the Overseer and his penis and escapes with a map. Everyone enters the mines, but 2 men are left behind to disguise themselves as guards, instructed to warn if anyone approaches. But then we cut away, and for some unknown fucking reason, the high-stakes drama of the mines breakout and the long-awaited emotional reunion of Crixus and Naevia is intercut with the Romans doing some bullshit in Capua.
I'm so frustrated right now.
Why? Well, because I guess intercutting things is good. Verinius announces the start of his games, and he introduces Glaber's soldiers, presenting them as a declaration that loss and grief shall give way to triumph and joy. Everyone waits in anticipation, but Glaber's soldiers do not emerge.
Where are your fucking men? Set to purpose, as promised.
Showing us that Glaber is not doing as instructed, and that he has sent his men after Spartacus instead of recalling them moments before they show up at the mines, is a good bit of storytelling that serves to heighten the stakes, with the audience realizing what this means moments before it actually happens. However, the show then continues to cut from Glaber's soldiers arriving at the mines, to Glaber addressing the people of Capua about how he is totally going to capture Spartacus, back to the gladiators sneaking through the mines, then back to some randos fighting in the arena that we definitely need to see because this is the gladiator show, back to the gladiators running from the soldiers, then back to the randos having a totally inconsequential fight that means nothing, back to the gladiators, back to the randos, back to the gladiators, back to the randos where one of them won the fight, I guess, and why do we need to see this? Back to Crixus making a heroic sacrifice, and during this big dramatic sequence, we cut back 7 times to the randos who are still fighting in the fucking arena, because this is apparently just as important as what could well be Crixus's death scene. Just fucking imagine how much less effective Varro's death would have been if we kept cutting away from Spartacus's slow realization of what he has to do, so that we could see Salonius watching his gladiators fighting in the arena for no particular reason. Anyway, Glaber's soldiers arrive at the mines, and the fake guards inform them that the mines are secure, and there are definitely not 7 gladiators inside trying to locate the Queen of Numenor. But then Asher recognizes the 2 buffoons who are left behind to dress up as guards, one of whom hasn't even properly covered the fucking brand on his arm, and so Asher rushes and kills both of them before they have the time to react. he explains to Marcus who these men are and reveals the mark of Batiatus, confirming that Spartacus is here. Presumably, the reason Asher was sent with Glaber's soldiers was so that he could identify any slaves from the house of Batiatus, as Glaber's soldiers would be unable to do this, and because of the fantastic timing, he is able to do precisely this. The mines are at least a day's travel away from Capua, which means Glaber's soldiers arriving here while Spartacus is in the process of busting out Navia is extremely lucky. Spartacus finds himself struck by the suffering in the mines, wishing to free everyone, but Crixus tells him that there are too many and they cannot risk discovery.
Live. You know I will return.
This is something that I'm glad that they addressed, because Spartacus's whole deal in this episode in particular is that all lives have value. However, he recognizes that he cannot practically free all of these slaves, and this will need to be a longer-term goal for him to come back once he has the numbers to properly challenge Rome. After some extensive searching, they are able to locate Navia. Crixus tells her that she is safe, and he begs forgiveness for his part in her ending up here. Then the Romans catch up with them, and we get a brief chase scene through the tunnels, and this chase sequence is intercut with the aforementioned totally inconsequential gladiator match going on in Capua. Eventually, and this part is fucking weird and you'll see why it is staged this way in a minute, the gladiators arrive at a gate, which is their way out. A guard stands by, he notices the gladiators and so he flees through the gate and locks it from the other side, before Spartacus throws a sword and kills him, and the keys fall into the mud.
What is happening?
Why was this man not on the other side of the already locked gate? What purpose does him being inside the mines actually serve? Well, the purpose it serves is that it allows the gladiators to take his key and escape, which they obviously could not have done had this gate just been locked and no guard had been present. To be absolutely clear, if this gate was just locked and there was no guard, Spartacus would have been captured and executed, and the plot would not continue. But because this guard was present, we now get an excuse for Crixus to make a heroic sacrifice. While Mira searches for the key, Crixus tells Spartacus to get Navia to safety while he buys them time, and he charges back into the tunnel and attacks the Roman soldiers. And just to reiterate, we cut away multiple times from Crixus laying down his life to save the woman he loves, so that we can see 4 gladiators we have never seen before and will never see again, fighting in the arena in games that have nothing to do with the plot. Would Crixus do this? Yeah, I can totally accept that he would. He blames himself for what happened to Navia, and his primary objective is to get her out. Crixus would lay down his life for that purpose in a heartbeat. Speaking of Crixus laying down his life, he kind of doesn't, though, because the plot won't let him. The Roman soldiers have no reason not to kill him, and yep, fine, we can argue that Asher might want to capture him alive so as to torture him, but before he has the opportunity to do that, Crixus has to inexplicably survive against numerous Roman soldiers who are armed and who want him dead. But survive he does, and then Asher ambushes him and knocks him out, at which point we thankfully reach the end of the episode. The mines breakout sequence is the worst part of the show. It is exceedingly goofy, heavy on plot armor, consists of a retarded plan that works out perfectly until the plot requires that it does not, and the soldiers showing up when they do is a case of extremely lucky timing. This concept of busting Navia out of the mines, I think, was a bad idea to begin with. Narratively, you could pretty much accomplish the same thing by having them rescue Navia from a villa in the south as originally intended. Because having a group of gladiators infiltrate the mines, locate Navia, and escape has so many failure points that it isn't even really worth entertaining. Yes, this is meant to be dangerous, and the characters acknowledge that this is dangerous, but this is so dangerous that there are multiple times when they should all be captured or killed, and they just aren't because everything kind of works out for them. And so ends the first arc of Vengeance. They have finished the side quest to rescue Navia, and they now have another side quest to rescue Crixus. This is partly why a lot of this season feels like it is spinning its wheels before we get to the good stuff. Narratively, it makes complete sense for them to rescue Naevia, as she was an unresolved thread coming off the end of Blood and Sand. But then as they rescue her, Crixus gets captured, which means I'm like, oh, come on, can we please just get the story moving rather than just an endless cycle of rescuing people? Where episode 2 was sparse and slow, episode 3 is dense and dense. So much happens in episode 3, and much of it is straight up bad. Asher interrogating Enemeus is fantastic, but this is directly connected to Lucretia being alive and her as of yet unrevealed objective, neither of which make much sense. The grieving scene with Crixus and Spartacus is also fantastic, but this is directly connected to the lie about Naevia being dead, which relies on a whole load of random nonsense to line up just perfectly. Which means, by this point, I am confident in saying that the opening 3 episodes of Vengeance are worse than the opening 3 episodes of Blood and Sand. Whilst Season 1 showed us that you can recover from a decidedly unimpressive start, Vengeance has undeniably damaged some of the characters that were so fantastically built throughout Season 1, and it has unfortunately prioritized shallow spectacle and melodrama over detailed character development and intrigue. Once again, the Spartacus and Glaber plots are separate in this episode, but let's mix things up and cover the Spartacus plot first. The Roman stuff in episode 4 is excellent, so let's get the running through the woods bit done first. The gladiators flee through a forest and are pursued by Glaber's men, led by Marcus. Naevia gets spooked and decides to leap out of cover and run away, causing a fight in which Mira rescues her, but Tychos, one of the gladiators, is killed. Naevia is deeply traumatized, which is totally understandable. She has spent the last few months being passed from house to house and ended up in the mines where she was expected to work until she died. She has endured more pain and suffering than any other character in the show so far, so I can fully accept that Spartacus is essentially having to deal with a grade A crazy person who puts them all in danger multiple times. Liscus and the other gladiators are becoming pissed off with Naevia because she is slowing them down, behaving erratically, and getting them killed. They suggest cutting her loose so as to better their chances of escape, believing that there is no longer any reason to rescue Naevia.
Crixus is dead.
One more time?
Crixus is dead.
This is the only dialogue in the episode that references Crixus being dead, and the characters are given no time to grieve because the writers know that Crixus is not dead. Spartacus and Naevia both seem to know that he has been captured rather than killed, and that perhaps they will have the opportunity to save him later down the line. This is a missed opportunity for some character work, but apparently the writers didn't want to have to deal with Spartacus reacting to Crixus' death when he isn't actually dead. They are again attacked by the Romans. Nasir fights to protect Mira and Naevia, but is overpowered by a soldier, which is good. Nasir is barely a fighter, and although he has balls of steel, he is no real threat to a trained soldier, and this results in Nasir being stabbed in the chest. He has already come pretty far from the slave who attempted to kill Spartacus back in episode 2. He joined the rebels because he didn't really have a choice. I know that a choice was presented by Spartacus, but saying no and leaving was not realistically an option. But since getting to know Agron, Crixus, and Spartacus, Nasir has risked his life fighting against the Romans to save Mira and Naevia, leading to him being badly wounded. Following Nasir's injury, Liscus again attempts to convince Spartacus to execute the stragglers so that the strong can survive.
Put him from misery as you did Varro.
Before the fight can escalate, however, Naevia speaks for the first time, saying that Crixus survived worse against Theocles, and that Nasir will live if his wound is sealed with fire. I mean, yeah, but Crixus is like a Giga-Chad. Nasir is a spindly little man-whore who looks like he would collapse if he chipped a nail. Anyway, recognizing that Liscus and Fortis, the only 2 remaining gladiators, do not wish to stay, and that even if they did stay, they would be unable to fight off any more Romans as their numbers now stand at a measly 3 gladiators, 1 punctured twink, 1 stabby lady, and 1 fruitcake, Spartacus orders them to move ahead and regroup with Agron. They then heat up a sword and seal Nasir's wound. Sometime later, Liscus returns and they are again attacked by the Romans. Spartacus and Liscus fight back until Liscus is stabbed in the back by Asher. This means Spartacus is now alone, fighting against an unknown number of Romans. He kills about 6 of them and badly injures Marcus, who tries to call for help from other nearby soldiers.
We will fight until the last drop of Roman blood.
I am not a Roman. I'll fucking die this night.
Before he dies, Lycus tells Spartacus not to let his death be for nothing. In a brief character moment, Naevia shows grief at Lycus's death. She recognizes that he is only dead because he volunteered to help Crixus rescue her, and despite Lycus wanting to leave her behind, she nonetheless appreciates that he gave his life to save her. Soon after, they find themselves surrounded by many men, with Vesuvius still in the distance. Spartacus and Mira commit to going down in a blaze of glory, but they realize that the men surrounding them are in fact Agron and the other gladiators who came out in search of them.
It was the first episode where he's kind of the commander. He had a plan to do something and kill Glaber in episode 1. That didn't work. 2 and 3 is following Crixus and trying to keep the troops together, and now he's with much reduced forces on the run trying to hook up with Agron. This is his beginning of a command structure, that he's going to be the leader.
And he's also combating the gladiators' own prejudices, so they don't think much of these house slaves. They don't see why Spartacus would want to jeopardise their freedom, and I think that's an important moment in his evolution as a leader of men.
Yeah, episode 4 is the Running Through the Woods episode where they spend the entire episode running through the woods. Very little happens. We get basically no character work, other than Spartacus momentarily blaming himself for Nazir getting hurt, before Mira tells him, no, it's cool, you freed us, this isn't your fault. Aside from that, this is fight, walk, fight, walk, fight, walk. Now on to the far more interesting half of the episode. Glaber defends his actions and the insult he caused Verinius by not presenting his men at the games. Albinius agrees that as Glaber acted on information given to him by Lucretia, whom they believe speaks for the gods, his actions are justified, but Verinius remains furious with Glaber for the embarrassment. Ilithia then slides in to suggest that they hold a party to honour Verinius and to apologise for the offence. She claims to be appeasing Verinius so as to speed their return to Rome, but her true motive is ambiguous at this point. Also, Sepia is here. Who is Sepia, you may be asking? Well, she has appeared in a handful of scenes so far, but she really has done basically nothing, so I haven't bothered mentioning her. I will quickly get you up to speed. She is the sister of Sepius. She is immediately characterized as a shit stirrer. It is very strongly implied that Sepia and Sepius are fucking each other, and they don't take much care to hide it. She lusts after Verinius and Glaber, and Ilithia is jealous of Sepia being unencumbered with a husband and a pregnancy. Sepia has come seeking wisdom from Lucretia, the prophet who seems to keep making things come true. And this makes Ilithia rather paranoid as to their intentions. It turns out Sepia has set her sights and her vagina on Verinius, because Verinius has... But, oh dear, Ilithia's cooch has also been steering her in the direction of Verinius recently. Her own husband has repeatedly insulted her, and he blames her for his being present in Capua and being forced to hunt down Spartacus thanks to that whole murdering Licinia thing, which was rather amusingly set in motion by Lucretia, whom Glaber now trusts more than his own wife.
Lucretia continues to prove herself worthy of such estimation. Would that my own wife held the same.
Conversely, Verinius is devilishly handsome and presumably has a tremendous appendage beneath his robes. He is also a successful praetor with the respect of the Senate, whilst Glaber is a pity case who only has his current position because Ilithia was like, but daddy, please give my useless husband a promotion. Lucretia watches Ilithia's reaction carefully and realizes that she too desires Verinius's salsa. Which means we have something of a love triangle going on here. Well, maybe it's more of a love interconnected abstract decagon, which somehow is more explicable than whatever the fuck Ambessa was oinking about in Arcane Season 2. Anyway, some of Glaber's soldiers then return to the Ludus from the mission to capture Spartacus. Glaber is not happy at all that only 3 men have been captured. He removes their hoods one by one, revealing Raskos, Acca, and Crixus. Now it's time for the traditional booby party, where there are boobies of all shapes and sizes, which means there is going to be rather a lot of Teletubbying, blurring, zooming, cropping, and praying that I don't accidentally upload a stray booby. And because this is a booby party, Verinius arrives accompanied by a most distinguished guest, none other than good Casutius, who is apparently in Capua to attend Verinius's games, but I think we all know what he is actually doing here.
Boobies!
After some boob dancing, Glaber addresses the guests and thanks Verinius for arranging the games to help the people of Capua. He then presents the recently captured slaves, offering them to be executed right here, right now. He riles up the crowd by reminding them that these men murdered many of their friends and relatives.
Right to Verinius. Pressing concerns forced hand in preventing my men from presenting at your games. I offer you the lives of these enemies of Rome to balm unintentional wounds.
Verinius considers this, but ultimately decides to decline. He is unwilling to accept Glaber's gesture of goodwill because Glaber really pisses him the fuck off. And he sees this as an opportunity to not only embarrass Glaber, but to gain more favor with the people of Capua. He declines to execute the gladiators, preferring to see them fall in the arena so that their deaths can be enjoyed by all rather than a privileged few. But then Seppius starts whinging about his beloved cousin Sextus for the 15 billionth time, and says that he would find it more appropriate if the gladiators were to fall here, in the very place they committed the massacre. Glaber, in true Spartacus fashion, senses an opportunity.
It is a pity he shall not be honored this night.
Glaber has turned the tables on Verinius, and if Verinius does not cooperate, he will appear unsympathetic to the pain Seppius and many others are feeling. Glaber is not quite as foolish or incompetent as he first appeared. Verinius offers a compromise. Lucretia, as the sole survivor of the massacre, is to choose one man who shall be tortured until he stops moving. So Lucretia is like,
which one?
And whilst she has emotional baggage with Crixus, there is a guy here conveniently wearing a red shirt, lubed up and ready to go. So whilst the show does bait the idea that, oh no, she might choose Crixus, that was never going to happen. From left to right, we have Enemaeus, former champion and doctore of the house, Raskos, a longtime gladiator, Crixus, the undefeated Gaul and former champion of Capua, and Guy. I wonder who's gonna die. Acca gets tortured to death in a very prolonged and sadistic sequence that I find just that little bit excessive. The justification for such extreme violence being inflicted upon a restrained man is that the guests of this party have a personal investment in his suffering, as he stood with Spartacus when he killed their friends. That is a justification, but I don't think it is quite enough, because the show depicts a public torture session as if it is just a perfectly normal thing to do at a party. If we think back across the multitude of characters we have seen so far, there is no way in hell that Romans like Gaia or Dadiatus would be okay with this, nor, come to think of it, would Albinius or Mercato, both of whom are present at this party. We don't get any throwaway lines that indicate that any of the guests have even the slightest problem with such an excessive and cruel punishment, which unfortunately only serves as a way of caricaturing the Romans as the baddies. To be specific about what happens, this is not a crucifixion. This is not the stocks. This is not a beheading. Acca is strung up and unable to move. Seppius cuts out his tongue. Good Casutius removes his breast, because of course he fucking does, and then multiple other Romans cut into him off screen, deliberately making shallow cuts to ensure that he does not die quickly. This is about as sadistic as is possible, and I get that this is a gladiator who turned on his master and killed a bunch of Romans, so obviously they want him to suffer, but there is a difference between sentencing him to die in the arena and personally taking turns tearing him apart while senators and politicians stand and watch like, yep, this is totally normal, which I find crosses the line into absurdity. And I feel this could have been fixed very easily by having Albinius be like, no, I'm not watching this is disgusting. I will also briefly mention why Lucretia does not choose Crixus. She wants him to die in the arena, but more than that, she wants his final moments to be in the arena with the crowd who once cheered his name spitting upon him. He will not die as a champion, but as a common slave with his name lost to history. She not only wants him to die, but to realize that the people he dedicated his life to entertaining now absolutely fucking despise him. Plus, we have the possibility that Lucretia still has feelings for Crixus, and she is perhaps holding out hope that things will go back to the way they were. Either way, whether she truly wants him dead or not, she certainly does not want him to be sliced to pieces in her living room, and so I have no problem with her not choosing him to be tortured to death. During this torture session, Albinius and Ilithia discuss Verinius.
In town but a handful of days and already outshines your husband.
Man does exude.
She reveals that she considers marrying Glaber to have been a mistake, and she asks her father to dissolve her marriage in favour of Verinius. Although Albinius holds Verinius far higher than he does Glaber, he declines, as swapping husbands while pregnant would not exactly be a good look for her. Throughout this scene, Sepia flirts with Verinius, which makes Ilithia even more jelly. He then invites Sepia to start slicing up Mr. Redshirt, and she's like, "Oh, I've not used a knife before. I'm just a silly woman. Tee-hee. Give me your salsa." But he's like, no. If you want my salsa, you need to stab this motherfucker. Sepia is about to start slicing and dicing, but then Akka gives her the old "please don't stab me" puppy dog eyes, and she backs down, lacking the nerve to hurt this man, even though Verinius wants her to. Ilithia then senses an opportunity. She hands her drink to her slave without taking her eyes off Sepia, grabs that knife and is like, "Hey boyo, check this out." And she drives her blade home, impressing Verinius and causing Sepia to be like, "Oh damn, I guess I'll have to settle for my brother's inferior salsa."
That is how you sate desire. For love. For vengeance. Without hesitation.
Then we get a reference to Marcus Crassus. Verinius jokes with a couple of women that Crassus has a large purse, but a microscopic penis. Ilithia overhears this, and Verinius is slightly worried that Ilithia may start telling people about this joke he made about Crassus's dingaling, which is another implication that Crassus is an exceptionally powerful and dangerous man, as was heavily implied in Blood and Sand.
Even Ilithia has sense enough to fear reprisal from the cousin of Marcus Crassus.
As she should. That man shits gold.
If you would like to hear me talk about Crassus, then you will have to wait until I make my video on War of the Damned. So, if you want to see that video sooner rather than later, please comment, like, share, subscribe, all that good stuff, if you have not already. Anyway, Verinius has been very flirty with Ilithia since the start of the season.
Apologies to your daughter that I could not linger to gaze upon her.
We shall see you properly attended.
This is clearly not a one-way road, and he very much wants a piece of her pie. So Ilithia is like, "Well, give me your salsa and I'll keep my mouth shut about Crassus and his tiny little pecker." Naturally, Verinius begins finger-blasting her, and he says that if she wants more, she will need to remove herself from the burdens of marriage and pregnancy. Ilithia says that Verinius's name, wed to her father's, would grant power and wealth to rival Crassus himself, bringing the conversation full circle by promising Verinius equal status to a man he fears. This is excellent. Ilithia's moistness levels have now exceeded YMS's after he watched Zootopia, and so this means something bad is probably about to happen. She goes to find her father, and she finds him. And she also finds Lucretia, who is sitting on top of him. It turns out that Lucretia also sensed an opportunity. She spoke with Albinius, intending to help him work out what to do with Ilithia. One thing led to another, and she found herself doing squats on an octogenarian cucumber. Lucretia has climbed right to the top of the power pole. She has skipped Glaber and Verinius and has placed Albinius firmly between her legs. Whatever she is planning is probably not good news for Ilithia. The reason why Ilithia is able to get what she wants is because she is Albinius's daughter, and now Lucretia is evidently seeking similar favor. After politely waiting for them to finish, Ilithia confronts Lucretia. She thinks that Lucretia is trying to replace her mother, who died prior to the start of the series, and that she is trying to strong-arm her way into a position of power. Lucretia acknowledges that she has hurt Ilithia in the past, and she claims that she did so because she was jealous of Ilithia's position, beauty, and youth.
You remember what happened between us?
I remember everything.
Ilithia has gradually become increasingly paranoid and distrustful of Lucretia, and she considers this a threat. and positions herself to pulverize Lucretia's face on the stone floor of the villa, before Lucretia reveals that the reason she banged Albinius was to convince him to dissolve Ilithia's marriage to Glaber. She claims that she is doing this purely as a means of making peace with Ilithia. Seeing how terrified Lucretia is, Ilithia realizes that actually she is the one with all the power. She gives her friend a kiss, and Lucretia's face remains intact. As for how much sense it makes for Lucretia to do this, we must wait until episode 10, when her actual motive is revealed.
How mad is Lucretia? Because she starts the season quite insane. We had a lot of discussions about exactly, has she lost her mind, or is the old Lucretia back?
At the end of this season, they'll realize she's criminally insane. So she puts on a great front and can function perfectly, but she's a woman with a goal, and nothing's going to stand in the way of her and her goal. All shall be revealed.
Where the Spartacus plot involves them running through a forest for 30 minutes, the Roman plot is firing on all cylinders, and we get some great backstabbery, intrigue, scheming, and politicking of the kind we have not seen so far in Vengeance. This is easily the best episode of the season so far, thanks entirely to the Roman side of the plot, and if the whole episode was dedicated to that, it would rank far higher overall. But regardless, things are heating up in and around Ilithia, and we are about to reach a turning point. Similarly to the finale of Blood and Sand, Libertus starts at the end and then flashes back. Albinius, Verinius, Ilithia, and Glaber all start bickering, and this appears to just be them being them, although once we flash back, we get some further setup that has brought them to be having this particular argument. Glaber is repeatedly insulted and unfavorably compared to Verinius. He is prodded for failing to capture Spartacus, and good Casutius even gets in on the action by asking him rhetorically if Glaber's distant relative was the man who failed to defend Capua from Hannibal. Given how episode 4 ended, the reason for this is clear. Glaber has somehow learned that his marriage is to be dissolved so that his wife can marry Verinius, and apparently everyone else knows about this as well, making him even more of a laughingstock than usual. Then Crixus, Enemaeus, and Raskos enter the arena to be executed. But who shall be doing the executing, I wonder? The only gladiator from Capua to ever earn his freedom upon the sands. A true god of the arena. I give you Gannicus. I understand what they were doing here, although my preference would have been to save the Gannicus reveal until the end of the episode and to do things chronologically. The reason the writers did this is twofold. Firstly, oh my god, it's Gannicus, I've got to watch until the end and see what happens. Secondly, reintroducing Gannicus by having him enter the arena like this is a far more powerful character introduction than had they gone chronologically, in which case he would have been introduced having a conversation with Mercato. This is not ideal, and it loses the shock factor. However, I would have a marginal preference for them saving Gannicus until the end, and then perhaps in the following episode going back to explain why Gannicus did all of this. Instead, they front-load the episode with this reveal, opening up with a bang, and then going into the explanation during the episode, which I can understand. Crixus is confused as to why Gannicus would do this, and Enemaeus replies that Gannicus is a man without honor. Gannicus recognizes that he and Enemaeus facing each other in a fight to the death was something Melita always feared, as we know from episode 2 of Gods of the Arena.
What would really happen?
I would give your husband a glorious death.
Which essentially foreshadows what we get here in this episode. Because Enemaeus has been fed a load of information by Asher, he directly asks Gannicus if he lay with Melita the night she left this world, a question Gannicus was not expecting to be asked when he decided to do this, and his guilt-stricken face tells Enemaeus all he needs to know, and so the fighting begins, before we flash back to one day earlier. As the slaves approach Vesuvius following the end of episode 4, Agron regrets that they all split up in episode 3. and suggests that had they all been together in the mines, they would not have lost so many men. In total, the fallout from rescuing Naevia is that Manus, Planus, Liscus Fortis, and at least 3 other gladiators are dead, and Crixus and Raskos are at this point presumed dead. Spartacus, Agron, and a handful of German gladiators, including Donar, are the only ones left. Agron reacting this way is great, because in spite of the fact that he does not like Crixus, and in spite of the fact that everyone they lost was a Gaul, their numbers have been dramatically weakened as a result. Agron feels a level of guilt for not being present when he and those loyal to him could have made a difference. This is later demonstrated by his reaction to Nasir's injury. Agron and Nasir's relationship has gradually developed throughout the season. They bonded over having each lost a brother. Chadara noticed that Nasir and Agron had been spending a lot of time together, and she was envious of Nasir for having landed a man of such status. In spite of his feelings, Nasir decided to reveal the truth to Crixus, and to then assist him in attacking the mines, largely because he felt guilty, and that he owed this to Crixus as an apology. At the time, Agron considered this to be a betrayal.
I accompanied my Dominus to the mines once. I may be of some aid.
Fucking Syrians.
However, upon seeing Nasir return badly wounded, Agron regrets that Nasir almost died when he could have been present to save him, thereby recognizing that he was wrong to handle the situation in the way that he did. Later in the episode, Agron and Nasir kiss for the first time. Spartacus, however, tells Agron that had they all gone to the mines, they would have lost even more men. Although Spartacus took tremendous issue with Agron lying about Naevia, he does not blame Agron for choosing not to go with them.
Mistakes were made on both sides.
The dialogue we actually get in this scene is great. It's pretty much exactly what I would have expected from these characters, but the part that is notably missing is any recognition that Crixus is now dead. All characters conveniently do not have this discussion, despite confirmation later in the episode that, yes, at this point they do think that everyone they left in the mines is dead. Then they come across a ruined temple at the base of Vesuvius, occupied by a single man. This man is something of a Swiss army knife, and it is not inaccurate to say that the rest of the season simply cannot happen without his presence. He is used multiple times by the writers to solve some rather tricky problems, essentially functioning as a personified plot device. This isn't necessarily a problem, depending on the level of characterization that he receives, but unfortunately, his characterization and justification for even being here is thin, indicating that he was invented to solve a handful of problems, and was then granted baseline characteristics so as to justify his presence. Lucius emerges from the temple aiming a bow at Spartacus and telling him politely to fuck off. Spartacus does not fuck off, Lucius finds himself surrounded, and yet he does not lower his bow, telling us that this man does not particularly care about staying alive.
So the gods finally fucked me to the afterlife. Care to join me?
Spartacus lowers his sword.
Spartacus?
And, realizing that the man before him is the escaped slave who has been going around freeing others and killing Romans, Lucius invites him to stay. Spartacus asks Lucius why he is here, alone in a ruined temple in the middle of nowhere, and this prompts Lucius to tell everyone his backstory. He used to have a villa, land, horses, and a family, and they were all taken from him by a man named Sulla, a Roman who marched against his own people, punishing anyone who defied him.
As a slave is so treated.
Thank you for the fucking obvious.
Lucius offers to ally with Spartacus because they both want the Romans to suffer. It seems they have found a remarkably convenient new ally just when they need one. The character of Lucius is a thinly disguised plot device, and his insertion into the story feels very artificial, as though the writers decided to spawn an answer to all their problems directly into their path. The gladiators decided to head for Vesuvius because it is a defensible position in a tactically advantageous location. When they arrive, they just so happen to find an abandoned temple they can use for shelter. Inside the temple just so happens to be a man whose objectives align with theirs. Had Lucius been hostile like literally every other Roman they have encountered, they would have killed him, and the plot would not continue. Not only does Lucius have similar objectives to them, but his reasoning is almost identical. He experienced a similar loss to many of the slaves. He was wronged by the Romans, who killed his family, stole his land, and treated him as a slave. Sulla, the Roman who marched on his own people and caused this harm to Lucius, does not play a part in the story outside of this. Although he is presumably a reference to the historical figure of the same name, who was alive and active during this time period. He is simply a guy whom we are told did a thing to Lucius, and this then singularly justifies him allying with Spartacus. Lucius then immediately begins serving his purpose as a plot device. He tells Spartacus that he thought all of them had fallen in the mines and that he heard about this when he was in Neapolis. Because Lucius is not a slave, he is free to go wherever he chooses without any obstacles, and he therefore has a skill set that is unique amongst Spartacus's allies. He fills a very important gap that, again, allows the plot to happen. He continues that the only survivors of the attack on the mines are to be executed in Verinius's games tomorrow, and although he does not know their names, he has heard that 3 men stand, one of whom is the undefeated Gaul.
I'm so frustrated right now.
Excellent. So Spartacus just randomly bumped into the friendly neighborhood Roman who told him where he could find Crixus, and had this not lined up perfectly, we have to assume that Crixus, Enemaeus, and Raskos are all dead. However, armed with this information from his convenient new friend, Spartacus has concocted a wacky scheme to get them out of this predicament. Lucius told him that word is spreading that they were basically defeated in the mines. Spartacus intends to demonstrate that his little rebellion has not been so easily squashed, nor does he wish to see his brothers fall in the arena. He plans to attack the arena of Capua, reasoning that as gladiators they are more familiar with it than anyone else, and that this is a move Glaber would never see coming. The executions are intended to serve as a message that Rome will smother any flame that burns against its rule.
I would send a message of our own, one that will ignite the hearts of all yet enslaved.
Meanwhile, Asher returns Marcus's body to Glaber, and claims that Marcus fell when they were pursuing Spartacus, and that Spartacus himself fatally wounded Marcus. Glaber is not fucking happy, finding it unlikely that Marcus is dead whilst Asher survived, and he orders that Asher will be executed in the arena along with his former brothers. Not only did Asher fail to save Marcus, but he also failed to capture Spartacus. He has proven completely useless, and because Glaber already has plenty of reason to dislike and distrust him, he decides to cut his losses and rid himself of another problem. Something that is not present in the show, but was in earlier versions of the script, before they had to cut 3 episodes for budgetary reasons, is that Glaber and Marcus were in a sexual relationship, which would further explain why Glaber is so enraged when Marcus dies. This is not necessary to explain his reaction, but I found it interesting to consider how much more fleshed out some of this would have been had we gotten 13 episodes as originally planned, instead of 10. So Glaber sends word to Albinius, informing him that he has once again failed to capture Spartacus, and that as a result, Spartacus will not be executed in Verinius's games. We cut to Albinius, Verinius, Ilithia, and Lucretia, who are all gathered in Albinius's villa to discuss how to go about dissolving Ilithia's marriage to Glaber. Albinius doesn't want Glaber to learn of their plan until they pull the trigger, as he does not want any kind of public fallout that would potentially damage the reputations of those involved. As a quick reminder, Albinius wants to do this because he vastly prefers Verinius to Glaber, and Lucretia convinced him using her vagina that this was a good idea. Lucretia wants to do this because she wants Ilithia to be happy, or at least this is what we are meant to believe for the moment. Verinius wants to do this because Ilithia is wealthy and it will hurt Glaber. And finally, Ilithia wants to do this because she clearly has a thing for Verinius, and Glaber has repeatedly found himself to be a bit of an embarrassment. However, then a spanner is thrown in the works, and by the works I mean Ilithia's very pregnant womb. Because Albinius is very conscious of public perception, as has been the case since the character was introduced at the start of Blood and Sand, he tells Ilithia that in order for him to be comfortable dissolving her marriage, she must end the pregnancy. Verinius also presumably has no intention of raising Glaber's child, which presents Lucretia with a problem entirely of her own making, and a problem that she goes about addressing in perhaps the worst possible way. Ilithia and Lucretia return to the house of Batiatus, and Lucretia finds her friend holding a vial of abortion juice, considering her actions. Lucretia suggests that Ilithia delay, as her absence at Verinius's games would be noticed. She explains that she has forced many of her slaves to drink abortion juice, and that Ilithia will sicken and bleed for many days. Ilithia decides that this is a good call, as she wishes to be present for the games, presumably intending to continue the facade that she is Glaber's loving wife, until she has the opportunity to commit otherwise. Lucretia is obviously up to something, we just don't know what. Time will eventually tell. Lucretia then speaks with Asher, who has been chained up in a cell awaiting his execution. Lucretia does not want Asher to be executed, and she claims that this is because Asher saved her life. But it is quickly revealed that she requires his services. She wants Asher to sneak into Ilithia's room and replace the contents of the abortion juice vial so as to prevent Ilithia from being able to end the pregnancy. Lucretia will then be like, "Oh wow, would you look at that, Ilithia? The gods want the baby to be born. I guess you'll have to stay married to Glaber after all." Wait, so then why did she try to get Ilithia to marry Verinius if that isn't something that she wants to happen? I'll get to that later. Anyway, because Asher has plenty of experience snooping around the house, he is familiar with these vials and he knows exactly what they are used for. This means Asher now knows that Ilithia intends to abort her child, and Lucretia knows that Asher knows this. So Asher asks why Lucretia doesn't just do this herself, which is an entirely reasonable question.
You are close there and move freely through the villa.
But she replies that the risk of discovery is too great. And unfortunately, this is a piss-poor explanation. Asher is far more likely to be discovered than Lucretia, and that is if we assume that Lucretia even trusts Asher with such a task. Asher has no reason to actually do what she says. And wouldn't you just fucking know it, Asher doesn't do what Lucretia says. Oh boy, who could have possibly seen this coming? We then learn that Lucretia convinced Glaber not to kill Asher, but this happened entirely off-screen. Glaber has been convinced for now that the gods foretell of Asher's worth, but that is all the dialogue we get, which is definitely insufficient given how much reason Glaber has to hate Asher and blame him for much of the trouble he now finds himself in. So, Asher, the sneaky fucking bastard, then tells Glaber that through the bars of his cell he saw Ilithia's slave carrying a vial of abortion juice. Glaber then checks Ilithia's belongings and finds the vial, before waiting for her to return to her room. He has discovered, quite unfortunately, that Ilithia intends to kill his heir.
I know what I hold, and the intent it carries.
Ilithia tells her husband that he is not worthy of an heir, nor is he worthy of her. Typically, if a Roman woman were to speak to her husband in such a way, the husband would be well within his right to discipline her, but Glaber's response indicates that he knows that he is not above her, nor is he even her equal. If Glaber were to hit Ilithia, he would then have to explain to her father, who is significantly more powerful than him, why he has backhanded his wife, and he would then suffer the political consequences of doing so. Glaber is not in control of his life, nor is he in control of his wife. He instead commands her that he will hold his child in his arms, and that she will play the part of dutiful mother and wife. She refuses and then reveals that she intends to dissolve their marriage in favor of Verinius. This means that, through involving Asher for absolutely no reason, Lucretia's plan has backfired dramatically. There is an alternative explanation for Lucretia's actions, which I will get to towards the end of the video, but let's just say for now that whichever way you spin this, Lucretia's actions don't make sense. It appears that Albinius wanted to keep Glaber in the dark, but because Lucretia tried to swap out the abortion juice with water, Glaber now knows everything.
You conspire against me.
This can't possibly go wrong, but they depart for Verinius's games, presenting themselves as husband and wife for the last time. During the episode, we get 2 brief scenes with Gannicus. He discusses the terms of his employment with Mercato, and we learn that he is short on money, which suggests that he is doing this as a financial move. Mercato pays him a small amount up front, with the full sum to be paid after the fact. Gannicus then visits one of the brothels in Capua that has not been massacred by Spartacus and his buddies, and Gannicus partakes in the moistening of poon. Thankfully, Gannicus was not present in the brothel in episode 1, or else this would have been a very different story. Anyway, this prostitute has not met Gannicus before, and he tells her that he has not been in Capua for many years. She notices his rudis and realizes that she is speaking with Gannicus, the gladiator who won his freedom. He explains to her and the audience that the rudis must remain at his side at all times, as it serves as proof that he is no longer a slave. These scenes only accomplish a couple of things, but they are relatively brief. The writers tell us that Gannicus has continued to indulge in wine and women as a means of coping with his past. They remind us of the importance of the rudis, and they establish that he has a friendship with this prostitute, which will become important later. We then tie back in with the start of the episode, having received the necessary setup to get all parties to the arena. Spartacus and a handful of gladiators emerge from the sewers in one of the rooms beneath the stadium. We do not yet know what their plan is, but unfortunately we skip them entering Capua and getting into the arena without anyone noticing. They are just here now, and we are expected to accept that the sewers are a safe place where they can't be caught. There are guards everywhere, as has been stated in this very episode, so my guess is that we are to assume that they entered the sewers via an entrance that is located outside of the city, and then walked and or swam up the sewers and into the arena. We don't see any of this, but even from what we do see, this is rather hard to accept, because swimming any distance through sewage water whilst wearing armor, quite possibly in total darkness, is going to be a tremendously difficult task. Anyway, the room they emerge in is manned only by a couple of guards, and the gladiators ambush them and steal their armor. Spartacus and Agron suit up, leaving Mira, Donar, and a handful of others to enact the other part of their plan. Spartacus and Agron are able to remain undetected, and this is singularly justified by their experience at having fought many times in the arena, and so they are very familiar with the movements of the guards beneath the stadium. They know where the guards would and would not go, how they would move, and when they would move, and so I take no issue with them remaining undetected. They position themselves at the gate where Gannicus and the victorious gladiators from earlier in the day await their entry into the arena. Spartacus then notices the mark of Batiatus on Gannicus's arm, and this leads into a brief conversation that allows us to understand a bit more of Gannicus's character. Spartacus getting the opportunity to see the mark, to me, felt contrived, but on reflection, it does make sense for Gannicus to approach the arena dressed in this way. He has put on his own armor, but he cannot secure his own vambraces as they are on each arm, which means someone else has to do this for him, thus giving Spartacus the opportunity to see the mark on his arm. Anyway, Spartacus is shocked because this tells him that this man is voluntarily fighting against his own brothers.
You're from the house of Batiatus.
Agron is like, what the fuck are you doing? But this is more than just an unwise reflexive move from Spartacus. He wishes to understand what little he can of Gannicus before they enter the arena, because Gannicus is at this point his enemy. Who is he, and why is he willing to execute his fellow gladiators? Gannicus replies that if his brothers must fall, he wishes to give them an honorable death given by one who holds them to heart. Now I need to take some time out to explore why Gannicus is doing this, because his presence here is a major plot point that totally affects the rest of the season as well as War of the Damned. Gannicus was a free man. he left Capua voluntarily, and we later learn that he spent time in Rome. My presumption is that he wandered from city to city, drinking and fucking and trying to deal with his demons from the past. This went on for years until, in episode 2, Enemeus is captured, at which point Enemeus would have been due to be executed after he had been interrogated. It is not clear how or when Gannicus learned that Enemeus was to be executed, but this simply must have happened by some means, as the reason he is here is because he wishes to give Enemeus an honourable death. This is not explained, but if we do a little bit of charitable reading, we can connect the dots. When errant slaves are executed in the arena, this is typically no big deal. We have seen this multiple times. House slaves were executed prior to the opening games of the arena. Spartacus and his countrymen were to be executed by means of one-on-one combat. And Spartacus himself acted as an executioner in episodes 7 and 12 of Blood and Sand. However, in this case, we have 3 trained gladiators being executed, 2 of whom are among the most prolific gladiators currently alive. The fact that their hands are chained together and they have been given blunted swords is a handicap, but if you send a regular execution squad against Enemeus, Crixus, and Raskos, there is a pretty substantial risk that you will not get the desired outcome. This is why Verinius decided to elevate their execution to the primus of his games, which is not common practice at all. The other reason being that the purpose of these games is to make a show of executing Spartacus's allies, and had Glaber successfully captured the man himself, Spartacus would have been set to die here as well. This meant they needed to find a man capable of standing against potentially 3 former champions of Capua. And as we have dialogue references for, Mercato is particularly skilled at choosing gladiators to face each other, so more than likely Mercato tracked down Gannicus and invited him to return to Capua and fight in the Primus against his former brothers, and to be paid handsomely for doing so. This does all line up. The potential question mark is, how did Mercato track down Gannicus? And how did he manage to do this in a relatively brief amount of time? But this does seem plausible, as Mercato is a man with resources, and Gannicus is a man whose presence would be noticed. So, Gannicus enters the arena, and the gladiators are followed by Spartacus and Agron, who stand back, posing as guards. At this point, there is no turning back. Enemeus opens the fight, battling to end Gannicus for what happened with Melita, and this is notably the first and only time that Enemeus gets to fight in the arena. He had longed to return to the sands since the start of Gods of the Arena, but could not have imagined that he would do so under these circumstances. Meanwhile, the other slaves led by Mira begin pouring oil beneath the stadium, and when they are spotted pretty much immediately, Mira ignites it with a torch. The plan has been revealed. When Spartacus spoke earlier of smothering flames and igniting people's hearts, this was not purely metaphorical. The man literally intended to set the entire fucking building on fire. This whole sequence is an excellent display of tension, as Spartacus and Agron must wait until Mira manages to get the fire going before they can make a move. And this may mean they are forced to stand idle and watch Enemeus, Crixus, and Raskos get cut down. If they try to intervene, the other guards will realize what is happening, the fight will stop, and all 5 of them will be killed immediately. After a glorious fight, Raskos is killed. Crixus watches the last of his Gaelic brothers fall before him. Crixus is then speared in the leg, as Spartacus and Agron are forced to wait. Meanwhile, Mira recognizes that the supports are not burning fast enough, and so they wrap a chain around the beam to try and drag it down, as Gannicus manages to disarm Enemeus.
I will send you to her arms, brother.
Moments before Crixus and Enemeus are about to be executed, Mira and the others manage to bring down the support beam, and... Wait, so did they bring down like 200 people on top of them? Apparently not, because they aren't dead, but unless they had detailed schematics of the stadium, I fail to see how this is possible. They take out a support beam, causing the floor of the stadium above to collapse down on top of them, so I honestly can't really tell you how any of them are alive. Had there been more time in the episode, the writers could have used this for a hero moment. The plan was to set it on fire and wait, but then the plan changed because it wasn't burning fast enough. They never intended to be directly under the floor when it collapsed. This was a course of necessity. They could have easily had Donar, who was originally intended to die in episode 1, be like, "Get out of here, I've got this," and then bring down the support beam on top of himself as a heroic sacrifice. Instead, quite unfortunately, the writers decided to just kind of not show us how any of them survived this, and then they survived this. Anyway, this causes a chain reaction, and the arena begins to collapse, and thousands of people are engulfed in a firestorm. Now I'm going to argue why this is morally okay, or at least why this is morally okay from Spartacus's perspective, making it distinct from the brothel massacre in episode 1. Really, it comes down to 4 key points. Bringing down the arena is a practical necessity to rescue Crixus, Enemeus, and Raskos. It is their only means of causing a distraction large enough to save their brothers. This was not the case with the brothel, as that massacre was entirely without reasonable motive. Secondly, part of the point of this is to send an explosive message to the Romans and their slaves that even the mighty Republic bleeds when struck. The desired outcome here is to prove that Spartacus and his rebellion are not all but defeated, as the rumors stated following the mines. He is in fact stronger and bolder than ever. Thirdly, the victims are not innocent. These are people who spend their time cheering for death, being entertained by the suffering of others. Spartacus and the other gladiators have fought countless times in this arena, while these people have been enjoying the carnage from the sidelines. The patrons of the brothel were also being entertained by slaves, and in many cases these slaves will not have enjoyed what they were doing, but these brothel goers had not specifically benefited from Spartacus's suffering. From his perspective, everyone in that crowd is a bad person, which I do not think would be his perspective of the men in the brothel. And finally, the way this act of mass killing is framed by the show is very different, because in the brothel, Spartacus explicitly stabs unarmed people in the back and occasionally in their junk, whilst here they die from being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Anyway, in a moment of unyielding cosmic luck, Gannicus and Enemeus are hit by one of the canopies as it falls on them, thus saving Enemeus' life and removing Gannicus from the fight. This is, again, lucky as fuck, because had Gannicus remained active, either he or Spartacus almost certainly would have been killed, because Spartacus's objective is to rescue Enemeus, and if he has to go through Gannicus, so be it. Which means we would have Spartacus and Gannicus fighting to the death, and honestly, it's anyone's guess as to who would win. My money would be on Spartacus, as we don't know how much fighting Gannicus has done in the last few years. And, let's be honest, he's probably hungover. This scene marks the only time that all 4 of Batiatus' champions share the sands of the arena at the same time, although they are not all fighting at the same time, as Spartacus does not enter the fight until Gannicus and Enemeus are removed from it. As the arena collapses, Spartacus and Agron make their move. They attack the remaining gladiators as the Romans in the Pulvinus begin to evacuate. Mercato is crushed by rubble, and good Casutius is struck by a spear intended for Glaber. This is okay, although it feels like far too simple and quick a death for such a vile character. The original plan was to have the spear go right into his mouth, which would have been more appropriate for certain symbolic reasons, and right here I would make a joke involving a sausage if I wasn't worried about YouTube demonetizing the video again. However, the producers found that it was too expensive and time-consuming to create the effects necessary for this, and so good Casutius' death was simplified, as this sequence is already very extensive on visual effects, and he is not an important character. Meanwhile, Gannicus has dragged Enemeus to safety. Gannicus and Spartacus have no idea if the other is going to attack them, until Gannicus drops his weapon. They pick up Enemeus, and everyone escapes via the sewers. Gannicus' Rudis is lost amongst the rubble.
We were kind of like, Spartacus and Gannicus seeing each other for the first time. We played this little moment of, what are you going to do to him? And it's not until Crixus comes running up that he realizes that he's an ally. But even still at this time, he still doesn't really know.
But he's just going on good faith that Crixus must know what he's doing, you know.
The final piece of drama we get is that Albinius informs Glaber that because Spartacus has once again made a fool of him, which I feel is something of an understatement, his days in the Senate are no more. Not only will Glaber be barred from climbing any higher, but he is going to lose what he has. His wife, his job, his title, all taken, thanks to Spartacus repeatedly getting the better of him. Shortly afterwards, he encounters Albinius having been oh so unfortunately trapped under a piece of rubble, and so Glaber senses an opportunity.
I'm not the fool you and your daughter think me.
F's in the chat for Albinius, I guess. Glaber has finally grown some nads, and he proves that he is willing to do whatever is necessary to get what he wants. He is not going to bend over and accept Verinius's censored by salsa. He is instead going to murder a senator, and in the act, punish his wife for daring to move against him. He reveals to Ilithia that her father has fallen at the hands of Spartacus, and she is distraught, not just because she has lost her father, but with him she has also lost her means of dissolving her marriage. Glaber's cover story is that Spartacus killed Albinius, a very powerful and well-respected man with substantially more influence than himself, and part of the stakes this season rely on Rome sending its armies after Spartacus if Spartacus kills Glaber. This is in fact the basis for the entire season, as this is why Crixus stops him from killing Glaber in episode 1. And yet, following Spartacus's supposed murder of a member of the Roman Senate, Rome does precisely nothing in response. No legions, no reinforcements, no overwhelming tide of bodies bent on crushing this little rebellion. The writers simply ignore this. We don't get a conversation with Glaber where he reveals that Rome's forces are spread way too thin for them to send anyone else. This, therefore, gives the impression that the writers didn't want some other praetor showing up with thousands of soldiers just yet, and so there are simply no consequences for Spartacus supposedly murdering a senator. Glaber then comforts Ilithia, telling her that they will survive this together.
As husband and wife.
I kinda want to feel sorry for Ilithia, but at the same time,
Get what you fucking deserve!
Interestingly, throughout the last 2 episodes, Ilithia has tried to climb too high, and she is hurt as a result, which is exactly what happened to Sepia in episode 4, when she tried to impress Verinius but lacked the nerve to follow through. Anyway, Glaber of course knows exactly what he is doing, and the way he says this communicates to Ilithia that he killed Albinius. Ilithia is now condemned to remain married to a man she doesn't love, a man who is a perpetual embarrassment and failure, and a man who murdered her father. She looks to Verinius for help, but he understands exactly what this means, and he leaves without a word. Which actually means Glaber indirectly did Verinius a favor. He may have wanted to gain wealth and power to rival Crassus, but he would also have been married to fucking Ilithia.
No reward is worth this.
As Ilithia realizes the situation she has now got herself stuck in, we cut to black. Libertus is the first big spectacle episode of the season, and whilst it delivers on that promise, there are a whole load of very lucky happenings that make the show feel slightly more like a brainless action movie than the tightly focused character drama that it was in prior seasons. When Blood and Sand and Gods of the Arena did spectacle, this was typically grounded entirely in its characters, rather than, oh wow, wasn't that lucky. As in prior episodes, Lucretia's actions don't really make any sense, which I'm going to cover towards the end of the video. She spends most of the episode trying to recover from the obvious consequences of her scheming in the prior episode, and although there are some great moments between the Romans, this all being set in motion by a character doing things that they have no real reason to do is something of a detriment. The writers also introduced the character of Lucius, who functions essentially as the hand of the writers, giving Spartacus information and the means to make the plot happen. Despite its shortcomings, the attack on the arena is still a huge step up from episode 3 in particular, because the plan is nowhere near as dumb and there are not quite as many failure points. We actually get to see the characters behaving somewhat sensibly during the action set piece, and although a lot of it is strung together by improbably good luck, the decisions they actually make are all coherent. But now the arena is gone. Gannicus has been reintroduced, Ilithia's plan has hit a brick wall, and Glabber is more motivated than ever to bring that pesky Thracian to heel. Episode 5 is by far the most entertaining episode of the season so far, although it does certainly contain more problems than episode 4 as a result of it being much wider in scope. But with that, we are halfway. I do hope you are enjoying the video, and once again I would like to give a special hello and thank you to those of you watching the premiere. As with many prior episodes, the Roman plots and the rebel plots are entirely disconnected, so let's start by covering the Romans. Lucretia confronts Asher about that one time when he betrayed her by revealing Ilithia's intentions to Glabber, and Asher says, "Oh man, I don't know how that happened, maybe it was the gods," sarcastically mocking Lucretia for her whole, "woo, I speak for the gods now, do what I say" thing that she has going. Lucretia slaps him, and Asher then makes it abundantly clear to Lucretia that she does not command him anymore, before engaging in
a sexual encounter lacking in consent.
Is that ad-friendly enough for you, YouTube? Oh, fuck, there's a sausage, quick!
Smoke bomb!
Asher is taking his first steps in becoming Batiatus. He has taken Batiatus's wife, and he intends to have his very own Ludus, coming soon to a network near you. Yeah, I have no idea what Lucretia was expecting would happen here. Asher is not loyal to her, nor does he have the same objectives as her. Asher will do whatever he needs in order to gain status for himself, something that Lucretia is very aware of, and yet she inexplicably thought that he would keep the knowledge that Glabber's wife plans to kill his heir to himself. Meanwhile, Glabber has invited Seppius to the villa for a little negotiation. He tells Seppius that the only person who benefits from the two of them not being allied is Spartacus himself, and he proposes that they combine their forces and overwhelm their enemy. This is the second time Glabber has tried to ally with Seppius, and given what just happened in the arena, this is a sensible move. However, the fact that Seppius hates Glabber and is allied to Verinius means he has no intention of doing the sensible thing. Glabber then does something sneaky. Verinius returned to Rome immediately after the end of episode 5, and the reason he did this was because he recognized that Glabber had outplayed him, and he no longer had any reason to stay in Capua. Glabber uses this fact to paint Verinius as a spineless coward who abandoned the city while the arena was still burning, wishing to distance himself from everything in Capua, including Seppius, so as to ensure that his political aspirations are not hindered. Yet again, Glabber is twisting the truth because he knows exactly why Verinius really left. But despite Glabber's best efforts, Seppius refuses to shake his hand, opting to consider this proposal and give an answer the following day. Ilithia then makes her first proactive move following the death of her father. She invites Seppia to the villa, hoping that they can console each other for their respective losses. Ilithia lost her dad, and Seppia lost Mercato, who was a family friend who had known her since she was a child. She is also hoping that Seppia will be able to convince Seppius to ally with Glabber. Later, Seppia arrives for her group grieving session with Ilithia and Lucretia. Ilithia redirects the conversation towards the many other Romans who died during the breakout at the end of Blood and Sand, in an attempt to impress upon Seppia the importance of capturing Spartacus. Seppia, despite her age and relative inexperience, immediately realizes what Ilithia is doing. She was not invited here for comfort, but to help convince her brother to help Glabber. Ilithia tries to be like, "What? Lying and manipulation? Me? I would never," whilst Lucretia admits, "Clever girl," but says that they all share the same wounded heart, and that wound was inflicted by Spartacus. Seppia says that she will speak with her brother, but doubts that she will be able to convince him. During this conversation, Glaber shows up and Sepia is like,
That man's thunderous thighs are making me hell delirious.
And Glaber compliments her as a ray of light in a house mired in shadow. Because Glaber now has absolute power over his wife, he can pretty much do whatever he wants, and what he wants is becoming clear. Intercut with all of this, we get a lot of plotting and character work for Asher. Glaber is given Gannicus's rudis, recovered from the wreckage of the arena, and is informed that many of his own soldiers have fled following the attack, believing that Spartacus unleashes the wrath of the gods. Glaber is obviously pissed, but Asher says that this is meaningless, as entire legions could be sent after Spartacus, and they too would fall, reminding Glaber that gladiators are far from common slaves. When Glaber arrived in Capua at the start of the season, he clearly underestimated his opponent, as he arrived with a relatively small detachment of soldiers. Glaber did witness Spartacus single-handedly defeating 7 of his men in blood and sand, but he attributed this to Spartacus being a formidable fighter who was the champion of Capua, and so possessed skills far beyond most gladiators.
Not all fighters, Spartacus.
Asher, however, contests that 3 of Glaber's men would not equal 1 trained gladiator, and Glaber demands a demonstration from Asher himself. Asher has not fought in a very long time, at least 5 years by this point, and Glaber, of course, really doesn't like Asher, so he forces Asher into a demonstration he believes he cannot win.
Give lesson, prove, boast.
Asher is surrounded by Glaber's men, and he starts to get his Syrian shit pushed in before he strikes back with pocket sand, and eventually manages to defeat his 3 opponents.
And I was considered lowest among the Brotherhood.
Asher being able to take on 3 Roman soldiers is a bit silly, even if we run with the show's portrayal of gladiators as godlike warriors of legend. In Blood and Sand, Spartacus defeating 1, 2, then 4 of Glaber's men was considered remarkable, but is far more justifiable because Spartacus was the best gladiator in Capua at that point. He was a trained soldier from his time in Thrace, and on top of that, he received anywhere up to a couple of years of training as a gladiator. Conversely, Asher is, as he himself states, the lowest of the Brotherhood. He was the least capable man in the Ludus, and the only reason he lasted as long as he did was because of underhanded and dishonorable tactics not typically employed by gladiators. He succeeded because he did not fight fair. If a bottom-tier gladiator who has not fought in years is truly equal to 3 Roman soldiers, then this must be as a result of the training he received. It is not clear how much time Asher actually spent as a gladiator. I would guess that the events of Gods of the Arena took place over at most a year, but quite possibly closer to half that. And at the end of Gods of the Arena, he was crippled and unable to fight for, quote, many years. We don't get a line of dialogue that tells us how much time specifically passed between Gods of the Arena and Blood and Sand, but I would assume that by this point in Vengeance, we are at least 5 to 6 years on from the end of Gods of the Arena. This means Asher was trained for maybe a year at most, was crippled for 5 years, and his leg brace was only taken off about 6 months earlier, and we can confirm the timeline by tracking Ilithia's pregnancy. Asher should get flattened by a single Roman soldier, and his prowess following minimal training after years of nothing seems ridiculous. And so we must simply accept that someone who gets injected with a fat dose of gladiator training becomes a godlike fighter who can take on many opponents at once. Spartacus was not particularly remarkable when he fought Glaber's men in Blood and Sand. Seemingly, any of the gladiators could have done this. This also means that under the Roman system, they trained thousands of slaves and turned them into unbeatable gigachads, but never once considered applying the same training methods to their own soldiers. This is extremely silly. Anyway, Asher has now proven himself, and has arguably made Glaber appear a fool yet again, but rather than getting angry and punishing Asher, Glaber recognizes that desperate times call for desperate measures.
Would that I had an army formed in your base image.
Look!
Fucking victim!
And this leads into one of the funniest parts of the show, and it is unfortunately funny for all the wrong reasons. Asher suggests that he put together a crack team of super soldiers, and Glaber approves. Given the resources and finances that Glaber now has following Albinius's death, one option is that either he or Asher go around some local ludices and rent a load of big dick gladiators to help them hunt Spartacus. The problem with doing this is that these gladiators could easily defect and join Spartacus's rebellion, which is presumably why Asher decides not to purchase slaves for this particular job. Instead, Asher is like, oh yeah, I met a guy in the pub that one time, and he locates Tattoo Man in the brothel. Tattoo Man is a violent psychopath who murders people in front of a crowd whenever he feels like it, and yet for some reason this man has not been arrested or otherwise dealt with. We learn nothing about Tattoo Man other than that Asher knows him, and he is good at killing people. In between scenes, Asher recruits 3 more followers, and the whole point of this is that these men are as skilled as the gladiators, if not more so. Maybe they are former gladiators, maybe they are mercenaries, or maybe these are just guys from Asher's D&D group who are up for a scrap. The show simply does not tell us, and so we are expected to accept that Asher has underground connections with men who are, in this setting, essentially superheroes. Then Asher goes to visit the Hole. What is the Hole, you may be asking? Well, I can't believe that you haven't heard about the Hole. The Hole has been mentioned, never. The Hole has a single guard who is terrified of the man in the hole. Asher tells the guard that he comes under the authority of Praetor Glaber. However, the guard says that he cannot release the man in the hole because Glaber is not personally here to command it. Asher then threatens the guard, who is like, oh, okay, well in that case I'll look the other way, lol. Asher throws down a rope and out climbs the man in the hole.
In a hole in the ground, there lived
the Egyptian.
We learn 2 things about him in this scene, and that is all there is to his character. He is Egyptian, and he lives in a hole. Now, how did Asher know about the man in the hole? Why is the man in the hole instead of, dead for being a turbocharged and uncontrollable murder machine? How could Asher be confident that the man in the hole could be coerced with the promise of wealth? The man in the hole is depicted as on par with someone like Theocles, and yet it appears that anyone could have just arrived at the hole, dealt with the one single guard, and now this ridiculously dangerous man is just out in the open, free to do whatever he wants. Was he a slave? Was he a mercenary? Was he a genetic experiment gone wrong?
I have no fucking idea.
He's just the man from the hole, and he exists for one singular purpose. The whole reason we get this big dramatic build-up to him being released from the hole is so that he can serve as a final boss. The gladiator's skills have been dialed up to the point where rando soldiers are no longer a threat, which means for there to be drama and tension, you need an antagonist capable of defeating them. This is fine in principle, but the issue I take with this is that the man in the hole does not exist prior to Asher being like, I know, let's go and visit the hole. This isn't what happened with Theocles, for example, who was thoroughly set up before we ever actually saw him. In this instance, the writers have literally spawned perhaps the best fighter in the show into a hole without explaining any of this so that Asher can team up with him. Anyway, having assembled his entourage of edgy boys, Asher, on Glaber's orders, slaughters the house of Seppius, including his guards, slaves, and Seppius himself. Glaber shares some parting words with Seppius, telling him not to worry, because he's gonna plow the shit out of his sister. Glaber has apparently decided not to wait until the morning for Seppius to give a response, instead choosing to kill him, as his death means that the soldiers and mercenaries he conscripted from Capua will now answer to Glaber. Glaber did all of this while Sepia was in the house of Batiatus with Ilithia and Lucretia, which means Ilithia accidentally gave Glaber the all-clear to conduct this massacre. It is entirely possible that Glaber intended for Sepia to die as well during the massacre, as prior to this episode he has not shown any interest in her, and he would readily accept her dying to advance his goal, which means, in a roundabout way, Ilithia has saved Sepia by delivering her into the arms of her murderous husband. In the final shot of the episode, Asher removes Sepius's bracelet, which I'm not going to discuss until it becomes important, but it becomes very fucking important later. Now on to the Spartacus plot. The gladiators manage to return to their little hidey hole carrying an injured and unconscious Enemeus, which means they have been walking for at least a day, and he has not died. Lucius describes Enemeus's injuries as beyond what should warrant life. As a reminder, he fought in the pits for an unspecified length of time, intentionally taking on opponents back-to-back in the hopes that they would kill him. He was then strung up by Asher, whipped, beaten, and deprived of food and water. He then fought in the arena, was knocked down by Gannicus, and was then caught beneath falling debris. And yet, he still lives, even though they had to carry him for 25 miles to get him to safety. Yes, Enemeus is a god among men, but they treat his injuries here as severe, frantically scrambling to save his life, and so the fact that he has survived these injuries whilst unconscious and without treatment for many hours of travel across the countryside seems like a stretch. Not quite as much of a stretch as Halbrand surviving 6 days on horseback with a hole in his chest, but a stretch nonetheless. Now, I need to talk about the show's dialogue construction for the first time. While Spartacus attempts to work out who Gannicus is and what he wants, Gannicus tells him that he places absolutely no faith in his cause.
Few errant slaves amounts to flies circling and bull's ass.
Mira then delivers a line that drives me fucking nuts because it breaks from how the dialogue in this show is otherwise constructed. The dialogue does not typically use personal pronouns of any kind so as to emulate Latin, the concept being that if a period-accurate Romans dialogue was directly translated to English, this is approximately how it would sound. Characters say gratitude instead of thank you, have you lost mind instead of have you lost your mind, and I would have words instead of I would like to speak to you. Personal pronouns do exist within the dialogue, however, when the characters are referring to someone who is not present.
He was not a perfect man.
She is, isn't she?
He's a dog without honor!
The dialogue generally avoids using definite or indefinite articles such as the or a, although this is not a hard and fast rule. Batiatus says,
I gave you the means to accept your fate!
Instead of, I gave means to accept fate. And so the dialogue is not always contracted in this way, these are instead guidelines, and the writers ultimately went for whatever sounded the best.
What makes this Spartacus very much different from other versions is they do not speak in modern English. They don't speak in Shakespearean English either. It's kind of in between. They talk like I think people talk today, and I think people have talked throughout history. They curse like a son of a bitch.
Oh, Jupiter's rain by Jupiter's
Jupiter's.
They talk about sex.
How many times did he have you?
He would not have me.
They're very bawdy.
I expect his in you.
However, Mira's dialogue here totally ditches this pseudo-Latin and instead feels like it has been ripped straight out of a Marvel movie.
Did he miss the part where we pulled the arena down on his head?
What the fuck?
This pulls the audience out of the story by damaging the immersion and suddenly changing how these characters speak. She could have said, did the man not notice arena being pulled upon fucking head? Which would have been so much more appropriate, and I simply can't tell you why they chose to include such a modern-sounding line of dialogue in the show. Episode 6 is the first time Crixus and Naevia are able to spend any amount of time together following her capture. During the episode, they discuss Naevia's character arc for the season, and I use that phrase lightly. Naevia believes herself to be the pale shadow of the woman she was, and they attempt to have sex, but she can't due to the trauma of being used by the Romans repeatedly.
They have taken everything from me, even your touch.
You gotta feel for Crixus, because, I mean, he's a manly fighting man. He doesn't know how to handle this.
Women and their emotions.
One interesting connection here, which I would like to think is intentional, is that back in Season 1, during an argument with Spartacus, Crixus said,
"And your wife, if she's not dead already, has been fucked to madness by 100 vermin cocks."
And through a tragic twist of fate, this is exactly what ended up happening to Naevia. Agron later attempts to apologize to Crixus by saying that, thanks to his blossoming relationship with Nasir, he understands why Crixus risked everything for Naevia. This is a bit of a tone-deaf apology because Agron has known Nasir for maybe a month or two at most, whilst Crixus and Naevia's relationship developed over at least a year. Crixus gives a well-reasoned reply. If not for Agron and the others, Crixus would have fallen in the arena and would have never been reunited with Naevia. However, Crixus will not forget the lie Agron told that kept Naevia in the mines longer than necessary. He is unwilling to accept the apology, and this causes a brief fight. This gives us an interesting dynamic between Crixus, Naevia, and Agron, because Naevia actually agrees with Agron.
Perhaps he was right.
She tells Crixus that she is not the woman she was, and Crixus has no idea how to respond to this.
And with Naevia being returned, we really wanted to play with, she went through so much that she doesn't just immediately turn around and everything's fine. She's extremely damaged at this point. And Crixus doesn't know what to do. He doesn't have any kind of tools to help.
She later fondles a knife and seems to be considering ending her own life because she is unable to handle the trauma of what she had to endure. Crixus then suggests that he and Naevia flee beyond the shadow of Rome to distant shores, which means he is willing to abandon Spartacus and his cause. Spartacus would presumably not be particularly happy about this, but Crixus is not a slave, and so he is free to come and go as he chooses. Naevia, however, believes that she cannot run from this, and so she asks Crixus to teach her how to fight.
So that no man will ever lay hands on me against my will.
And so, Naevia's path is set before her. She is going to be trained by the undefeated Gaul to fight with a sword. She is going to personally enact her vengeance against the Romans. As a motive, this is good. Naevia has lost everything and was used against her will because she was defenseless. Now she has the opportunity to remedy that, which means her character now has a new direction in which to travel. How well this is handled in later episodes, however, is a different question, one that will be answered soon. This is virtually identical to what happened with Mira in episode 3. She told Spartacus that she wanted to stand at his side with a sword in her hand, and that she would not be helpless as Naevia was. This was the first indication that the slave women are going to become warriors like the men. Prior to this, we have seen Mira stab a couple of people, but this was never in a direct combat scenario. Naevia's mistreatment is used as a motive not only for herself, but also for Mira, who believes that because Naevia was untrained, her life was always going to be a slow march towards death, as is the case for all slave women. They know they are going to die, but being able to defend themselves will prolong this perhaps for long enough to make a difference. Chadara, whom we have seen nothing of since episode 3, asks where Raskos is, which is something that a weaker show would just ignore. He's dead anyway, fuck you, moving on. But the writers recognize that Chadara had some kind of relationship with Raskos, even if it was purely a pragmatic one of sex in exchange for protection, and his death now means that Chadara is back to square one. Later, while Gannicus waits for Enemeus to regain consciousness, Chadara slides up to him like, "Hello, high-status man, I am a woman, and I come equipped with bobs and vagine. Can I interest you in a profitable business transaction?" But Gannicus tells her that he does not hold any position among these men, nor does he seek it. She later tries exactly the same thing with Donar, who is like, "Begone, foul temptress," leaving her with no place in this world. Mira recognizes this and tells Chadara to seize it with her own hands instead of the spreading of her legs.
She's a monkey bar girl.
A monkey bar girl.
You not heard of that one?
I've never heard of that one, but I'm going to start using it.
What does it mean? Well, you don't let go of one bar until you've grabbed hold of the next.
Meanwhile, Spartacus, Agron, and Lucius discuss their next move. They decide to position men incapable of fighting upon Vesuvius so as to warn of any approaching Romans. They will dig to extend the already existing tunnels below the temple so as to give a means of escape, and Lucius suggests training some of the slaves to use bows. Because the gladiators are no longer fighting in the arena, and because they are short on weapons they can use, they are forced to adjust their tactics. This scene is almost entirely exposition, and all of this is necessary for the audience to understand the plot. We need to know what Spartacus intends to do and why, and the show gives certain specifics as to what he expects may happen in future and how he intends to counter it.
As an audience member, as long as the exposition doesn't come on too much, I like a little bit of it. It's like, oh yeah, remind me of the mission, the big plan.
Exactly. The trick with exposition is always to mix it in with something emotional happening.
Now I find myself needing to touch on historical accuracy, even though I said I wasn't going to do that. But in this instance, I'm going to use historical accuracy to defend the show. The Romans never use bows. Their means of apprehending or killing the escaped gladiators is invariably to run towards them and engage in melee combat. In prior seasons, virtually all combat has been in the context of gladiatorial games, where the writers have some wiggle room because the objective is not to simply kill your opponent as fast as possible. You are there to entertain the crowd and put on a show, which is of course not the case now that they have escaped. Every fight is now a fight for survival where neither side can afford to lose, which means glory and honor are no longer a factor. This means that if the soldiers have bows, they should be using them. However, historically, Roman soldiers did not really use bows, at least not during this time period. They would typically use swords and spears. So, although it seems a bit strange that the gladiators can just run around in the open and not get shot, this lack of bows does appear to be somewhat historically accurate. However, this does not account for other Romans using bows, such as town guards or whatever, as despite them not being used militarily, they do absolutely exist, as is evidenced by Lucius, who then fulfills another plot requirement by teaching the escaped slaves how to use bows, a weapon they are otherwise entirely unfamiliar with. Anyway, Agron recognizes that even with the tunnels, lookouts, and house slaves armed with bows, they are not prepared for an assault by the Romans because they are sorely lacking in fighting men, so they revisit their plans towards liberating some gladiators from Neapolis. Off-screen, Agron covertly enters Neapolis and learns when the next shipment will be arriving. And given that the writers just inserted a character into the plot who can and does move freely in and out of Neapolis, it is very odd that Agron is the one to do this. But unfortunately, because of what the writers wanted to do in episode 7, they needed Agron to do this and not Lucius. During the episode, the writers play up a level of suspicion Spartacus and the others have towards Gannicus. They stop speaking when he is in earshot, they try to hide their map from him, and Gannicus also overhears Agron telling Spartacus that Glaber has raised the bounty to 9,000 denarii for information leading to Spartacus's capture. The reason the writers do this is to build tension and unease. They have no idea who this man is, and although we know him from Gods of the Arena, we know him as a man who is irresponsible and who does not always make the best choices. The fact that Gannicus is here presents Spartacus with a problem. Simply put, he cannot allow Gannicus to leave unless he is certain that Gannicus will not reveal their location. This means that until Enemaeus wakes up, Spartacus is not really able to assess Gannicus because he has no idea who he is. After speaking with Crixus, Spartacus decides to deliver speech number 6. He is addressing his followers, but is also doing this so that Gannicus can hear him. During the speech, he tells the slaves that he plans to face the Romans here in the shadow of Vesuvius, and that they must prepare themselves. The purpose is to demonstrate to Gannicus that they are more than a rabble of slaves, but this goes against the idea that Spartacus doesn't know if he can trust Gannicus. Because if Gannicus had any desire to, he could just leave and tell whoever he wants where Spartacus is located and what their plan is. Anyway, after his speech does not have the desired effect, Spartacus invites Gannicus to go hunting with him, using the opportunity to understand why exactly Gannicus is still here. Spartacus believes that Gannicus was hiding his true intentions under the pretense of honor, and that he was actually motivated entirely by money. Gannicus then highlights that if he wanted to, he could have killed Spartacus in the arena and claimed the reward for doing so, and if he was entirely motivated by money, then he would have done precisely this. And as a result of Spartacus's actions, Gannicus's rudis is now lost, and with it, his freedom. Which means he has essentially been caught in the crossfire of Spartacus's vendetta against the Romans, and he is not particularly happy. As Gannicus laments that he is no longer technically free, and that this is Spartacus's fault, Spartacus explains that he too used to be a free man, before telling Gannicus what happened to Sura, and that he killed Batiatus in return. Gannicus believes this to have balanced the scales, but Spartacus continues that Glaber is the reason they were both enslaved.
This scene we actually had to shoot twice. There was something about it that just didn't quite click, so I made some adjustments to the script, then we made some adjustments to the directing. It's a bit of a tricky scene, because again, there's some exposition that has to get out. The important thing here to move the plot forward in the next episode is Gannicus has to know what the history is with Spartacus, with Glaber and his wife Sura. So we needed them to have a real conversation.
Gannicus finds it ridiculous that Spartacus would continue to provoke the Romans in memory of his dead wife, and Spartacus replies,
"For love, greatest cause of all."
This is an interesting dialogue exchange. Spartacus intends to convince Gannicus to help him, and so he tries to appeal to what Gannicus values, whilst knowing basically nothing about him, other than that he is here due to a debt with Enemaeus. Spartacus has zero context for what this debt is. He knows nothing about Melita. All he knows is that Enemaeus had a wife and that she is now dead. Spartacus himself has two main reasons for battling the Romans. One is to avenge Sura, but the other is to rescue as many slaves as he can and see Rome tremble. He principally objects to the suffering the Romans inflict on their slaves every single day. Instead of telling Gannicus that he is fighting to overthrow the system and free the oppressed, he figures that Gannicus would consider this insane. So he instead probes him for a response by discussing his other reason, love. He draws on the knowledge that Gannicus is seemingly an honorable man with a tight bond with Enemaeus to try to work out what Gannicus might fight for, and although he doesn't get an answer, he does get slightly closer to convincing him.
We had always planned with Gannicus, historically, he was a free man that joined the rebellion. So in Gods Eat the Arena, it was always that tricky thing of we wanted him to be a gladiator, so that's why we set him free at the end. So historically, it would track. But when we knew we were bringing him back, we definitely decided that they would not get along, that Gannicus doesn't join up all happy. He's there because he had a debt to pay to Enemaeus to help him, but he doesn't want to be here at all.
Finally, Enemaeus wakes up, and he and Gannicus are able to have a little chat. Gannicus tells him that Melita loved Enemaeus above all others, and Enemaeus asks why they were together the night she died. Gannicus replies that whatever happened between them, he is to blame, not Melita. This is because Gannicus feels very guilty about what happened, and he partially blames himself for her death. He pursued her after she rejected him. He deliberately lost against Crixus so as to be sold to Tullius and get away from Melita and his feelings for her. And this then led to their final goodbye in which, with a little help from the wine, they started boinking. Enemaeus, of course, still considers this a betrayal. He believes Gannicus only stands for himself and would betray the gods to get what he desires.
Perhaps I was a fool to have ever believed otherwise.
Gannicus then leaves. He has said what he needed to say, and although Enemaeus still believes his friend and wife betrayed him, there is nothing else Gannicus can do to convince him otherwise.
We had a lot of discussions about why wouldn't Enemaeus immediately try to kill Gannicus the next time he saw him. And I felt very strongly is that, that part of the story happened in the arena. And now for Enemeus, it would almost be lowering himself and dishonoring the memory of his wife to even bother. And in a way, I think Enemeus wants him to suffer. So the back half of the season is one of the main plots for me was bringing these two back together, of Gannicus basically helping and staying because of Enemeus, not because of the cause or ending slavery or the Romans. It's all personal for him, and it's all about Enemeus.
That evening, the slaves realize that their remaining money and their map is gone. And Gannicus, who has not actually left yet, tries to walk past them like, "Don't mind me, I'm heading back to my life of tits and wine." Spartacus commands Gannicus to reveal what he carries, and Gannicus refuses.
Remove yourself from fucking path.
Here's a scene we had a lot of discussions about. Well, why doesn't he just show him what's in his pack?
No, it makes sense. It makes sense that Gannicus would say, "No, fuck you, I'm not showing you nothing."
Yeah, because coming off of his turmoil with Enemeus, he's not taking anything.
It kind of fits with Gannicus' personality in a way. Like he doesn't follow any rules.
Spartacus and his followers surround Gannicus.
I knew you would lead these men to their death eventually. Is this the day you would do it?
They are but loyal, a quality you seem unfamiliar with.
This hits just that little bit of a sore spot for Gannicus, who then attacks Spartacus, and we finally get to see these two confront each other. Agron and the others attempt to join the fight, but Spartacus commands them to stand down. This is a moment I find very interesting, because it appears as though Spartacus is primarily interested in having a 1v1 duel with Gannicus to demonstrate that a man with something to fight for will always beat a man with no conviction, and he is less interested in ensuring that Gannicus is prevented from leaving.
Do not come between us! I will show him what a man with cause is capable of!
If Spartacus only wanted to check if Gannicus had the map, he would have allowed Agron and the others to get involved so as to bring him down by sheer numbers. However, there is a second reason why he wants them to stand down.
I would not see another life forfeit to my desires.
Spartacus wants to ensure the safety of his followers. He does not want to lead them to their deaths. He knows little of Gannicus, but what he does know is that Gannicus was a champion who earned his freedom, which means Gannicus is highly skilled and incredibly dangerous. Spartacus believes that he is the only one who can defeat Gannicus, and if anyone else gets involved, it is likely that they will be killed. None of this is stated, but there is enough subtext for us to justify this isolated 1v1 duel between Gannicus and Spartacus, which I very much appreciate because this is a fight between two of the most skilled gladiators in the show, and had the writers simply been like,
No, it's got to be a 1v1 because honor or something, shut up and look at how awesome this is.
Then I would have been like, I mean, yeah, it is awesome, but aren't you supposed to be telling a story instead of jangling keys? Anyway, both men land hits on each other, but they appear equally matched. Mira then picks up a bow and fires it seemingly at Gannicus, but the arrow flies between both men and hits Chidara, who was escaping with the map.
She was a whore.
The Chidara plotline here is great. She tries and fails to find a replacement for Raskos, and ultimately decides,
Screw you guys, I'm going home.
She is a very simple character, but she is effectively used for a clear purpose. Chidara is unable to find her place in the world following her freedom, and so tries to secure a place elsewhere. Best case scenario, she was willing to buy her own freedom with the reward money for turning in Spartacus, and thereby condemning all of his followers to death. It is far more likely, however, that Chidara would have either been executed herself or re-enslaved. Realizing his mistake, Spartacus apologizes to Gannicus and allows him to leave, evidently trusting him enough to not reveal their location to the Romans.
Every man has a right to his own choice. Gannicus has made his.
Episode 6 is the first in the season that does not contain any particularly major problems, outside of the Asher stuff, which is extremely silly but thoroughly entertaining. The various bits of dumb, such as Asher taking the bracelet, Lucretia getting put in her place, and Agron teleporting in and out of Neapolis without anyone noticing, are primarily dumb in other episodes rather than this one. All of the Gannicus stuff is great. We have a clear direction for Navia, Glaber, and Agron. And overall, this is probably the best episode in the season so far, despite being less entertaining than episode 5. Once again, the Roman and Rebel plots are detached from each other, so let's start with the Rebels. Episode 7 opens with Spartacus, Agron, and Lucius arriving in Neapolis whilst disguised as merchants. The writers drop in a line stating that because the arena in Capua is now gone, there is understandably less demand for gladiators in this region, but then they don't do anything with this idea because the ship is full of rambunctious Germans who were evidently captured and brought to Neapolis to become gladiators. The new additions include Sedulus, played by the 7-foot-tall Conan Stevens, who also played the Mountain in Season 1 of Game of Thrones, and he was going to play Bolg in the Hobbit movies before they decided to scrap the practical costume and redesign him as a cartoon person. Conan Stevens appears in the extended cut of the Battle of the Five Armies as the Keeper of the Dungeons, which is what Bolg was going to look like before they changed his design. We also have Lugo, played by a man named Barry, whose pecs were chiseled by Jupiter himself, as well as Nemetes and Saxa. Their grasp of English, or I guess the Roman language, ranges from fuck all to essentially fuck all. Agron converses with the Germans in their own tongue, one that Spartacus cannot speak, which both gives him a cause for concern as he does not understand their intentions, and it also reveals to him that this shipment of slaves consists entirely of Germans.
No longer will we have to listen to those fucking Gauls again.
I remember the executives at Stars. They just did not like these boisterous Germans. For whatever reason, they had problems with that. So they always found them a bit over the top, but I actually loved them and find them a breath of fresh air.
This introduces an imbalance of power within the rebel forces. Agron tells the Germans in their first scene that he does not lead them and that they follow Spartacus, clearly establishing the pecking order, and that although Agron fully intends to minimize the power Crixus has, he is apparently doing this because he believes the best way to help Spartacus is to fill the ranks with his countrymen. The Germans are suspicious of Spartacus and do not take him seriously. They all share a strong bond with each other, and they consider Sedulus to be their leader. Later in the episode, Spartacus asks Agron to explain himself, and Agron reveals that there were 3 ships available, and he chose to conceal this information, forcing Spartacus to unknowingly liberate a load of Germans. Agron's brief fight with Crixus in episode 6 is what motivated him to specifically choose a ship full of Germans, when this may well have not been his original intent. He tried to apologize to Crixus, this was rejected, and his realization that he made a mistake trying to offer comfort to a fucking Gaul is what convinces him to swell their ranks with better men. He reveals that there was one shipment from Damascus that Agron ruled out because apparently men from Damascus are untrustworthy and are not known to be competent fighters, and he also ruled out the shipment from Gallia because Agron fucking hates Gauls.
I would not have these ranks filled with Gauls.
Had Agron presented Spartacus with the choice of all 3 ships, we can assume that the ship from Damascus would have been ruled out, which means it may have been down to a coin toss. And Agron worried that had the coin landed on Gallia, Crixus would have seized the opportunity for a power play against him. Agron decided to pull the trigger himself, thus preventing Crixus from having the opportunity to cause him harm, but this is then seen by Spartacus as an offensive act against Crixus, because this is exactly what it is. Agron doesn't trust Crixus, and after his apology was shot down in episode 6, he has decided that they will never find common ground, so one of them has to force the other to submit. Spartacus brings the liberated Germans to the temple, and they're disappointed that there is no alcohol available. Crixus notices that every single one of their new friends is German, and he accurately concludes that Agron has done this deliberately so as to gain power for himself, possibly even to replace Spartacus as their leader. Spartacus, however, remains optimistic, believing that there is nothing to worry about as their forces have now doubled. Regardless of what Agron's intentions are, Spartacus not recognizing the problems this will cause is another instance of him being naive and idealistic. He may trust Agron, but he has no idea who these Germans are. They may or may not be interested in joining the fight against Rome. They may be an undisciplined rabble of morons who draw attention to themselves, and they may even be directly hostile to Spartacus and his followers. As we will learn soon, all three of these turn out to be true to varying degrees. Parts of this are not particularly strong, but the overall picture is solid, and is firmly rooted in the characterization of Spartacus, Agron, and Crixus. Crixus is loyal to Spartacus and will follow orders provided this doesn't put Naevia at needless risk. Spartacus wishes to build a large enough force to defeat Glaber, and Agron doesn't particularly care about Glaber, but will see him dead because he wants to kill as many Romans as he can. If Agron believes that Spartacus is taking steps in the wrong direction, as was the case in episode 3, he will turn and walk the other way. Although the writing in this season is nowhere near as tight, we still have far more clarity in characterization and motivations than countless other shows, which means the audience is able to properly understand the drama and the conflict. Crixus has been training Naevia, and she is making progress despite obviously being no match for him. This is good, because rather than roiding Naevia up to the gills on undiluted strong woman energy, the writers acknowledge that, obviously, this woman is not going to be able to do what an untrained Crixus did to Enemaeus and Gannicus in Gods of the Arena, for example. Crixus's dialogue addresses this directly. He tells her that she fights as if she is trying to cleave head from shoulders, and that you can kill someone with far less effort. The writers, and both characters, recognize that in order for Naevia to battle someone stronger, she needs to fight smarter. And whilst I do appreciate this, I also feel as though this was a missed opportunity for Crixus to repeat Enemaeus' instruction to him.
When faced with stronger opponent, draw him to you.
Then we get another Mira and Spartacus scene. She is suspicious of Agron because he keeps either lying or concealing the truth. And although he claims he is doing this for the greater good, every time the greater good oh so conveniently hurts Crixus. She doesn't believe that Agron is acting maliciously, but she does think that they need to be cautious, and this is informed by what happened in the prior episode with Chidara. Mira did not mean to kill Chidara, but regardless, she was forced to turn her weapon on a supposed ally, a former slave like herself, one who ultimately felt she was better off taking her chances with the Romans. Spartacus and the others were unable to provide what she needed, and freedom was not actually freedom at all. Mira then tells Spartacus that she hopes Agron will give him a better choice than she was given with Chidara. She does not wish for Spartacus to be forced to kill another brother, as she knows better than anyone what this did to him. This is a very brief scene that accomplishes perhaps more than any so far for Mira's character, whilst also excellently building tension with regard to Agron and the Germans. They already had to execute one of their own when she decided to betray them, and as far as they can be aware, they may have just added 10 new Chidaras to their roster, and these Chidaras are a significant physical threat. Half of their fighting men are the newly acquired Germans, which could prove disastrous if their objectives do not align. Later, the Germans have a party involving alcohol and wrestling, and we get our first bit of characterization for Saxa and Nemetes. They are watching Sedulus and Lugo wrestle, and Saxa encourages Sedulus to tear off Lugo's penis.
Dude, what the fuck is wrong with German people?
Nemetes tells her that she rivals Sedulus in her vulgarity when she is drunk, and she replies, "I rival any man in all things," before shoving him to the ground and mounting him. This is contextualized as, let's go with rough foreplay. This isn't Saxa beating the shit out of a poor defenseless man twice her size, but because Saxa is the first true warrior woman that has been introduced to the story, I am going to load sexism.exe because I am, of course, a notorious bigot. Quick, to the bigot copter! Naevia and Mira were house slaves who are now part of the way to becoming competent fighters in their own right, but Saxa is implied to be a full-on angry Fraulein who fights competently alongside her male companions. We don't know if she has always been like this, or if she was perhaps forced into this role through circumstance. All we know for certain is that she was captured alongside the other Germans and brought into Neapolis, presumably as a prospective gladiator. We know that women do not fight in the arena. There are no female gladiators, to the point where Batiatus even joked about the absurdity of this in Blood and Sand.
Salonius, consider the horse. Perhaps you will have better fortune fighting women in the arena.
From a practical standpoint, it would not make any sense for the Romans to put a woman up against a man in the arena, because this would not make for good entertainment. And this is also partly why, when Diona was executed in Gods of the Arena, she was literally lined up and killed rather than being given a sword and asked to fight for her life. There would have been no sport in that, because Diona would get demolished by literally every male character in the show, gladiator or not, and now I find myself wanting to see a deathmatch between Diona and Albinius. Anyway, the only reason why you would commit resources to training a woman to become a gladiator is if there was a chance that she would win, which requires one of two things. Either she is just a fucking beast that can outpace her larger and stronger male opponents, think Oberyn versus the Mountain in Game of Thrones. Or, alternatively, you might train a female gladiator if she is going to be facing another female gladiator. Given that female gladiators do not exist, with Saxa being the closest thing we get in the entire show, this doesn't really make any sense. Why would Rome commit resources to creating a secondary class of gladiator that can only fight against other members of that class, when you could just not do that and instead keep doing what you are already doing, which appears to be working? If we look at the historical basis for this, we will find that there basically isn't any, which means we can't use this as a defense. The so-called gladiatrix did exist, but they were mentioned in only a handful of sources, such as this becoming outlawed in 200 AD. There is, however, zero historical evidence of women being trained in a ludus to become a gladiator, and so where they came from is largely a mystery. They may have been privately trained, or potentially they were captured from foreign cultures where female warriors were a thing, which means they already had the required training. There isn't really any reason why the historical Roman Empire and the show's version of the Roman Empire would dedicate resources to such a thing, which is why they didn't. And this is for much the same reason that women's sports in present day usually attract substantially less attention and money. In something like football, the standard of play is simply not comparable, and when an audience wants to watch a sport, they generally want to watch people who are the best in the world, which invariably means they want to watch men. There are obviously exceptions to this. In something like powerlifting, the difference is going to be entirely physiological, which means the reason why the weight being lifted is smaller is due to a biological disadvantage rather than any deficit in skill. So, to summarize, did women fight each other in the arena? Absolutely. This certainly happened on more than one occasion. However, the idea that women were captured and trained to do this is pure fantasy. So why then was Saxa part of this shipment of slaves? It is possible that she was mistaken for a man, or perhaps that she was considered an anomaly, a novelty, one that could potentially be used for entertainment in the arena. This is an interesting idea that is not explored in Vengeance because the arena no longer exists, and Saxa never has the opportunity to become a gladiator, but it appears that this idea is going to feature somewhat heavily in the House of Asher, although how well this will be executed we will have to wait and see. What we know for certain, however, is that Saxa is not some Giga Chad S who is leagues ahead of the other barely trained women. She later has a fist fight against Mira, and the two appear to be evenly matched, which means these are two approximately comparable women in terms of their physical ability. Saxa, therefore, cannot be some insane warrior goddess who flattens people 3 times her size, because if this were the case, Mira would have been cleft in twain. And yet she is later implied to be on par with men 3 times her size, which is extremely silly. While Naevia is fetching some water, she draws the attention of Sedulus, who speaks to her in German, offering to share his wine. He says that he doesn't like the way Crixus looks at him before blocking her exit. He is about to rape her, but she grabs a knife and stabs him in the gut. Agron sees this and rushes to Naevia's aid, and he and Sedulus begin fighting. Crixus thinks nothing of this. All he sees is 2 men he doesn't like trying to kill each other. Then he notices that Naevia has been hurt, and his reaction is again calm, orderly, nuanced, and tinged with sadness. Things escalate quickly. Lugo defends Sedulus, Nasir hisses like a snake, and then everyone starts punching each other. Mira and Saxa see each other from across the courtyard and immediately home in on the other like a pair of heat-seeking missiles, and they start catfighting. There is no reason for them to be doing this, other than that we need everyone to be fighting, so I guess the ladies decided to fight each other. Not that I'm complaining, I guess. Anyway, Spartacus and Enemaeus emerge and try to stop the fighting, as Sedulus, who has decided to escalate things even further by picking up a sword, straight up tries to kill Agron. We had 2 references earlier to Sedulus being a beastly fool when drunk, which means this guy being a fucking lunatic hasn't come out of nowhere. He spoke almost entirely in German, and he didn't even bother to try and comply with Spartacus's request, indicating that he had absolutely no respect for the man. Spartacus intervenes, and in one of the most memorable deaths in the entire series, he hits Sedulus with an uppercut, causing Sedulus's face to fly off and his brain to slide out the front of his skull.
I'd like to take his face off.
This causes everyone to stop fighting, and Spartacus angrily tells his guests that he has given them freedom, and they have repaid it with blood and dishonor.
If you cannot stand among us as trusted brother, if you cannot follow my orders, take leave now.
Lugo then steps forward and picks up a sword and shield before declaring that the man who killed Sedulus is a great warrior.
And Lugo follow.
These Germans only respect power and strength, hence them following Sedulus, as Sedulus was the biggest and strongest among them, and they consider Spartacus killing Sedulus to be a seriously impressive feat, and so they pledge to follow his command. This is a good idea that lines up with how the Germans have behaved, but no one addresses the fact that Sedulus was fucking drunk. Spartacus did not struggle to kill Sedulus at all. He accomplished this in 10 seconds, and half of that was in slow motion. Defeating Sedulus was not difficult, and whilst this may have been a challenge had Sedulus been sober, his inebriated state means you don't need to be anywhere near as impressive as Spartacus to bring him down. But, regardless, Spartacus has now earned the respect of the Germans, and Agron has reaffirmed his loyalty to Spartacus.
I follow Spartacus and call no man my kin that does not stand so.
Gannicus, meanwhile, has returned to Capua seeking payment for his services as executioner. He receives a handful of coins from the magistrate, who refuses to pay him any more because Gannicus failed to do his job thanks to Spartacus burning down the arena. He then witnesses Glaber giving another speech to the people of Capua, blaming Spartacus for the destruction of the arena and the death of Senator Albinius. Glaber continues that any slave who even speaks the name Spartacus shall be put to death. He then fabricates that one of Ilithia's slaves was overheard talking about Spartacus, and she is crucified. Glaber does this to hurt Ilithia, and he even asks Ilithia to confirm this lie, and thereby explicitly betray her loyal slave. This was deemed necessary so as to unite the people against Spartacus, and to demonize him for having supposedly inspired Seppius's slaves to revolt, which is another lie from Glaber. He knows that the will of the people is not necessarily on his side. It is probably reasonable for him to assume that some people in Capua are talking about how awesome Spartacus is, but rather than locating one such offender, he instead decides to lie about Ilithia's slave having done this, purely so as to hurt her. This all establishes the extreme toll this is taking on the people of Capua, and therefore sets up the motive for Gannicus to take action, whilst also informing the decisions that Ilithia makes later in the episode. Gannicus witnessing all this is lucky, a chance encounter, but because Gannicus spends a fair bit of time in Capua during episodes 5 and 7, it is probably reasonable that he would have at least heard about Glaber's speeches, and he would absolutely have heard about the newly established penalty for talking about Spartacus. Back at the villa, Asher has continued to bone Lucretia, and he believes she is beginning to enjoy it.
I detected a hint of movement in your hips this time.
He forces her to call him Dominus, thus inverting the relationship he had with her in prior seasons. He now has all the power, but he wishes to elevate her provided she continues to be of use to him, and as long as he takes pleasure in her company. Asher is then like, hold on a minute, darling, let me get you a present from my super-secret treasure trove filled with incriminating evidence of past misdeeds that may or may not lead to my downfall.
Why would you do that?
This part right here is the single weakest part of Vengeance with regard to the character writing, and, well, it was going to happen sooner or later. This is character assassination. Asher is one of the most intelligent characters in the entire show, and this is one of the least intelligent decisions he could have possibly made. A huge amount of the next 3 episodes relies entirely upon the plot device that is Sepius's bracelet, which is inside this treasure chest. And unfortunately, the writers fail to give the relevant characters sufficient justification for doing what they do, which makes all of this feel extremely contrived, which I will go through in more detail in a minute. Asher takes a red wig out of his treasure chest as a gift for Lucretia. He says that he chose the wig because Batiatus really liked it, and his reasoning is that he wants her to wear it so that he can look up to her on the balcony and know that she belongs to him. This means he is essentially perverting the memory Lucretia has of her husband, whilst also positioning himself as her new husband. But rather than have her wear something that he likes, he instead has her wear something Batiatus liked. Asher respected Batiatus and thought the man had good taste, and Lucretia did wear the red wig for most of the time Asher knew her, which means his infatuation with her developed with her having red hair. Speaking of infatuation, there is not a single hint in Blood and Sand that this is the case. This relationship is crucial to the narrative in Vengeance, and although it is explored, it appears to have spawned from nowhere. So, that's what happens. Now I need to go into why this is a big fucking problem. Asher is collecting valuables because their worth shall see him to greater heights. He doesn't want to remain as Glaber's minion, he wants wealth and power of his own. As a motive, this is absolutely fine, but this is the same character who orchestrated the death of Barca to get out of paying his winnings, and later managed to set up Solonius for the murder of Calavius. Asher is not a fucking idiot, and yet, in this scene, he is apparently a fucking idiot. I can totally get behind the idea of Asher keeping evidence of his crimes under Glaber as an insurance policy, in case Glaber ever tries to get rid of him, but that isn't what happens. The reason he does this is because he is infatuated with Lucretia because he wants her to be his wife so that they can run the Ludus together. But again, you have to do more to make me accept that such a smart man would do something so monumentally stupid than saying, well, he's in love so he isn't thinking straight. And the really dumb bit is that Asher isn't giving Lucretia a piece of jewelry from his box. He has instead used the jewelry to purchase a red wig like the one she used to wear, and for some reason he kept this wig in his super secret jewelry box instead of, oh, I don't know, how about literally anywhere else? He didn't need to show Lucretia his jewelry box filled with incriminating evidence, except that actually, yes, he does, because the plot needs to happen. And the most frustrating part is that this would have been very easy to fix. We have 3 main problems. Firstly, Asher trusts Lucretia with this information, which is incredibly stupid. Secondly, we learn later that he has been given permission by Glaber to take trinkets from the people he kills, even if these are high-status Roman nobles. It is very dumb for Glaber to allow this because it gives Asher the proof he needs to bring Glaber down should he ever desire such a thing. And thirdly, Asher decides to take the bracelet from Sepius, even though Sepia wears an identical one, which someone like Asher would notice, but he doesn't, which means he incriminates himself in Sepius's death. The way to fix all of this would be to remove this line.
Do you deny taking it?
I thought I had your blessing to do so.
There is no benefit whatsoever to telling us that Glaber gave Asher permission to do this, so make him do it in secret. We then need to remove the fact that Sepia and Sepius each wear identical bracelets. That isn't necessary. Sepius has a bracelet and Sepia recognizes it. That's perfectly functional. Then all we need to do is find a way for Lucretia to find Asher's treasure trove without having Asher be like, "Hey babe, do you want to see all the cool shit I've been stealing?" There are any number of ways this could happen, and this would then mean that Lucretia is able to bring down Asher as a result of her being intelligent and resourceful, rather than through Asher being inexplicably unintelligent and naive. Gannicus has returned to the brothel, and he again meets with his favourite prostitute, Marcia. She is pleased to see him, fearing him dead following the attack on the arena, although he says that he is lacking in the required funds to open her legs. She replies that her legs may open on their own. This right here is what I was referring to when I criticized episode 1. Marcia is gagging for a piece of Gannicus, and this is explicitly outside of the context of her occupation. Funds need not be transferred. She is not simply acting as though she really likes him so as to milk his wallet and his... This character, plus the 2 slaves at the start of Gods of the Arena, are evidence that at least some of them enjoy what they do, and would do it voluntarily if they were not slaves, which makes the idea of Spartacus and his followers rampaging through a load of Romans having at least partially consensual encounters with each other's genitals just that little bit jarring. Anyway, Marcia begins talking about Spartacus, which tells us that she does truly trust Gannicus, and also gives us some much-needed insight as to what the general populace thinks about Spartacus and his rebellion. We learn that many of them are discussing joining Spartacus and his cause, but Gannicus cautions against this, having seen firsthand what Spartacus's rebellion actually looks like. From Gannicus's perspective, Spartacus has a rabble of gladiators and a handful of untrained house slaves, and his cause is that he can't get over the death of his wife. He believes that Spartacus is leading innocent fools to their deaths. They may have been successful in their attack on the arena, but one day soon the Romans will find them, and they will be crushed immediately. Gannicus, however, intends to buy passage out of Capua with the last of his remaining coin, and he invites Marcia to come with him. Then Asher shows up, having presumably been following Gannicus after noticing him in the square earlier that day during Glaber's speech.
It is unforgivable to come between man and yet I must have words with my brother.
Asher is here accompanied by the man in the hole and Tattoo Man, and he warns Gannicus that these men are the hand of Praetor Glaber.
And what are you? His cock or his ass?
I am his will.
This is brilliant dialogue. We've gone from the worst Asher bit to one of the best, at least in this season. And stuff like this is why I still thoroughly enjoy Vengeance in spite of its many flaws. Your will, my hands has been a recurring line throughout the series, including from Asher to Glaber.
Your will, my hands.
The meaning is obvious. Asher is saying that his hands are ready to enact Glaber's will, and Asher is Glaber's loyal servant. In this scene, however, Asher claims to Gannicus that he is not merely serving as Glaber's hands, but as his will. This suggests that Asher's own desires have taken priority over Glaber's, and he has reached the point where his will is what is driving both his own actions and the actions of his minions. Asher saying, "I am Glaber's will," is him saying, "Forget about Glaber, you are dealing with Asher." This is a fantastic way to inform us that Asher is becoming overconfident by clarifying the relationship that he has with Glaber, and this is a much better way of accomplishing this than having him say, hey, look at my box of riches that I have been collecting so that I can be rich. Asher clearly overheard Gannicus and Marcia discussing Spartacus, which means if he doesn't get what he wants, he can have both of them crucified. Gannicus may be free, provided he gets his Rudus back, but even free citizens will be crucified if they are seen to be supporting Spartacus. Asher has leverage over Gannicus because he knows that Glaber has the Rudus, and so he convinces Gannicus to accompany him for a chat with Glaber, knowing that Gannicus can't really refuse. So Gannicus meets with Glaber, intending to recover his Rudus. Glaber is obviously suspicious of him for multiple reasons. Gannicus was a gladiator, he was also a slave from the house that broke out a few months ago, and he did not voluntarily present himself to Glaber immediately following the attack on the arena. However, Glaber claims that he was moved by the reaction of the crowd when Gannicus entered the arena, and he recognizes that Gannicus is very much a legend in Capua. As he did with Lucretia, Glaber wishes to take advantage of this. He offers to return the Rudus and asks that in exchange, Gannicus pledge himself to Glaber and that he will lead his troops against Spartacus, a former slave of the house of Batiatus, sworn to bring errant brothers to justice.
And if I no longer crave for such clamour?
Glaber then returns the Rudus anyway as a gesture of goodwill, telling Gannicus that he is a free man and so may do as he chooses, but says he will be summoned again in a few days' time. After Gannicus leaves, Glaber tells Asher to send a man to follow him.
If Gannicus attempts to leave Capua, crucify him.
Ilithia and Lucretia then discuss their new plan.
Only blood can set us free now.
Suicide is badass. No.
But it turns out that Lucretia's master plan is not that they stab each other so as to be free from Glaber. She instead cuts herself and rubs the blood under Ilithia's dress, making it appear as though the baby is in trouble. They go to Glaber like, oh no, the gods have done some bullshit. We need to leave right the fuck now.
Your heir will die if it remains in a city cursed with blood and fear.
This part of Lucretia's plan is actually pretty smart. She leverages the fact that Glaber cares about the child more than anything else to get Ilithia away from her husband's torment. And because she is not particularly enjoying being abused by Asher, she also wishes to leave. This part goes smoothly. Glaber is scared for the safety of his child, and this takes priority over his desire for Ilithia to remain in Capua as a punishment for her being the reason for him having to hunt down Spartacus, and the added benefit is that with Ilithia gone, he can explore other ventures such as those in between Sepia's legs. Because Glaber trusts Lucretia, he instructs that she will accompany Ilithia so as to ensure that she is well looked after, which is, again, something that makes sense, because his primary concern is ensuring that his child is born, and Lucretia will help ensure that this happens. But then Asher is like, you sneaky bitch, I'm on to you, you aren't getting away from Asher so easily, and he tells Glaber that Lucretia would be better served remaining in Capua as a symbol of hope for the people. Glaber agrees, which means Lucretia's scheming to get them both to safety has only worked for Ilithia. Asher certainly suspects that Lucretia was up to something and that she was trying to get away from him, although he does not press the issue further with Glaber, presumably because he doesn't need to. He now has leverage, and this information gives him even more power over Lucretia than he already had. Lucretia is ordered by Glaber to go and do some bullshit in town, and she notices Gannicus wandering aimlessly and decides to have a chat with him.
I love the writers, and they are fantastic, and they do an absolutely incredible job. This scene always they had to get Lucretia and Gannicus together, because information needed to be exchanged, and he needed to be confronted with something.
Gannicus finds that Marcia has been crucified, and this must have happened while he was speaking with Glaber, later confirmed to have been Asher's doing, indicating that he cannot trust a fucking word. This battle between Spartacus and Glaber is directly affecting him and is causing the needless suffering of the people he cares about, and the show wisely does not play up the relationship Gannicus had with Marcia for the purposes of having her death hit harder. She was just a prostitute. Gannicus had only met her twice, but they enjoyed each other's company. The writers, thankfully, do not treat this as anything close to what happened with Melita. Gannicus instead feels regret that innocent people are getting killed, and this is used to inform what he does next. Lucretia warns Gannicus that Tattoo Man is following him, and that if he attempts to leave Capua, he too shall be crucified. She says that the longer this conflict is prolonged, the more people will die. Gannicus believes that Lucretia is trying to convince him to accept Glaber's offer and take up arms against his former brothers, but it turns out...
I would have you end the life of Gaius Claudius Glaber.
I was not expecting that.
Well, alrighty then, things just got interesting. Gannicus questions the logic, reasoning that if Glaber were to be killed, then Rome would just send another in his place, and Lucretia replies that Spartacus wishes Glaber dead because of what happened to Sura, and that if Glaber is killed, Spartacus's rebellion will cease to exist. This means that Rome can send its legions, but they will have no one to fight other than a bunch of scattered slaves who have fled in all directions. This part specifically, I think, is very well executed, because the writers are careful and specific with the information Gannicus receives from Spartacus and Lucretia, and this is then used to inform the decision that he makes at the end of the episode. In episode 6, Spartacus tried to convince Gannicus to help by appealing to love as the greatest cause of all, and he did not mention his other motivator, to uproot the entire Roman system and free the slaves, because this would not help him to convince Gannicus that he is a reasonable man with achievable goals. Gannicus, therefore, believes that the whole reason Spartacus is doing what he is doing is to avenge Sura. Lucretia's claims further support this, giving Gannicus the opportunity to kill Hitler and end the war tonight, so to speak. Lucretia wants Gannicus to kill one man to end the war, and the problem the writers need to navigate is that it would obviously be easier for Gannicus to assassinate Spartacus than Glaber. Lucretia wants Glaber dead because Glaber is mean to Ilithia, and Glaber facilitates Asher's abuse of her. She also believes that Gannicus would not be willing to assassinate Spartacus, as although he doesn't really know the man himself, he is good friends with many of his followers, and he does not want to fight against them, as was made clear when Glaber asked him to do this very thing. Additionally, Glaber is expecting an answer from Gannicus in the next couple of days, which means Gannicus has to do something, or he will find a cross with his name on. Lucretia then explains to Gannicus how she expects him to assassinate Glaber. She tells him that Ilithia is leaving for Rome tonight, and she will be accompanied by half of Glaber's personal guard. Lucretia will distract the remainder in the villa, allowing Gannicus the opportunity to sneak in, shank Glaber, and escape, with the blame being pinned on Spartacus. It should go without saying that this plan is insane. And Gannicus tells her that this plan is insane. And, I guess Lucretia is insane. Lucretia is asking Gannicus to place his life in her hands, and to trust that she will hold up her end of the bargain and will allow him to leave after the deed is done. Were Gannicus to act on this plan, Lucretia would hold all the power, and so this is something Gannicus would only consider doing if he had no other choice. However, Lucretia is sufficiently demonstrating that she is truly on Gannicus's side. She warns him that he is being followed by Tattoo Man, and it wouldn't really make any sense for her to lure Gannicus into the villa and then capture him either before or after he kills Glaber. This would not serve any purpose at all, but regardless, Gannicus's caution is justified due to the risks involved. Lucretia says that she will do as promised at midnight tonight, and she hopes that Gannicus will take the opportunity to end the war. This is the second time Lucretia has revealed a piece of secondary information to someone while trying to convince them to do something. She told Asher that Ilithia was trying to end her pregnancy in the process of asking him to replace the abortion juice with water, and here she tells Gannicus that Ilithia is leaving for Rome with some guards in the process of asking him to assassinate Glaber. As I have already been into, the bit with Asher is just fucking dumb, but this development with Gannicus works far better because Lucretia reveals what Ilithia is doing so as to convince Gannicus that he has a window during which he can assassinate Glaber, and from Lucretia's perspective, unlike in the Asher scene, it is not reasonable that she could expect Gannicus to do any differently. Ilithia is accompanied by half of Glaber's guards, and Gannicus has no immediately obvious reason to want to harm Ilithia. Later that evening, Ilithia and Lucretia say their goodbyes. Lucretia tells Ilithia of her plan involving Gannicus, and says that once Glaber is dead, she will alert the guards and Gannicus will be killed.
Women are devious and destructive.
Why? Why would you do that, and why would you tell Ilithia? I understand telling Ilithia, don't worry, I'm going to have your husband killed so that we can be reunited, but adding in, also, I'm going to throw Gannicus under the bus, feels totally arbitrary, leading me to conclude that the writers threw in this line so as to build tension for the audience, whilst accomplishing precisely nothing in universe. Ilithia then says her final goodbye to Glaber, and the writers tease the suggestion that she is considering revealing Lucretia's murderous plan to him, but she ultimately keeps quiet and gives him one last kiss.
You shall be missed.
The final sequence of episode 7 features two things happening concurrently, and the reason this sequence is edited in this way is to misdirect the audience and maximize tension. This is good because it ensures that Gannicus's actions remain mysterious until the very end, which keeps the audience guessing, and the editing does not feel cheap or manipulative because rather than hiding information from the audience, it instead selectively reveals things, building up to the final payoff. The whole sequence plays out almost entirely through visuals. We only get 2 lines of dialogue, and stylistically, this is all excellent. Gannicus is in the brothel holding his rudis, considering his options and the cost of freedom. As he leaves, he is followed by Tattoo Man. Lucretia begins distracting the guards in the villa by being like, hey, the gods are over there behind the curtain, you better go check it out. Glaber is asleep in his bed and the camera slowly zooms in on him, giving the impression that someone has just entered his room. Is this the end of Gaius Claudius Glaber?
No!
It turns out that Glaber's surprise midnight visitors are none other than Sepia's boobies, as well as the rest of her, and I don't think I need to tell you what happens next. But then someone else shows up, and oh my god, is this Gannicus?
No!
It's Salvius, one of Glaber's guards, who is like,
got room for one more?
Yeah, no, he actually says that he is here because of pressing concerns. Something bad has happened. We then cut to the aftermath of these pressing concerns. Glaber approaches Ilithia's wagon on the road, which is surrounded by the dismembered bodies of at least 10 guards. Glaber pulls back the curtain on the wagon, fearing that Ilithia, or more specifically his child, is dead, but instead they find Tattoo Man with the rudis lodged in his neck.
Gannicus has made his decision.
Whilst this is a very cool visual that has a very clear meaning, the logistics of how the fuck any of this happened are pretty absurd. Gannicus found the wagon because he knew which road Ilithia would take to travel from Capua to Rome, and he then killed all of the guards and abducted her. Tattoo Man was following Gannicus, and Gannicus was aware of this. He would obviously kill Tattoo Man at the earliest opportunity, because he is aware that if he tries to leave Capua, he will be crucified, which means in order for him to leave Capua so as to attack the wagon, Tattoo Man needs to be dealt with. This means Gannicus either killed him in Capua and then carried his body to the wagon, or he killed him, then found the wagon, and then went back and grabbed the body to put in the wagon to send a message to Glaber. Alternatively, Gannicus didn't kill Tattoo Man until after he dealt with the wagon, but there is no reason why he would do that, because Tattoo Man should be dead the moment Gannicus is able to get rid of him. Alternatively, Gannicus realized he was just about to cross the threshold and leave Capua, and instead of killing Tattoo Man, he decided to just start running. Tattoo Man then chased him and caught up just as he was attacking the wagon, where Gannicus was like,
I've thought of a better use for you.
I guess the other possibility is that Gannicus sneaked onto the top of the wagon and rode it out of the city, but then how in the fuck did Tattoo Man end up inside the wagon? Also, Gannicus single-handedly took on half of Glaber's total number of guards that were with him in Capua, which is insane. And this is the first true superhero moment in the show that lands squarely in the absolutely fucking ridiculous. I love Gannicus, he's awesome, but if he can win a 1v10, then fuck it, why not make it a 1v50? This suggests that he could have actually broken into the villa and killed Glaber without Lucretia's assistance, because he is evidently more than capable of taking on at least 10 guys at once. So the hows are just that little bit questionable, but the why is far more coherent. Gannicus acted upon the information given by Lucretia that Ilithia was being taken back to Rome that evening, and so he decided to attack the wagon and abduct her instead of assassinating Glaber. The reason he does this is because he really has 3 options, and this one he considered the easiest. He can assassinate Spartacus, which he doesn't want to do. He can assassinate Glaber, which is a big fucking risk. Or he can abduct Ilithia. As for why he decides to abduct Ilithia, we will discover this in episode 8, but it makes complete sense for him to want to do this, which means this narrative beat is not at all fucked from a character standpoint. Specifically, the shortcomings are in the way that the writers chose to have Gannicus abduct Ilithia. Episode 7 primarily depicts Spartacus getting a whole load of new followers and shows him dealing with the consequences of bringing in new people whose objectives don't necessarily align with his. The conflict between Agron and Crixus and everything Agron does with the Germans is great, and as with Gannicus's actions at the end, the way this is depicted is at times very silly, but the broad strokes are successful. Agron's actions do all make sense from his perspective. He is not flip-flopping as to whether or not he is actually going to try and replace Spartacus. He is 100% loyal the entire time, but his behavior with the Germans and his antagonism towards Crixus causes the others to be justifiably suspicious of his motive, which leads to most of the drama in the episode. The only part of episode 7 that I really do think is bad is what they do with Asher, and unfortunately this really does matter because of how important it becomes. Overall, episode 7 is very entertaining, but I can't rank it above episode 6 because it definitely contains more serious problems. So, Gannicus has abducted Ilithia somewhere along the road from Capua to Rome, which is in the opposite direction to Vesuvius, which means they are going to be walking for at least a day. He doesn't care that she is pregnant, nor is he interested in any potential reward from Glaber for returning her. We get a brief scene of Gannicus attempting, unsuccessfully, to convince a few concerned citizens that he is out for a stroll in the woods with his heavily pregnant wife, but I have to assume that this happened more than once given the distances involved, so Gannicus probably had to kill quite a few people to get this done. Then Gannicus sneaks up on Spartacus and Mira, who are out hunting. Whilst it is impressive that the production and visual effects teams were able to create a forest set like this, the way certain parts are filmed unfortunately betrays the illusion. We can't have a shot of Gannicus approaching Spartacus from a distance, because this would be too expensive. The set is simply not large enough, which means this would require visual effects work, so Gannicus instead simply enters from stage left in the middle of a forest. Gannicus is not interested in having a chat with Spartacus. He immediately tells him to take the life of Glaber's woman in exchange for Glaber taking the life of his.
See end to vengeance.
This being Gannicus's motive for abducting Ilithia is entirely functional. It is based on the information he has, and he is absolutely correct in his assumption that this is the easiest way to end the war, provided Spartacus follows through. We cut away before Spartacus can make a decision. Back at the temple, Naevia is still training with Crixus. She kicks him and does manage to knock him backwards, but this isn't some insane exaggerated, oh no, this twig has just toppled a fucking rhino. This is firmly in the context of training, and we can clearly see that Naevia is getting faster and more confident. As Crixus demonstrates how shoulder movement can give a clue as to where an opponent may strike, Naevia whacks him in the face, catching him off guard, and slashes at his chest, which he dodges. Naevia is not holding back at all, and she doesn't want Crixus to hold back either. She wants their training to be as real as possible. Crixus smiles as he is impressed by her spunk, and he's like, alright, well, if that's how you want to play. He waits for her to move in for another strike, and he effortlessly sidesteps, grapples, and completely disables her. This is similar to the jujitsu scene in The Last of Us Season 2, except that this is not utter piss. In fact, this is actually a very good way of accomplishing the exact same thing. Ellie was like, don't pull punches, I'm just as strong as you, which is pretty much what Naevia does here. The difference is that in The Last of Us, Ellie wins the fight and later goes on to subdue someone else by using the same moves. This means the show is telling us that Ellie is just as tough as men twice her size, which means the show is lying to its audience. Conversely, the moment Crixus realizes that Naevia is treating this more like actual combat than training, he disables her easily. And because these two characters love each other, him disabling her is not framed as him humiliating her by pile-driving her into the floor, as was often the case when he trained with Spartacus early in Blood and Sand, for example. Instead, Crixus hugs her and compliments her for learning quickly. In other words, the writers are not lying to the audience. They are not exaggerating Naevia's abilities at the expense of Crixus, and her developing into a somewhat competent fighter is for the moment relatively convincing. She is obviously nowhere near as good as Crixus, and she obviously has very real physical disadvantages, but unlike shows like The Last of Us and Rings of Power, Spartacus explicitly acknowledges the power imbalance, and Crixus specifically teaches her how to fight with this in mind. In episode 7, Spartacus asked Enemeus to serve as Doctore and to train his followers to fight. Enemeus said that he knew nothing of soldiers and war, only the ways of a gladiator.
I can think of no fiercer army so instructed.
And here in episode 8, we see Enemeus reassume the mantle of Doctore by assessing the skill of the Germans. Enemeus summons Nemetes and Saxa to take position, which means I may be about to eat my words and go back on all the compliments I just gave the Crixus and Naevia bit. Nemetes is like, fuck this, I know how to fight, and Enemeus replies with an absolute banger.
I instruct you, not how to fight, but how to win.
I love this character. It's just a shame that he has basically nothing to do in this entire season. Anyway, the Nemetes-Saxa fight happens almost entirely off-screen, but the fact that they were ordered to fight each other means I am forced to conclude that this was a somewhat balanced fight. This is not Nemetes going easy on Saxa, this is two somewhat equally matched opponents, which means the writers can't seem to make up their minds as to how good Saxa actually is. If you want her going toe-to-toe with men twice her size, then fine, you can do that. This is possible, and the vast majority of men would not last 5 seconds against a female MMA fighter, for example, regardless of the size differential. But if you're gonna do that, then you can't then have Mira actually stand up to Saxa and not get flattened immediately, because this then suggests that Mira would stand a chance against Nemetes, which is insane. And so, where the writers are taking care with how they build Naevia into a warrior, they do not appear to be giving the same attention to Saxa or Mira. Then Spartacus returns with Ilithia in tow. Crixus and Agron are both like, what the fuck have you done? And Spartacus tells them that Ilithia has been delivered to him, and that he shall see her to a proper end. Although Spartacus hates Ilithia, it is important to remember that this is entirely down to her position as the wife of Glaber. Ilithia made multiple moves to hurt Spartacus in Blood and Sand, specifically convincing Penisman to assassinate him, and later manipulating Numerius into commanding the execution of Varro. But Spartacus never learned that Ilithia was behind any of this. He only views her as Glaber's wife, and if he did know that she was the reason why Varro is now dead, then it is entirely possible that Spartacus would have killed her immediately. So, Spartacus takes Ilithia beneath the temple and she begs for her life. Spartacus says he will have vengeance, and when Ilithia tries to use her pregnancy to dissuade him, he replies that he and Sura often spoke of children, and that this has been forever denied. He is extremely emotional, which makes sense and is in line with what we saw in Blood and Sand. This is his first real opportunity to hurt Glaber, and he is not thinking clearly. He decides to kill her, and then...
The child is yours!
This is an interesting revelation. First, let's consider what this means for Spartacus. Why does this stop him? He didn't care about killing an unborn child until the child was claimed to be his. This is mostly grounded in natural paternal instinct, and the possibility that the child is his is enough for him to momentarily reconsider his actions. He is also reminded of his sexual encounter with Ilithia, and so he begins to view her as a person rather than a chess piece. The show does not clarify whether or not the child is that of Spartacus or Glaber. However, in episode 9, Ilithia does tell Lucretia that the child is Spartacus's, and she has no reason to lie, which means Ilithia does truly believe that Spartacus is the father, although she could of course be mistaken. All we know for certain is that both men believe it is possible that the child is theirs. Spartacus believing this would require that we are less than 9 months on from episode 9 of Blood and Sand, which gives us a time frame. And for Glaber to believe this would require that he banged Ilithia at around the same time, which he didn't have the opportunity to do until episode 12. But it is entirely possible that episodes 10 and 11 took place over maybe a week or two, which means the child could belong to either of them. Spartacus does not immediately decide to spare Ilithia following this revelation. He recalls the night they spent together, as well as his hands around her throat, and, accepting that she is probably going to die, Ilithia makes her final plea.
Take my life and that of your child, and may your wife turn from you for what you have done when she greets you in the afterlife.
This is what ends up convincing Spartacus not to kill Ilithia. Her bearing his child is only used to momentarily stay his hand. The reason Spartacus is here leading a rebellion is for Sura, and so it makes sense for this to cause him to regain his senses and not act impulsively. Spartacus then emerges from the temple, having decided to keep Ilithia alive. Gannicus is like, excuse me, what the fuck?
I brand myself fucking enemy of Rome to deliver her to your hands, only to find them weak and trembling.
And Spartacus replies that he is not Glaber, and he will not strike down a woman for her husband's crimes. Rather disappointingly, Spartacus decides 17 minutes into the episode that he is not going to kill Ilithia, which means this feels as though the primary moral conundrum that the episode should have been focused on is more or less resolved less than a third of the way in. Gannicus presses him by revealing that many people, including innocent women, are being tortured and crucified for merely saying Spartacus's name. Gannicus doesn't care about whether or not Ilithia has actually done anything wrong. He simply wants Spartacus to end one life so as to save many. Killing her will balance the scales with Glaber, and will save countless innocents, as well as the lives of the rebels who have already joined Spartacus. Later that evening, Lucius decides to bring Ilithia some food, as if she is to remain alive, he figures she may as well be fed and watered. Ilithia recognizes that Lucius is a free Roman and questions why he stands with Spartacus against the Republic. Lucius then tells Ilithia his backstory, which serves as a justification for him turning on Rome. This being Spartacus and this being Ilithia, she senses an opportunity and tries to make a deal with Lucius. Ilithia explains who her husband is and the wealth she has access to, claiming that Glaber can return Lucius's lands to him. He appears to consider this, weighing the unlikelihood of escape and the sum of his loss that would need to be returned. As is revealed later, Lucius has no intention of betraying Spartacus, which means much of this dialogue is, sadly, solely for the benefit of the audience. The writers play up the idea that Lucius might actually take Ilithia up on her offer so as to build drama when this was never something that was going to happen. Lucius then attempts to leave in the middle of the night, and at this point the writers are still being like, look, he's being suspicious, maybe he's gonna betray Spartacus. But Spartacus sees him leaving and he asks that they walk together and have a chat. They then come up with a plan off-screen, which I will get to soon. This interaction means one of two things. Either Lucius was indeed planning to take Ilithia up on her offer, and when he told Spartacus that he was just popping out for a bit of fresh air, this was a lie. Lucius was going to betray them until Spartacus had a chat with him, at which point he changed his mind. Or, alternatively, Lucius was indeed popping out for some fresh air, then he told Spartacus about Ilithia's offer, and then they came up with the plan. Given the characterization of Lucius in literally every other scene, the latter simply has to be the truth. Lucius would never betray Spartacus, which means the writers were deliberately messing with the audience so as to artificially build tension. During the episode, we get some development of Spartacus and Mira's relationship. Sura's name is brought up between the two of them for the first time.
In my youth, I stood more animal than man.
And what tamed the wild beast?
Your wife, of course.
Which forces Mira to acknowledge that she can't fill the void left by Sura, despite her best efforts. Spartacus clearly enjoys her company, but this is not love. She will never know the full extent of the man. Mira believes that Spartacus is making a mistake in keeping Ilithia alive, but I feel the writers missed an opportunity to make this conflict more personal. Spartacus has frequent sex with Mira, and the possibility of having a child with Mira is never brought up, which means the writers could have played into the idea that Mira is jealous of Ilithia for bearing the child of the man she loves, which could then imply that Mira is herself infertile. Anyway, Agron and Nasir start being gay while they are meant to be guarding Ilithia, and Mira is like, off you go, I'll take over. Mira then tries to strangle Ilithia, but Spartacus returns and intervenes in a moment of fantastic timing. Mira decided to kill Ilithia for Spartacus, so that his hands would not be stained by the deed. She believes that she is doing Spartacus a favor, and that he will actually benefit from Ilithia's death. She claims that she did this to spare Spartacus's heart from the act, and he replies,
"You do not know my heart."
This then leads into a big dramatic breakup in the following episode, so for now, I shall move on. Now I need to rewind and go through the Roman part of the episode before Lucius's plan is enacted and the narratives converge. Following Ilithia's abduction, we get some dialogue from Lucretia that accomplishes literally nothing and only damages Glaber's character. Lucretia says, "I am to blame for Ilithia's fate. Had I not broken words with Gannicus, he never would have known Ilithia was on the road. I sought only to convince Gannicus of proper path to willingly follow your command and join the hunt for Spartacus." Lucretia is telling a half-truth. She openly reveals to Glaber that she told Gannicus about Ilithia, and the reason she comes clean here is because she would be found out eventually, and this would make her look very guilty. From Glaber's perspective, there are no immediately obvious means by which Gannicus could have possibly learned of Ilithia's location, and if his guards who accompanied Lucretia into the city were to come forward and say, "Oh yeah, by the way, Lucretia had a chat with Gannicus a few hours before he kidnapped your wife," then Glaber would conclude that Lucretia had orchestrated this, and she would probably find herself hurled from fucking cliff. That's all fine, the logical progression is clear, and so Lucretia has a reason to come clean. The part of this that is baffling is her justification to Glaber. She claims that the reason she told Gannicus about Ilithia was to convince him to help hunt down Spartacus, which could not possibly require that she reveal anything about Ilithia's movements. Glaber doesn't recognize that this makes absolutely no sense, when he should obviously question her further and find out exactly what words were exchanged between her and Gannicus, and why precisely she did reveal Ilithia's location. Were this to happen, Lucretia would be caught in a lie, and she would be executed for conspiring against a praetor of Rome, which means her story would end right here. Glaber now finds himself in a pickle. It will take months to scour the countryside with the numbers he has, and he emphatically refuses to ask Rome for aid because of the crippling embarrassment this will cause him.
We're snatched from grasp of a praetor of Rome!
This means that Glaber is willing to endanger his unborn child so as to protect his reputation which is a clear and coherent transition of values. The child was the most important thing to him, but now circumstances have changed. He can simply make another heir with Sepia and write off Ilithia as a tax expense. We don't get any speculation as to what would happen afterwards, however, as if Glaber were to return to Rome with a new wife and Ilithia was nowhere to be seen, questions would presumably be asked. And Glaber would have to be like, oh yeah, that one, not seen her for 6 months. Meanwhile, Asher is raping Lucretia again. She notices Sepius's bracelet on the floor next to Asher's super-secret treasure chest that is now overflowing with goodies. She waits until he is finished and gives this bracelet to Sepia, revealing that Glaber murdered her brother.
This is the one thing we didn't want to happen.
Now we are all caught up. Lucius arrives at the villa and has a chat with Glaber. He reveals that Ilithia is alive and is being held by Spartacus. Glaber asks Lucius to reveal where they are camped, but Lucius declines. If Glaber lays a hand on him, Ilithia dies. If Lucius does not return to the camp, she dies. And if anyone follows him, she dies. He tells Glaber that Spartacus wishes for him to enter the city of Atella, accompanied by 3 men, with Spartacus to hold the same. Spartacus will then exchange Ilithia for a wagon filled with armor and weapons. The rebels lacking access to weapons has been established multiple times throughout the season.
Nor can you forge a sword from a fucking tree.
We will need more weapons.
Nemesis does hold arguments towards lack of proper weapons at least.
And this is good because, as they are escaped slaves, they don't have any obvious means of arming themselves. Presumably, the writers needed a reason for Spartacus to make a deal with Glaber, so they figured, well, the rebels will need weapons, but instead of just bringing this up from out of nowhere in this very scene, they laid the groundwork earlier to make sure this feels like a natural result of their lack of resources. Glaber then allows Lucius to leave and commands that a wagon be prepared. Back at the camp, the rebels are excited to hear that Glaber has accepted terms, but Spartacus tells them that they will honor the deal and will not use the opportunity to assassinate Glaber.
We do not honor word. We prove ourselves no better than the Romans.
Which excellently ties in with his reasoning for not killing Ilithia. He does not wish to become the very thing he seeks to destroy. Agron, Crixus, and Enemaeus volunteer to accompany Spartacus into Atella, but Spartacus tells Enemaeus that he has not sufficiently recovered from his injuries. This gives Gannicus the opportunity to stand in his place, despite the fact that he does not believe in Spartacus or his cause. All he cares about is mending the rift with Enemaeus. At the appointed hour, both parties converge in the city of Atella. Glaber arrives with 3 men and a wagon as promised. Spartacus, Gannicus, Crixus, and Agron emerge from the alleyway. In a great piece of narrative repetition, Spartacus presents Glaber with a piece of fabric from Ilithia's dress, serving as evidence that he has her imprisoned.
Present yet upon it.
Glaber replies that this is not proof that Ilithia lives, and Spartacus tells him that he chose to spare her because he is not Glaber.
I will not strike down a woman for the foolish acts of her husband.
Glaber then says, "You are not like me. Your wife was the heart that beats within your breast. You would have given all to see her live, while I would do the same to see you dead." He drops the piece of fabric, symbolically letting go of Ilithia and revealing his intentions. Agron opens the wagon, and out pops Asher, accompanied by his entourage of edgy boys. If they wanted to, they could have killed Agron immediately, but no time for that now. We've got ourselves an action scene. Before we get started, however, how the fuck did you not see this coming? You have no idea what is inside this wagon, and it seems rather foolish to personally inspect it instead of asking Glaber to prove that it contains weapons as promised, while you stand at a safe distance. I am somewhat willing to forgive this, because had that happened, it would have still led to the same action scene. We just would have skipped the dialogue with Glaber, which I quite like. Anyway, this fight consists of Glaber and 3 of his men, plus Asher, the man in the hole, and his 3 other minions, versus Spartacus, Crixus, Gannicus, and Agron. Spartacus quickly disarms Glaber, who retreats behind his men. Crixus battles the man in the hole, and he appears to be outmatched. Good thing Asher was able to find a man in a hole who is able to bring down the undefeated fucking Gaul. Crixus would be straight up dead here, if not for Mira and Lucius, who are hiding in the alleyway and are armed with bows. Glaber is shot in the shoulder, the man in the hole is shot 3 times but doesn't seem to care, because I guess being in a hole means you don't care about arrows. Spartacus is forced to retreat when Glaber summons more of his troops, and they manage to escape because we cut away, so fuck you, no one follows them. Time for another ultramarathon. Lucius, meanwhile, decides to stay for absolutely no reason. I guess maybe he was pretty tired after having spent the last 78 hours running at a world record pace, but the true reason is that he has to stay because otherwise the plot can't happen. He is quickly killed by the man in the hole, and even in death, he still functions as a critical plot device, which I will get to in episode 9. In the final scene of the episode, Spartacus leads Ilithia into the forest and tells her that she is free to go. He explains that Glaber took his love from him, but that killing Ilithia would balance nothing because Glaber chose vengeance against him over her life.
Does not love you as I love my wife.
Ilithia is then left in the woods, heavily pregnant, hands bound, 30-odd miles from Capua. Episode 8, Should We Kill Ilithia, is fine, but Spartacus decides far too quickly that he is not going to harm her, which means much of the will he won't he tension feels melodramatic. We already know that he won't, so get on with the story. However, it does a decent job of making Ilithia sympathetic, and the slow reveal that Glaber has chosen to sacrifice his heir so as to kill Spartacus is well done. But yeah, this one is pretty forgettable in spite of some good scenes, so let's move on to episode 9. Episode 9 opens with Donar doing a wee, and then he is knocked out by some Romans. Nazir and Lugo are standing watch whilst arguing with each other, and they are not doing a particularly good job. 3 mysterious Romans take them out and sneak into the temple. Navia happens to be awake, and she sounds the alarm, triggering a fight, but it is revealed that these Romans are in fact Spartacus, Crixus, and Gannicus. This was a test.
That's a damn stupid thing to do.
The point of this is for Spartacus to demonstrate how seriously the rebels need to take the security of their shit, but the way Spartacus decides to impart this lesson is by putting himself, Crixus, and Gannicus in direct conflict with the entire camp, essentially inviting his friends to kill them. In a sword fight, we can assume that no one can take them down, but as we see, the rebels have bows, which means this is an insane risk. If the tiniest thing goes wrong, one or all of them could have been badly wounded or fucking killed outright because they decided to disguise themselves as Romans and sneak around the encampment. The point Spartacus wanted to make was that it was far too easy for the Romans to break in, and they are inadequately defended. And this point is well made, regardless of the questionable way he goes about demonstrating this, but it is entirely possible that they would break in and then be met with adequate defenses, such as a line of archers, which means all 3 of them are fucking dead. A more sensible way to do this would have been to have Agron and Enemaeus at the very least be in on the whole thing, and for them to ensure that all weapons are safely stowed away, which means Spartacus can break in and be like, look, I broke in, wake the fuck up and treat this seriously, whilst avoiding any absurd risks. Spartacus continues trying to bring his followers together under a common purpose, as although the Germans did agree to follow him, there is still plenty of tension. Lugo complains that Nazir's testicles are too small, but Nazir replies that his tiny testicles are not the reason why the break-in was possible. This happened because Lugo fell asleep. Everyone begins arguing while Spartacus desperately tries to keep the peace. Many of them question why Spartacus released Ilithia, as she was their bargaining chip to acquire the weapons they desperately need, and he explains that he wants them to be better than the Romans. He has made his point, but it is clear that not everyone is on the same page. As Crixus tells him, they are not a clenched fist, but fingers twitching absent a single purpose. Spartacus now needs to find a way to reach the hearts of his followers. We then learn that Spartacus has pretty much cut ties with Mira completely. They no longer share a bed, and he doesn't speak to her except to give instructions. He tells her he had given her all that remained of his heart, and she replies that it is not enough. Mira tells him that she always knew there was an absence in his touch, and she felt that she was the problem, and wished that one day she would fill this absence, but she now realizes that she cannot. She asks him if he will be saddened when he sees her in the arms of another, which is her way of working out how much Spartacus actually cares about her, and he replies that he will feel sad, but he prays that she will be able to find what she failed to find in him. They kiss and go their separate ways. And that is pretty much the end of Mira's story in Vengeance. She does basically nothing. We had multiple throwaway lines saying, "Oh wow, Mira, you and Spartacus really love each other," and she would be like, yes, we certainly do, whilst still seeking confirmation from him that he loves her, which, of course, he does not. And then she tries to murder Ilithia, which causes Spartacus to cut her off. Mira does not appear until episode 9 of Blood and Sand, and the writers accomplish far more for her in those final 5 episodes than they do in the entirety of Vengeance, and like multiple other characters, Mira feels like someone the writers didn't really know what they wanted to do with. This breakup scene in isolation, however, I do think is good because it addresses how they each want different things, whilst avoiding feeling overblown or melodramatic. However, I would have liked to have gotten a little bit more from Spartacus with regard to their relationship. Throughout the season, he has been a man of very few words, unless he is giving a speech to the rebels, which means in his intimate moments with Mira, we don't actually learn that much about him. This means all I can really take from this breakup scene is that Mira is sad that things didn't work out because she tried to murder Ilithia, she loved Spartacus so much that she was willing to do this to spare him the guilt, and she feels inadequate for being unable to give him what he needs. Conversely, I can't really tell you what Spartacus thinks about Mira, only that he is sad to lose her, and he realizes that Mira was pushed into doing something unforgivable because of her feelings for him. There is nothing wrong with this, I just kind of wanted a bit more. Agron, on Spartacus's orders, has attacked a wagon to secure wine. Attacking wagons on the road was established in episode 7 as extremely risky, and something they should not do unless they absolutely have to, or if they are indeed ready for an assault, which they are not, hence the plan involving attacking the wagon on the road. Yeah, this isn't great, but anyway. Spartacus has figured that they all need to get wasted so that he can give another speech. This is speech number 9, by the way. And he tells them that they are united in their belief that every man and woman should be born, should live, and should die with the taste of freedom upon their lips. They need to put aside their differences, and he proposes that they have a competition, pairing people with ill feelings towards each other so as to find out if the thirst for victory over the Romans will triumph over petty quarrel. This allows the opportunity for the writers to give us some action scenes that are reminiscent of the arena fights that have been almost entirely missing from this season. It allows the tensions between multiple characters to be developed and pushed forward in one direction or another, and it allows for Spartacus to finally manage to bring everyone together for the first time. The point of this is to see if two people who hate each other are able to control their emotions and fight together in pursuit of the same objective, and demonstrate dedication and faith in Spartacus and his cause. In the first matchup, we have Donar and Nemetes versus Lugo and Nazir. There hasn't been any conflict or even dialogue between Donar and Nemetes, but Lugo and Nazir have received some brief character work. Lugo fell asleep during his watch and tried to blame Nazir, and he repeatedly calls Nazir little man, which Nazir does not appreciate. Lugo tells Nazir that they will win as long as Nazir keeps out of his way, so Nazir hisses like a snake because that's what he does, and then we get some hilarious slow motion that just looks like the actors had so much fucking fun filming. This is appropriate, however, as it gives the sense that everyone is having a good time, and they are doing so together. I can't watch Lugo sprinting out of the temple in slow motion while getting showered in wine without cracking a smile. We don't actually see the fight, which feels odd, particularly given that we do see Mira and Saxa having another fight, but the aftermath is that Lugo and Nazir lose, but Lugo doesn't care.
We lose, but little man fight! fight like giants!
Nazir has earned Lugo's respect. Lugo was specifically the character chosen to represent the point of view of the Germans, and he was shown to value strength and size. And yet, he has come to appreciate that Nazir, the tiny, barely trained former body slave, has balls of steel. This also functions as a means of showing that Spartacus's idea is working. He is finally beginning to form a new brotherhood with these former slaves. The cynical reading of this sequence would be that the writers needed everyone to be happy and friendly with each other, so they made them get drunk and start punching each other, so that they could come out the other side like, yeah, you're alright, actually. But I do think there is slightly more to this as a result of the character setups earlier in the season. Mira and Saxa have no reason to dislike each other, but the show repeatedly takes time out to be like, also the women are fighting, by the way, which means when they team up and defeat their opponents and Saxa is like, woo, high five, also sexual assault, this means absolutely nothing because there is no substance behind it. The Lugo-Nazir bit is a step up because they did actually have a disagreement, but Saxa, Mira, Lugo, and Nazir are not the characters with the biggest grievances. Those would be Enemeus and Gannicus, and Crixus and Agron. As a reminder, Enemeus feels an overwhelming sense of betrayal because his supposed brother fucked his wife on at least one occasion. Gannicus doesn't have any ill feelings towards Enemeus, but is desperate to repair their relationship. Agron fucking hates ghouls and has done for the entire series, despite having shown the occasional desire to not be quite so overt about it. And Crixus hates Agron because Agron lied about Navia, and if not for Nazir, Navia would have died in the mines. We have had a few Enemeus scenes that were very brief, so I haven't mentioned them, but so far he has been extremely reserved with regard to Gannicus. He has no interest in even speaking to him, wishing to just ignore and move on as best he can. He is also, notably, the one character not partaking in the celebrations. He is not drinking, as is to be expected, because the last time he drank anything, Spartacus roofied him. I do wish there was some acknowledgement of this, but anyway. Enemeus is standing back as a detached observer. Conversely, Gannicus is doing precisely the opposite, as is to be expected. Not only is he drinking, but he is drinking rather a lot, and he is clearly pretty wasted. He tells Enemeus that they can win if they fight as one, and although Enemeus does not respond, he does take position alongside Gannicus, following some further encouragement from Spartacus. He is no longer able to just stand back and passively observe. Spartacus's ploy has now come for him, and because he is well respected by everyone present, he has to fight alongside the man who ploughed his wife. Enemeus can't refuse because of the demoralizing effect this would have, and this would benefit no one. Once again, Spartacus has played him, but this time it was indeed for the greater good. He still does not speak, but after considering Spartacus's words, he agrees and stands alongside Gannicus. Ordinarily, I don't know who should win this fight. Peak Enemeus was the best of the four of them, but he has spent the entire season getting tortured, starved, and beaten, so he is in, by far, the worst physical condition of the lot. Gannicus is wasted, but he is also a seasoned alcoholic who fought whilst hungover on at least one occasion in Gods of the Arena. Crixus has still never technically lost a fight, more on that later, but he does seem to have been nerfed this season. And finally, Agron was never on the same level as the other three, but he is treated from Vengeance onwards as almost equally skilled because he is now a main character. If everyone was at their peak, or at the very least uninjured and sober, Gannicus and Enemeus should demolish Crixus and Agron, but given the circumstances and given that this is a fist fight, this could go either way. This is all extremely well executed, and like the Theocles fight, I am not even talking about the fight itself. The writers almost certainly started at the payoff. They were like, oh, wouldn't it be awesome if we could have a big 2v2 fist fight between these legendary gladiators? But rather than just making that happen for no particular reason, and giving it no particular narrative or character impact, the writers once again did the work necessary to make this bit of fan service meaningful. It has a point beyond wouldn't it be cool if Gannicus and Enemeus teamed up against Crixus and Agron. The superficial is awesome, as always the stunt work is admirable and everything is filmed in a very satisfying way, but the meaning of this scene is why I like it so much. Enemeus had shown absolutely no desire to have anything to do with Gannicus, and justifiably so. Gannicus was desperate to rebuild their relationship, but he had accepted that this was not going to happen. Crixus was unable to forgive Agron for the lie he told, and Agron gave up on trying to come to terms with Crixus, and although he did firmly stand with Spartacus at the end of episode 7, he did not apologize to Crixus after one of his countrymen that he had vouched for and brought to the camp assaulted Naevia. The writers have done plenty of groundwork to establish that there are pretty much no circumstances by which these men would fight alongside each other, even though they all know that one day soon they will have to face the might of Rome. Spartacus knew that these four men would have to trust each other and fight together against the Romans, which is why he orchestrates this party with the assistance of varying amounts of alcohol. The unfortunate snag in what is otherwise very well done is that Crixus and Agron did fight together at the end of episode 8, which is another reason why I really do not like that whole sequence in Atella. It diminishes the importance of this. The vast majority of the fight is not actually a 2v2, this is two isolated 1v1s, which means the contest is not having the desired effect. Gannicus is not fighting alongside Enemeus, they are each fighting separate opponents. But then Gannicus and Enemeus communicate to each other, and the writers communicate to us, in two cuts lasting about half a second in total, that they are going to work together, thus making the first step in repairing their relationship. Gannicus trips up Crixus, and Enemeus lands a blow on him, having already defeated Agron, because honestly Agron was ever so slightly outgunned in this fight. They manage to defeat Crixus by working together, and whilst I broadly like everything surrounding this fight, I do wish it could have gone on longer with more of a back and forth. Gannicus and Enemeus stand victorious, although this is not a sudden, "Oh, Gannicus, I'd forgotten what it was like to fight with you at my side, let's put the past behind us." The writers are smart enough to not even try to speedrun this. Both men are smiling because they just won, they instinctively look at each other because they are pleased with themselves, but they are then very quickly wrapped up in the party once again, which means no words are actually spoken, which helps to avoid the catastrophic pitfall of, well, I forgive him for slamming my wife because damn that man knows how to throw a punch. Crixus and Agron, however, do get dialogue because their grievance is not quite on the same level and is rooted in prejudice rather than actual wrongdoing. Naevia has told Crixus multiple times that she doesn't want him at Agron's throat, and she also did not blame Agron for the lie he told, which means Crixus is willing to break words.
You fought well for a simple fuck from the east of the Rhine.
As did you for a shit-eating Gaul.
Crixus is smart enough to understand that although Agron doesn't like him, Agron is absolutely loyal to Spartacus, as he himself is. This means the conflict between himself and Agron, however justified it may or may not be, doesn't help anyone, and if it affects their ability to fight the Romans, then it will put Naevia in danger. However, I do need to address Crixus and his increasingly tenuous claim on his undefeated title. So let's look back at each of his fights. He loses against Gannicus in an exhibition match but does not give the missio, and this happens before he becomes a gladiator. He defeats Orctus in the arena. He defeats Gannicus during the ranking fight, but Gannicus loses on purpose. He defeats an unnamed gladiator in the arena. He is physically overpowered by Cabarus in the arena, but is rescued by Gannicus. He loses to Spartacus in Spartacus's final test, but does not give the missio. He defeats Spartacus in the arena. He is physically overpowered by Theocles in the arena, but is rescued by Spartacus. He defeats Pericles in the arena. He loses to Spartacus in the exhibition fight to the death because he was poisoned. He is overpowered by many Romans in the mines and is captured. He is overpowered by many gladiators in the arena, but is rescued by Spartacus. He is overpowered by the man in the hall, but is rescued by Lucius. And finally, he is defeated by Enemeus and Gannicus during the party fight, but he does not give the missio. Excluding Crixus battling nameless Roman soldiers who exist only to die, Crixus does not actually win a fight in Vengeance. If we exclude the technicality of whether or not you give the missio, and if we remove outside intervention, Crixus's on-screen win-loss ratio is now 5 wins to 9 losses, which makes his title a little redundant. I get the point, and yes, fine, he is technically undefeated because of what constitutes defeat to a gladiator, but I feel this highlights why Crixus doesn't feel anywhere near as formidable as he did in Blood and Sand. Later that night, Crixus and Naevia finally managed to have sex when the last time they tried, Naevia was unable to because she had a panic attack, and this serves as the climax of their relationship this season. She tells Crixus that she had been lost and that his touch has guided her home. Rather than simply overcoming her months of unimaginable torment, she has been forged into a new person, leaving the old one behind. And this Naevia is the one we stick with going forwards. This is fine, but I would have liked more focus on this subplot given the attention it received in Blood and Sand, and this might be a hot take because my guess is that most people groan whenever we cut back to Naevia in Vengeance, but in spite of the fact that I don't like the actress change, this subplot would have benefited from more screen time, not less. What we get is that Naevia is traumatized, she asks Crixus to teach her how to fight, we get 2 very brief scenes in which Naevia is training, and now everything is okay. She decides to do a thing and then she does it. I would have wanted to see more hurdles along the way, to actually see her struggling more in combat, perhaps having external conflicts with the other escapees where she maybe resents them for getting off lightly, or even having Crixus struggle with this new Naevia, as the woman he fell in love with was a delicate flower, not a sword-swinging, bloodthirsty warrior woman. This subplot simultaneously feels like it accomplished very little whilst also feeling like filler. Now we must rewind to catch up with the Romans before the big dramatic climax of the episode. Sepia thinks Glabber killed her brother so that he could have her all to himself, although she is yet to do anything about this. Glabber reassures her and they embrace, but then who could possibly show up but Ilithia, who has walked back to Capua. She did not encounter any vagabonds on the road, nor did she get lost or attacked by wild animals, nor did she pass out from exhaustion. She walked 30 miles across the wilderness alone and also forgot what road she travelled on. Glabber, however, is pleased that she and her child are still alive, but he very quickly begins questioning her as to how she escaped and where she was kept. She offers very limited information as she was blindfolded and is only able to reveal that the room she was kept in was beneath the ground, was made of stone, and had some Greek scribblings etched into the rock. During the conversation, Ilithia realizes that she is not in her own bed, and that Glabber has replaced her with Sepia. Spartacus was right. Glabber does not love her.
Oh my god!
Why the fuck does Ilithia find this surprising? She already knows that the only reason she is alive is because she carries Glabber's child.
Protect him with your life, or see it forfeit.
She conspired to take everything from him and marry his rival, and she straight up told him that she no longer loved him. This dialogue really should have been focused on Ilithia's shock that Glabber would sacrifice his wife and heir to see Spartacus dead, rather than Ilithia's incredulity that he doesn't love her anymore because she should already fucking know this. Anyway, Ilithia is like, well, I have nothing to live for, better go bungee jumping without the rope. But Lucretia shows up like, oh my god, you're alive. They both make amends and forgive each other for past misdeeds, and Ilithia says that she has come around to the idea that she does love her unborn child. Lucretia then tells Ilithia about the bracelet, and that Sepia is waiting for the opportune moment to avenge her brother. Ilithia appears happy about this, as this will evidently solve all her problems. Sepia will take the risk and the blame, and if she is successful, Glabber will die. Ilithia says she wishes for Glabber to die so that she can have her life returned to her, but that isn't how this works. She would be an unmarried, pregnant woman. She would have no power, and no men of status would be interested in her because of the child she carries. She could, in theory, still marry Verinius, as the only reason she needed her father was to dissolve her existing marriage, and if Sepia kills Glaber, then she can skip a few steps and just rock up like, hey buddy, guess what, it's salsa time. But that would require that she drink the abortion juice and end her pregnancy. Her pregnancy that is pretty much complete. The baby is essentially full fucking term at this point. And whilst I don't doubt that Ilithia might decide to do this, in spite of the fact that, as she said previously, she has grown to love the unborn child, Lucretia would not allow her to do this, nor would she put Ilithia in a situation where this is a remote possibility. The only way out would be for Ilithia to recognize the flaw in the plan, and for Lucretia to be like, oh, don't worry, I can look after the child, and raise it as if it were my own, thus freeing Ilithia from any unfortunate tethers without actually killing the child, but this is never brought up. I am going to summarize Lucretia at the end of the video, but essentially, in order for the baby to remain safe, Glaber must remain alive, which means, once again, Lucretia's actions do not make sense. Meanwhile, Glaber and Asher attempt to work out where Spartacus is hiding, narrowing their search based on the knowledge that Gannicus travelled with Ilithia on horseback and then for several hours through a forest. They know that Spartacus attacked the mines of Lucania, the arena in Capua, and the port of Neapolis, and they also showed up in Atella. Then the man in the hole arrives carrying Lucius's severed head. He has presumably taken Lucius's head to some contacts in Capua, perhaps men he knew from his time spent in various holes, and he has discovered that this man's name was Lucius Caelius, and that he lived by Vesuvius. This, plus the knowledge that Ilithia was kept underground in a stone building, leads Asher to conclude that Spartacus must be hiding in an old Greek temple at the base of Vesuvius. This is an incredibly important plot development. The reason Glaber is able to locate Spartacus is because Lucius decided to stay behind in episode 8 for absolutely no reason, so that Asher could find out where he lived, and because Asher had visited this temple previously before he became a slave. This is cheap as fuck, and feels as though the writers couldn't think of a way for Glaber to find out where Spartacus was, so they had Mr. Plot Device get himself killed. Mr. Hole then asked his off-screen hole people where Mr. Plot Device lives, and then Asher is like, of course, the Greek temple by Vesuvius. I know about that because that's a thing that I know. This is extremely weak, and it means the season finale happens because of resources being leveraged off-screen, and characters doing things without any kind of motive or justification. The only defense of this I can think of is that in his first scene, Lucius demonstrated that he didn't really care about staying alive because he continued to antagonize Spartacus after being surrounded, but in episode 8 he offers no explanation for his actions. He isn't staying back to hold off Glaber's men and allow Spartacus time to escape, and it wouldn't make any sense for this to be his intention, given that Glaber has a small army accompanying him. If the writer's intention was that Lucius would heroically hold back the forces of Rome so that Spartacus could escape, this was simply not executed well at all. Everything seems to be going remarkably well for Glaber, but then who could possibly show up but Verinius? It turns out that Sepia, at Lucretia's urging, contacted Verinius to ask for reinforcements against Glaber's wishes. She did this after Ilithia went missing and after learning that Glaber killed her brother, but now that Ilithia has returned, this problem no longer requires Verinius's attention. He informs Glaber that the Senate has recalled him, and that they wish for Verinius to take Glaber's place in pursuing Spartacus. Glaber then decides to be retarded and says,
"No, Verinius, I shall not return to Rome, for you see, I have located Spartacus, and I shall be marching to Vesuvius to bring him down." Vesuvius, you say? Well, I'm going to leave quietly and do absolutely nothing with that information.
Glaber is now presented with a direct and explicit choice. He can refuse the request of the Senate by marching on Vesuvius, but this will end his political career. Alternatively, he can back down and let Verinius claim the glory, which will make him appear somewhat compliant and may allow for further advancement. Glaber decides that his reputation is already in tatters. He has pursued Spartacus for too long and at too much personal cost to back down now, and so if this is the last thing he does, he is going to end Spartacus for good. Except that actually, no, in his next scene, he is telling Sepia, yeah, I'm gonna go back to Rome. I've got to be a good little boy for the Senate. Verinius can have the glory. I don't care.
So you depart for Rome?
I'm left with little choice.
I have no idea why Glaber changes his mind. Not that it affects the plot, given what happens, but the writers essentially went out of their way to communicate to us that Glaber intends to do what Verinius says, which feels straight up out of character for him. His whole deal for the entire season has been kill Spartacus at all costs. He was even willing to sacrifice his heir to achieve this, and then Verinius shows up like,
"Go home, boy,"
and he says,
"Yes, Papa, please don't hit me again."
Anyway, as Verinius leaves the villa, he accuses Sepia of lying to him so as to summon him from Rome. Presumably, he received Sepia's letter saying, Ilithia has been kidnapped, also Glaber killed my brother, please help. He took this information to the Senate, who were like, oh, well, he can't even protect his wife, so how can we trust him to kill Spartacus? And so they dispatched Verinius to sort this all out. Sepia explains that the evidence she has of Glaber's misdeeds is the bracelet. And Verinius is like, well, that isn't evidence of jack shit, bye. Even though he hates Glaber, he is not willing to act upon Sepia's very questionable evidence and publicly accuse him of murder. He wants absolutely no part in this, which means Sepia is now out of options. The one man she could trust to help her has accused her of lying, figuring that she claimed Ilithia had been abducted and yet here she is, and that therefore she has also likely invented this claim of murder. Sepia then has a chat with Lucretia, who is like,
well, that didn't work. I guess you'll have to kill Glaber yourself. Well, that is a fantastic idea. I'll get right on that.
Sepia walks up to Glaber as he prepares to leave, and she's like, oh my god, what's that over there?
You bitch! You wasted all the wine!
Your fucking ass and my brother from his wall!
She raises her knife, but then Ilithia drives the knife into Sepia's neck and opens her up like a can opener. Red stuff starts going everywhere, and Glaber's penis is very confused. He questions why Ilithia would save his life given the way he has treated her, and she replies that he is her husband. We have done terrible things to each other. I would see such venom turned outward to those truly deserving of it. Sepia, the Senate, and the man they dispatched to steal your glory.
We are both monsters, guys. Let us be so together and seize the fucking heavens.
Glaber's penis is no longer confused, and they...
Definitely censored by YouTube!
Ilithia was made more sympathetic than ever in episode 8, and then episode 9 has her commit to being the evil bitch we always knew she was, and Ilithia then convinces Glaber to stay and go after Spartacus.
When Ilithia and Glaber come back together into this twisted love relationship at the end, he never tells her, hey, I killed your dad, and she never says, by the way, the baby is Spartacus. They just omit those two little facts.
So it turns out that Ilithia has played Lucretia like a trumpet. Ilithia was in on this plan and apparently approved of having Sepia kill Glaber. Lucretia did not intend for Ilithia to save Glaber because Lucretia wants Glaber dead. And although this doesn't make sense, this is at the very least clear. This is not some 4D chess move to fuck over Lucretia. Ilithia does appear to have genuinely decided that the best move is to save Glaber from the assassination attempt that she was in on, to remove Sepia from the equation, and to then use her vagina to get back in his good books. And given the information she has, this makes logical sense. This is the smartest move Ilithia could make. The problem, however, is that like many important plot beats in Vengeance, Ilithia being able to make this move relies entirely on Lucretia doing things that do not make sense, because they do not bring her closer to her own personal objective. Also, no one seems to notice that Ilithia obviously just betrayed Lucretia by doing this, but I will get onto that in the next episode. Now we are all caught up on both sides of the story, it is time for the shit to hit the fan. The rebels continue drinking well into the night, and Spartacus, as the responsible adult in the room, stands watch. He notices a signal from the men stationed on Vesuvius indicating that Romans are approaching, and so he and the other rebels march out of the temple. Wait, why would you leave the temple? I'll keep going. I'm sure there's a reason. Please let there be a reason. This is what the season has been building to, and this final 10 minutes serves as a setup for the finale whilst also delivering the largest scale battle sequence we have seen so far. The archers ambush the Romans in the forest before the gladiators charge in. After some brief fighting, there had better be a fucking reason. Yeah, there is no reason why they left the temple. What? It appears that the idea is that they wanted to lure the Romans into the temple, but they could have just done that without leaving. Let the Romans in and then spring the trap. Essentially, just do exactly what you did at the start of the episode, but deliberately this time. There is absolutely no reason to head into the forest. Anyway, the Romans follow them back to the temple, we get more fighting in which everyone works together, and the Romans find themselves outmatched. Meanwhile, Spartacus and Gannicus ambush Glaber and kill his guards, but it turns out this isn't Glaber at all. These men are led by Verinius, whom they bring back to the temple. Verinius commands his remaining men to lay down their arms.
Now! We have steel!
This makes it moderately lucky that Verinius showed up when he did, because had this not happened, the rebels would have remained almost entirely unarmed. Crixus is pissed off with Verinius because he blames him for the deaths of Acca and Raskos. Good on the writers for including this, actions do indeed have consequences, and many other writers would either not bother or not remember to include this. Spartacus asks Verinius where Glaber is, but before Verinius can answer, the temple is struck by a catapult. This makes me wonder, why did Verinius not use siege equipment? All Verinius knew is that Spartacus and his rebels were at Vesuvius. He had no knowledge of the temple or any other defensible positions. Conversely, Glaber knew about the large stone walls surrounding the temple because Asher told him, and Asher knew because... which means Glaber knew to bring catapults. The end result is that many rebels and Romans are struck by Glaber's artillery, including Verinius, whose face is reduced to molten slag. After Glaber has softened up his target, the Romans charge into the temple, led by the man in the hole who saw the sideways hole the catapults had made in the wall of the temple and was like,
"Oh, look, a hole,"
and decided to go home. Spartacus orders that they retreat into the tunnel. The man in the hole corners Enemaeus and stabs him through the hand and into the eye. Enemaeus, one of the most prolific champions in the Roman Empire, is now a Cyclops because Asher found a man in a hole. Gannicus rescues Enemaeus as the rebels retreat. Glaber attempts to follow them, but his advance is blocked by fire. The rebels exit the tunnel, and this lady who has been around since Gods of the Arena is killed by a spear. They find themselves cornered by the Romans and forced to retreat up the mountain pass, despite knowing that there is no other path down.
You would let them go free. No, I would let them feast on mud and rock. And when hunger and madness drives them from their perch, we shall kill them all.
Mirroring the penultimate episode of Blood and Sand. Episode 9, Monsters, is pretty spectacular, the highlights being the party fights and the action sequence at the end, although the latter is marred by action movie tropes that were not present in earlier seasons. However, the conveniences abound, and in something of a rarity, the Roman half of the plot is lacking. Overall, however, this is the most entertaining episode of the season so far, despite its many shortcomings. This episode includes Glaber inexplicably changing his mind, Glaber and Asher locating Spartacus because Lucius did an oopsie, Glaber accidentally telling Verinius where Spartacus is, as well as the very silly opening sneak attack test thingy, but it also contains the best moments of the season so far. When it comes time to deliver on bombastic action, it certainly delivers. However, I do find myself struck by the difference in the depth of emotional storytelling by the time we hit the penultimate episode of Blood and Sand as compared to this.
We kill them all. We shall kill them all.
There is simply no comparison. And whilst I like vengeance, if this was the only season of the show that existed, it would have been forgotten because there is comparatively little to care about. But anyway, now it's time for... It's go time! The rebels have set up camp atop Vesuvius, but as they have been here for a few weeks by this point, they have almost run out of food as well as wood to make fires. Nemetes has led a handful of Germans down to attack the Romans who are guarding the path at the base of Vesuvius. He has done this without Spartacus's approval, and this leads to a brief battle in which the rebels find themselves outnumbered and overpowered. Spartacus and the others arrive to rescue them, and Mira dies. Mira's story was obviously finished. She had no clear direction, so the writers decided to kill her off. They get no closing words. This is not a drawn-out emotional goodbye. She is hit by an axe and bleeds out off-screen as Spartacus carries her back up Vesuvius.
We had a lot of conversations about Mira and having her mortally wounded in the beginning, having her survive. We went back and forth on this a lot because we really loved Katrina Law, but ultimately we felt like this was something to start the episode and carry it emotionally.
Oh man!
To have this horrible, unexpected thing happen, and it also carries over into the next season, where we find that Spartacus very much feels like anybody that gets close to him will die. So he distanced himself from everyone. And this is a very unusual death scene because we made the conscious decision to make it even more traumatic by the fact that she gets mortally wounded and doesn't even have a chance to say goodbye.
That's the heartbreaking part, especially on set, because, I mean, you're used to, I guess in a Hollywood sense, have that final word. That's the usual way of things. You get to them just as they're finishing their last breaths, and they say, do this for me, or do this, or thank you for that, or sorry about this, or whatever it is.
After realizing that Mira is dead, Spartacus asks Nemetes,
Was it worth it? Was it worth her life to make an attempt to save your own?
He begins beating Nemetes furiously, and because these writers generally understand their characters and are not interested in preaching as to who they think is right or wrong, they allow Nemetes to defend his actions, which then causes Spartacus to reconsider. Nemetes blames Spartacus for leading them all to their deaths. Spartacus freed Nemetes and the other Germans from bondage, recruited them into his vendetta against Glaber. They fled from the Romans and found themselves trapped on a volcano. Nemetes did not ask for this, and if he could turn back the clock, he may have preferred to remain enslaved. And Nemetes is not the only example of this. Nazir and Chadara both had similar perspectives. But Nemetes is also telling Spartacus not to blame him for getting Mira killed. Nemetes believes this is Spartacus's fault, and Spartacus realizes that Nemetes is at least partially right. This demoralizes him and gives us an emotional low. The bonds Spartacus thought he had built with his fellow rebels crack under pressure. The Germans followed Nemetes, not him, which means they are not a unified fighting force. He now views them as Gannicus did, a rabble, undisciplined and unaligned. He is in no fit state to lead them, and they are in no fit state to be led. They are trapped, and they are going to die. However, the scene shifts far too quickly from pessimism to optimism. I really wish that Spartacus had wallowed in depression and the acceptance of death for longer than 5 seconds, because this would have given Mira's death more of an impact. Instead, he attacks Nemetes like, fuck you, and then Nemetes says, actually, fuck you, and then Spartacus is like, we must stand together against all odds, etc. So, Spartacus informs them of their plan. They hold the high ground, and this grants an advantage, but as Nemetes correctly points out, this advantage will only matter if Glaber is foolish enough to attack them before waiting for them to starve. Then a cycloptic Enemeus informs them,
A man is never too weak or too wounded to fight if the cause is greater than his own life.
Yeah, but we do actually need food or we will literally be too weak. I get the whole mind over matter thing, but that doesn't really work if Glaber waits down there for 6 months. We may literally have to eat each other to stay alive. Enemeus, please be realistic. But their plan for now is to wait, which is to say that they do not have a plan. There is no move they can make, and Glaber is holding all the cards, which we already know. One other purpose of this opening sequence is that it reminds us that there is a single narrow path to the top of Vesuvius and the rest is sheer rock that is impassable, and that given where the Romans are stationed, escaping or attacking via the path is not an option. This means, if we were being really strict with use of time, this scene could, justifiably, have been rewritten or removed, and Mira could have perhaps died elsewhere in the episode. Meanwhile, Ilithia and Lucretia have left the villa and are heading to Glaber's encampment at the base of Vesuvius. Already, I have multiple questions. Lucretia doesn't appear to notice that Ilithia betrayed her in the prior episode. Lucretia intended for Sepia to kill Glaber, and then Ilithia saved Glaber by killing Sepia, which is not at all what Lucretia wanted. But she appears to be all good with Ilithia when she should be like, oh, okay, well, you have obviously decided to save yourself and get back in good with your husband at my expense. I see how it is. But not only does Lucretia not notice, but Ilithia doesn't appear to notice either, because she tells Lucretia that she will ask Glaber to give her a reward for her loyal service, which she simply would not do if she had consciously betrayed Lucretia. Which, unfortunately, forces me to conclude that the writers did not consider Ilithia sabotaging Sepia's assassination of Glaber to be a betrayal of Lucretia. Anyway, Ilithia doesn't want to be in Capua. She wants her child to be born in Rome, which requires that Spartacus is defeated. She says she has waited weeks and does not want those weeks to turn into months. Ilithia therefore intends to be like, come on, O magnificent husband, let's go back to Rome. Why is it taking you so long to kill that pesky Thracian? Presumably, she has some kind of contact with Glaber or his soldiers, as she could otherwise just as likely arrive at Vesuvius to find that Glaber has been defeated, and that she is once again at the mercy of a bunch of pissed-off former slaves. The writers obviously need Ilithia, Lucretia, Glaber, and Asher to pass information between each other, which requires that Ilithia and Lucretia travel from Capua to Vesuvius, which is something that feels like, why would you ever do that? But we have multiple references earlier in the season for Ilithia hating being in Capua and wishing to return to Rome as soon as possible. So I am willing to accept that she would travel to the front lines after patiently waiting for weeks so as to find out what exactly is taking her husband so long. Lucretia tells Ilithia that once this is over, she will not be accompanying them to Rome. As a reward for Asher locating Spartacus by knowing where he was hiding, he is going to be rewarded with freedom once Spartacus is brought down, and Lucretia, as well as the ludus that belonged to Batiatus, his father, grandfather, and many before them, are going to be given to Asher as a gift. Lucretia is obviously not thrilled by this prospect, and she tells Ilithia that she intends to rid herself of Asher when they arrive at Vesuvius. They arrive, and Ilithia has a chat with her husband. We get a nice callback to women being forbidden in the encampment, as was discussed in their very first scene together. But the fact remains that she is here, and no one seems to care, which means this isn't very forbidden.
This scene, of course, we wanted to bookend how we introduce Glaber and Ilithia in episode 1, where she shows up in his tent during the war in Thrace. And we wanted to play that again, where she shows up, and now they've kind of come full circle, where they're back together and on the same track. This relationship was a challenge this year because we knew we had to start it in a rocky place, but hint at the fact that they loved each other, or at least at one point loved each other, then tear them apart, then bring them back together.
Glaber tells his wife that in a few more weeks the rebels will have starved, and so they will become desperate, at which point he will destroy them.
A few more weeks and your heir will be born in a house tainted with blood and shit.
She tells him to stop fucking around and kill Spartacus so that they can go home. He agrees and tells her to return to Capua, and that they will celebrate the birth of their child in Rome. Glaber is now on a time limit. But before she leaves, Ilithia presents Sepius's bracelet and tells her husband that Asher gave it to Sepia, and that therefore Asher is responsible for the assassination attempt. There is a whole load of fuckery going on here, and most of it is bad, as I have been into. But the part that I think is great is that Ilithia's reasoning as to Asher's motive is that Verinius threatened Glaber's power and position, and so Asher decided to trade one master for another. This sounds like something Asher could do, but it is also exactly, to the fucking letter, what Ilithia attempted to do herself earlier in the season. She sensed that Glaber's power was waning, and wished to jump ship and find a man of greater worth. She even describes Asher as a serpent, as she herself was described in one of Batiatus's many memorable lines.
The snake arrives, walking as if human.
But anyway, Ilithia has now convinced Glaber to dispose of Asher, as he no longer holds any worth. And Glaber tells her that the same is also true of Lucretia.
Serpent and Oracle have both served purpose.
Glaber considers Lucretia to be a loose end, a woman who knows too much, and a potential threat that must be silenced. Specifically, apart from Asher, Lucretia is the only person alive who knows that Ilithia murdered Licinia, and given how much Glaber fears Marcus Crassus, he does not wish for her to have this kind of leverage over him. Glaber wanting Lucretia dead is rational and logical, but he, for some reason, asks his heavily pregnant wife to kill her, when he could just do it right now. Oh look, it's the gods, stab.
Job's done.
Ilithia agrees by saying that she is Glaber's dutiful wife, which is another callback to an earlier scene.
You will play part of dutiful mother and wife.
This means they have each convinced the other to kill their loyal servants. Outside the tent, Asher tells his minions that when he is rewarded with the Ludus, he wishes for them to be his first recruits.
You will become gods of the arena.
This is confusing because these men are not his slaves. They are employees being paid to do a job. He then says to Lucretia, "Hey babe, I missed the sweet embrace of your snatch," and Lucretia, knowing that she has ensured that Asher will take the fall for what was actually her own betrayal, gives him a goodbye kiss, before she and Ilithia return to Capua. The kiss is, again, used as a power play. Lucretia is pretending to show affection and lust for Asher, finally bending to his will and accepting her place beneath him, when in actuality this is virtually identical to Ilithia kissing Lucretia at the end of Blood and Sand. You are going to die. Well, Lucretia didn't die, but she fucking should have. Glaber presents Seppius's bracelet and accuses Asher of convincing Seppia to assassinate him.
We had originally planned that Glaber finds out that Asher is planning on betraying him, and then we thought, no, wouldn't it be better if Asher's downfall actually had nothing to do with him, that he finally gets screwed over?
It's the one time he was being honest. You know, one of the things I loved about Spartacus all the way through all the seasons is that the villains, even when they get to their place where they get their comeuppance, you still feel bad. Like, Batiatus gets it, and you feel bad. You're like, oh, he's just misunderstood. But almost every character that has some redeeming quality.
Asher claims to have never spoken with Seppia, which is true, and swords are drawn. Asher's minions stand at his side ready to defend him, but before they come to blows, Asher suggests that he and his men leave, as he does not wish to die, nor does he wish to fight his way out and become an enemy of Rome. In a highly amusing twist, Glaber offers land and 1,000 denarii to each of Asher's minions if they will serve him, thereby demonstrating to Asher what power truly is and what he will never have. Because Asher's minions are apparently entirely motivated by money, they turn on Asher. This is funny because of how their allegiance shifts immediately, thus revealing how tenuous Asher's control actually was, but it does make me question why they remained loyal to Asher when it appeared that they were enemies of Rome and would have to fight their way out. If they were entirely motivated by money, they would surely understand that Asher gets his money from Glaber, and so fighting against Glaber would make zero sense. Realizing that he has been betrayed, Asher attempts to fight his way out, but is immediately restrained by the man in the hole. He swears that he has not wavered in his allegiance to Glaber, and instead of executing him, Glaber commands him to walk up the mountain pass to deliver a message to Spartacus. Asher approaches the rebels unarmed and alone, an obvious death sentence. Asher tells them that Glaber has grown weary of this conflict and that he wishes to return to Rome for the birth of his child. He offers terms of surrender. All who lay down their arms will be allowed to return to their old lives as slaves, but Spartacus will be executed. All who refuse will be crucified. Here, the writers are very deliberately challenging Spartacus's change in values. He is now a leader who is responsible for the lives of others, which isn't something he cared about at all in Blood and Sand. Spartacus already knows he can't trust Glaber, and they all face crucifixion regardless, but he has ostensibly been given the opportunity to lay down his life to save his followers. Before Spartacus can respond, Nemetes speaks up, saying that he does not wish to die this day, suggesting that he might accept the terms, but he continues,
Yes, it is to be fucking so. I shall do it as a free man.
This indicates to Spartacus that his followers have no desire to return to a life of slavery, and so he tells Asher,
You have your answer.
Passing the decision to refuse Glaber's terms away from Spartacus and onto his followers is a smart move, because it means the writers don't have to make Spartacus convince everyone that dying free is better than living as a slave, which would risk appearing as though Spartacus was trying to sacrifice them so as to save himself, and the writers don't need to do this because his followers have already been convinced. Having this come from Nemetes is also particularly effective, as he is portrayed as the man who doubts Spartacus and perhaps thinks he could do a better job, and yet even he gives Asher the finger and says, "Fuck you, I am not going to kneel before Rome." Asher says that he shall return to Glaber with news of Spartacus's refusal, but as he leaves, Crixus confronts him, saying that they have unfinished business, and that Asher's head would serve the same purpose. Asher then attempts to appeal to Spartacus's mercy, believing that Spartacus would consider it dishonorable to execute him. Once again, Asher is trying to use the ways of the gladiators against them.
Spartacus, I find no fault with his reasoning.
Asher gives a fantastically sarcastic laugh as the rebels begin mocking him, before directly asking Crixus where the honor would be in killing a defenseless man, and so Asher is given a sword. He still contests that this is unfair and thus lacking in honor, as Crixus is a champion and Asher took an arrow to the arm at the start of the episode. Crixus, however, doesn't care. Asher needs to die. But Naevia interrupts him and says that she will not allow Crixus to soil his name by attacking an injured Asher. She intends to claim vengeance herself, as no one has been more wronged by Asher than her. Crixus agrees and places enough faith in Naevia to allow her to face Asher.
Here's a confrontation we've been building to. We had planned this about 2/3 of the way through season 1. Once Asher got his rapey on with Naevia in season 1.
Don't say it like that.
I always knew that on Vesuvius this would happen. So we've been building to this. Because most people reading the message boards, they think either Crixus or Enemeus is going to end up killing Asher. But it seemed like the most powerful thing to do was to have Naevia face off with him.
Okay, so now this is where we need to be very careful. Narratively, I am all for this. Naevia is correct. No one else has a greater claim on Asher's life. She has also been trained by Crixus to be able to defend herself. This gave her confidence and allowed her to overcome her trauma. And now she decides to use her training to literally overcome Asher, who was the cause of her trauma. The problem is that we have already seen that Asher can take on 3 Roman soldiers single-handedly, and although Asher was trained years ago, he absolutely received more training than Naevia. He is, however, injured and is unable to use one of his arms. Conversely, Naevia has yet to fight a single opponent outside of training, and she has maybe 1/3 of the muscle mass of Asher at a push. Put simply, Naevia can't possibly win this, but the show accepts this reality. Part of the reason why this scene is tense is because everyone thinks Asher is probably going to kill Naevia, which means in-universe the characters are acknowledging that she is hugely outmatched. This is mostly fine. The biggest problem I take with the setup is that Crixus allows Naevia to do this in spite of the odds being massively in Asher's favor. I get that she is insistent because killing Asher will bring her peace, but her being like, no, you have to let me do this is really important to me, I can do it, doesn't mean she can actually do it. But anyway, Crixus lets Naevia fight Asher and refuses to intervene because he believes Naevia needs to do this herself or die trying. He even prevents Spartacus from intervening at one point, which means the most likely outcome here is that Crixus is going to watch Asher kill Naevia. So, Naevia attacks and Asher effortlessly parries and lands a superficial blow on her back, clearly intending to have some fun before he dies, and giving the suggestion that he could just kill her immediately, but he is choosing not to.
Delicate flower has grown thorns.
After another exchange, Asher punches her to the ground, seemingly without breaking a sweat. Naevia rises and begins hacking at him furiously, becoming exhausted, and Asher then chokeslams her onto the rocks. The rebels realize that Naevia has lost. Enemeus reaches for his sword, but Naevia defiantly insists that she will kill Asher.
I'm fine! Leave me alone! I won't give you the satisfaction! I'm fine! I'm independent! I don't need you! I don't need anybody!
She has been demolished, but refuses to accept that she has lost.
I will have his life for what he did to me! I'll die in attempt!
Asher again easily blocks and knocks her down for the third time, before holding his sword at her neck. Instead of executing Naevia, Asher reminds her of the night he took her from Crixus, where she was trembling helpless just as she trembles now. He is not only reminding Crixus and Naevia of the moment when he ruined their lives, he is also telling her that she is still the defenseless and vulnerable woman she was, and that picking up a sword has done nothing to change that. As he says this, he looks directly at Crixus, intending to hurt him as much as possible, and to see his reaction when he cuts Naevia's throat. Naevia, taking advantage of Asher's distraction, elbows him in the nuts, before uppercutting him in the groin with her sword.
I am far from helpless.
You think this makes difference? My death will not heal scars you bear, nor erase memory of my cock inside of her, or all those that followed.
No, it will not. But it is a fucking start.
Okay, well, I guess there isn't going to be a House of Asher after all.
We still joke in the room about, we should do an alternate universe show where the House of Asher actually happened.
Yeah, I'll just slide this in here for anyone who is unaware. The spin-off releasing in the next month or so is not a prequel. It is an out-of-continuity what-if style alternate reality timeline in which the writers were like, yeah, but what if Naevia didn't kill Asher? And what if he did get his own Ludus? I have no idea why they decided to go with this as the first spin-off when there are multiple other potential spin-offs that sound far more interesting and do not require that the audience pretend that big chunks of the story in the mainline series never actually happened. But who knows, it could be good, and I will almost certainly be covering it on this channel when it releases.
See, he's effortless in his beating her, but then he gets his comeuppance.
He decided to gloat just a little bit too long.
Which I think works, like as opposed to her being suddenly much better than him,
Yeah, we really struggled with that for quite a while, the balance, to make it believable. That's one of the reasons we wounded him in the opening.
Asher's death is okay. I don't love it, nor do I hate it. I think the writers did a good enough job of having Naevia kill him without powering her up on strong woman energy, and I think Asher's behavior here in sadistically taunting Crixus and Naevia is good given that he had accepted that there was no way out. However, I don't like how this is treated as Naevia's moment of empowerment, because the only reason she wins is because Asher stopped trying to kill her so that he could be like, oh hey Crixus, remember that time when I explored Naevia's guts with my cucumber? Asher decisively won the fight. In a different show, the way to do this would be to not exaggerate the skills of the gladiators quite so much, which would then allow for Naevia to defeat Asher either through unconventional techniques or by taking advantage of his injury, both his current injury to his arm and perhaps his past injury to his leg. Instead, Naevia loses, which, given the power levels, was inevitable, but then wins because of Asher's hubris. A couple of neat details here are that Naevia kills Asher by decapitating him, and it takes her multiple blows to accomplish this. This is a reference to her first conversation with Crixus in Blood and Sand.
It's no easy task to sever a man's head. You must find the right angle.
And was again brought up in episode 7 when Crixus told her she was fighting as if to part head from shoulders. Also, Asher taunted Enemaeus back in episode 3.
You're all the same. Fallen to ruin for a woman plowed by other men's cock.
And this ended up being exactly what happened to him, in a decidedly more twisted manner, as he was infatuated with Lucretia, a woman who still loved her dead husband and who did not care for him whatsoever, and his abuse, or in his eyes, attempt to coerce her into loving him, directly led to his downfall. Small details like this give the impression that a lot of planning and thought went into writing this season, and had Asher's storyline been substantially better than it was, then this would have been impressive, as was the case with many of the subplots in earlier seasons. Instead, this payoff relies on everything relating to that fucking bracelet, and so, whilst the show thinks that Asher fell as a result of his attempts to claim Lucretia and the Ludus for his own, in actuality he fell because he practically gave Lucretia evidence of his crimes. Before we hit the climax with Spartacus and Glaber, we need to hit the other climax with Lucretia and Ilithia. Back in Capua, Lucretia tells Ilithia how they are the best of friends and thanks her for returning her from madness and being able to continue living following the massacre and the death of her husband. Ilithia is like, oh yeah, that's nice, and is about to push her off the cliff, but before she can give her friend her first flying lesson, her water breaks and they realize it's baby time.
This is a sign from the gods.
Shut up about the fucking gods! So Lucretia puts Ilithia to bed and says, don't worry, I'll be right back, and she starts stabbing everyone else in the villa, all of whom are presumably Ilithia's slaves. She returns and tells Ilithia that this is what she always intended, to lift the curse on the house. Ilithia's body slave tries to protect her, but is swiftly turned into Swiss cheese.
No one left to come between us.
Lucretia explains that Ilithia is but a vessel, carrying a gift from the gods to the house of Batiatus, and she unwraps Ilithia and claims her gift. She retrieves the baby and carries him to the cliff edge as a mortally wounded Ilithia desperately follows.
Princess always wanted a son. Because of you, we shall have one.
Lucretia then falls backwards off the cliff, taking Ilithia's child with her.
It was actually the thought of the moment of Lucretia taking the baby over the cliff to take it to Batiatus was a thing that made me say, we should absolutely bring Lucretia back. It's such a complete story between Batiatus, Lucretia, and
Her
Ilithia.
love for Batiatus never went away. She could never and never intended to move past him. It was always to get the baby and to take it to him.
This was Lucretia's master plan. Everything she did in Vengeance was to enable her to steal Ilithia's baby so that she could be reunited with her husband in the afterlife, where they would finally have a child. As an idea, this is excellent. They struggled to have a child throughout both earlier seasons, and eventually she became pregnant via Crixus, who later killed the child and, apparently, killed Lucretia as well. For a brief moment, Lucretia had the very thing she had always wanted, and it was then taken away from her. But rather than dying, she was saved by Asher, and was forced to live without a husband and without her child. Her being unable to get over this, and intending to go down the old sewer slide, makes sense, and the added layer of her wishing to wait until her friend has given birth so that she can take that child with her is a deliciously evil twist that, if the character of Lucretia were better written in Vengeance, would have been a gut punch of ultimate betrayal, combined with the shock factor of her throwing herself over the cliff. There are parts of this that are good in execution. We get multiple lines of dialogue that, in retrospect, hint that Lucretia was planning to do something like this.
To find yourself in the arms of a husband thought lost, that's a blessing beyond measure. I shall not be moved from your side until my own husband calls me to the afterlife. I wish only to be at your side until life flees from body.
She also believes that this child is Spartacus's, which means, in a roundabout way, she was able to use a gladiator to solve her
censored by YouTube
problem, just as she intended way back in episode 5 of Gods of the Arena. However, we need to take a look back at Lucretia's actions throughout the season because she is one giant ball of what the fuck is going on, and this reveal as to her intentions should make everything slot into place in a satisfying and shocking manner. But instead, the reveal cements that Lucretia is a giant ball of what the fuck is going on. Firstly, I need to address the gods. Why does Lucretia want to trick Glaber into thinking that the gods are helping him? Why not just help him without involving the gods? This is simply because in order to be kept around long enough to steal Ilithia's baby, she has to be useful. As Glaber has positioned her as a symbol for the people of Capua, she decides to lean into this and embraces her role as a vessel of the gods. Lucretia did genuinely appear to have some kind of connection with the gods, or at the very least she fully believed that she did. She wasn't just inventing this, oh my god, look over there, it's the gods, so that she could steal Ilithia's baby. In episode 8, she planned to ask the gods to help her find Ilithia, which she wouldn't do if she was faking everything. However, she clearly knowingly invents at least some of her divinations, as she intended to lie to Glaber by saying that Asher was returned to them because the gods willed it, and she also faked a blood curse on Ilithia's womb to get them both out of Capua and back to Rome. There isn't a clear answer, but she was definitely faking some of it, so my guess is that she was exaggerating to serve her own ends, but when faced with hopeless situations, she did genuinely pray to the gods for guidance.
How did the gods play into it in your writing of this, Stephen? Because they feature a lot, but they're kind of not supernatural in a way.
Not at all. We had conversations early on about the gods, and we had brought in a visual effects consultant supervisor, and he was very keen on showing the influence of the gods, like, you know, a ripple when a boulder falls off a cliff, and I said, no.
Yeah, that makes it Xena.
No,
you know?
yeah, they talk about the gods, but it's like any other religion. They don't appear, you know, it's not supernatural. And I wanted to approach the idea of the gods in a slightly more modern perspective, which I assume some people back then must have felt that I'll go along with this god thing because everybody else is.
Yeah, right.
But some people believe, some people don't.
Well,
which is kind of Ilithia's stance.
Yeah.
She's not a believer, but will engage the concept if it works in her favour.
Yeah, right. Well, there's a lot of using the gods as a power play or as a tool.
Which is exactly what the Romans did. It wasn't like today. They entreated the gods for favors. It wasn't this deeper spiritual meaning that we have today with religion.
I think Lucretia actually believes in the gods.
Oh, I think
always
absolutely.
Did. I think she did.
Yeah. Right.
She's from the wrong side of the tracks anyway, so they might, you know.
Now onto her plan and her varying degrees of crazy. The earliest point at which Lucretia could have decided that she wanted to steal Ilithia's baby was during episode 1, when she realized that Ilithia was pregnant.
Life blossoms in the house of Vertiatus.
And that she describes this as a sign from the gods suggests that this was indeed when she decided, I want that child. Okay, that's clear enough, so what was she doing before then? It appears as though Asher saved her for his own reasons, then everyone got put on pause for a few weeks, then Glaber returned to Capua, and only then did Lucretia actually have something to do. This is obviously weak because the writers needed her to stick around until she could learn of the pregnancy, and yet they offer zero explanation for why Asher kept her here and whether or not she is truly insane at this point. By the end, the show is pretty conclusive that she is not insane. Her goal may be insane, but we are meant to believe that she goes about achieving this goal in a rational manner. She is not meant to be fucking bonkers and just spinning a wheel every time she decides what to do.
The great thing about that scene is that you finally realize that Lucretia never completely recovered. She was always a little bit off, and this was her.
Because I rang you out saying,
plan.
"Oh my god, I don't know what to do. Am I really nuts? Am I insane?" And you said, "You're criminally insane."
Yes.
I went, "Oh, got it." So from the very beginning, I've known this was coming.
After she is discovered in the villa, she pretends to be insane, even though she apparently knew exactly what she was doing. It appears that she was just doing a load of wacky bullshit with the goat ritual. She wasn't guided by the gods or anything, she was just improvising to convince Glaber and Ilithia that she was legit. After Asher enters the story, things get even more confusing. My assumption was that Asher provided her with food and water in the weeks between seasons, but this doesn't appear to be the case because she was shocked to see him in the market when he handed her the message. This suggests that whatever Lucretia was up to, her plan changed once she received that message from Asher. Presumably, the message said, hey, I found Enemeus, he's in the pits, pretend to be an insane priestess and do some voodoo bullshit, and then I'll show up with Enemeus and you can be like, oh wow, look at that, the gods heard my prayers. This helps Lucretia convince Glaber that she and Asher are of use, which helps both of them given their objectives, but the way Lucretia goes about doing this is less than sensible, as if she wasn't actually crazy, then this means she just allowed Ilithia to walk behind her armed with a dagger, clearly intending to murder her. She poses as a prophet, and she and Asher conspire to position themselves as manifestations of the will of the gods in an effort to help Glaber defeat Spartacus, and therefore allowing them to remain both useful and alive. Their scheming leads to the attack on the mines, although they fail to capture Spartacus. Lucretia then manipulates Albinius so as to allow Ilithia to leave Glaber and marry Verinius. The reason is that by this point Ilithia has become very suspicious of Lucretia, and Lucretia wants to appear as Ilithia's friend so that she can stick around until the child is born. The problem is that Lucretia expects that Ilithia will be able to just swap husbands and bring the child with her. This child is supposedly Glaber's heir, and so helping Ilithia dissolve her marriage in favor of Verinius places the child in direct and obvious danger. She realizes this shortly afterwards, which is when she makes another nonsensical decision. She asks Asher to sabotage the abortion juice, intending to interpret this as a sign from the gods that the child must be born. She tells him that the child must be born or all will fall to ruin. Maybe she is talking about some prophecy that she genuinely heard from the gods, but the fact that she says this to Asher indicates that there is something else going on, leading us to believe that Asher has some investment in Ilithia's child being born, which he doesn't. The writers are essentially lying to us because Asher has no investment in any of this. Lucretia merely wants the child for herself, and so when she says all will fall to ruin, Asher's reply should have been, why do you care if this child is born? Lucretia then lets Ilithia take control of their relationship by pretending to be apologetic, helpless, and scared. She convinces Ilithia to delay terminating the pregnancy until after Verinius's games, by which point she was ever so lucky that Albinius had been murdered and so could not dissolve Ilithia's marriage, meaning there was no longer a reason to end the pregnancy. Lucretia can't have known that this was going to happen, and had Albinius not been killed, and their plan to dissolve the marriage had gone ahead, was she intending to just repeatedly replace the abortion juice with water until Ilithia stopped trying? Anyway, Lucretia then just so happens to find Sepius's bracelet because Asher is retarded, and she uses it to convince Sepia to kill Glaber. She does this because if Glaber is dead, Asher will lose the power he has, which means she will be free of him, at least in theory, because although Asher is technically Glaber's slave at this point, he does not bear any kind of mark to signify this, which means he is functionally already a free man, and so already has more power than she does, even if Glaber is killed. Additionally, as I mentioned earlier, killing Glaber only reduces the likelihood that the child is born. This plan with Sepia is a serious risk. Sepia could have accused her of lying, gone to Glaber and busted this whole thing wide open, which means Lucretia took a needless risk to do something that goes directly against her own desires. She then kills all of Ilithia's slaves, but as luck would have it, she doesn't need to account for Glaber or any of his guards, because they are all at Vesuvius. Which means the only reason any of this is possible is thanks to improbably good timing. But perhaps it was the gods after all. Yeah, in summary, Lucretia is broken in this season. The writers are deliberately vague as to how crazy she is at any given time, as well as whether or not she is in communication with the gods. And the reason they do this is because they need her to act in such a way as to allow the plot to happen. This means you cannot simply fix Lucretia or remove her, because she is integral to the plot. Multiple crucial plot beats are enabled entirely as a result of her actions, and if I had to pinpoint the weakest aspect of the season as a whole, it would be how the writers use the character of Lucretia to propel the plot. Now back to the main story. Spartacus has an insane idea that kind of comes out of nowhere but was set up earlier. Nemetes keeps talking about the vines he used to bind Mira's corpse. He sarcastically says if they are all going to die, it is a pity there will not be enough vines for all of them. Spartacus then says, aha, but there are enough vines for a few of us. For you see, he intends for a few men to rappel down the side of the volcano by tying these vines into ropes that are presumably hundreds of meters long. This feels like cheating because the show has told us repeatedly that there is no way off Vesuvius other than the one single path, but then they manage to find a bunch of stuff up there that allows them to get off Vesuvius. However, apparently, this did actually happen.
I gotta tell you, historically, we knew the whole thing about creating ropes and ladders from vines and going down the dark side of Vesuvius. Figuring out how and when you got that idea, we went through 20 different permutations. We had one permutation where a squirrely young rebel slave who's basically in the opening beginning saying, we're all gonna die, we're all gonna die, is that later you find he's hung himself with some of these vines.
Ooh,
and that gives you the idea.
That's interesting.
So, fifth slave from the right hangs himself and Spartacus gets the bright idea. So we thought, well, then that's how we came up with the whole thing that you're wrapping Mira in vines, and that Mira basically gives you...
My happiest moment on that set was after we'd set up all the vines, and I looked around, and the set was still dressed with vines, and I'm like, so we didn't get all the vines, because like the line is that we've got every last vine. I'm like,
we missed a couple.
And then, as only I think only Jesse could, because he was flat out this episode. He's like, they weren't good enough. They were flimsy, breakable vines. I'm like, you win this round, Jesse.
If this was something the writers made up, then I would be criticizing it, because why the fuck would anyone think that would work? But, as it turns out, sometimes reality is just as strange as fiction. The real Spartacus did actually do something approximately like this, which means the real Spartacus did something incredibly dangerous that ended up working out just fine. All I can really do, then, is say the same of the fictionalized version of Spartacus. They managed to find enough vines of high enough quality to weave together enough length of rope to get not one but 4 men to the base of Vesuvius. If one person makes a mistake, or if one vine is just that tiny bit weak, then one of the main characters will fall unceremoniously to their deaths. The Romans will be alerted, and everyone will die. Quite literally, everyone's lives are hanging by a thread. I am unsure if the writers could have or even should have done more to make this believable, because part of the point is that it is not. The Romans didn't see this coming, so why should we? This is meant to be an insane plan, and so in something of a rarity, I have to give it a pass because, yeah, this actually happened. Spartacus, Crixus, Gannicus, and Agron descend Vesuvius and attack the guards guarding the Roman siege equipment, before firing the catapults into the encampment. Glaber assembles his men, and they charge against Spartacus, Crixus, Gannicus, and Agron, who are massively outnumbered and appear to be welcoming their fate.
A glorious death.
But then the rest of the rebels charge down the mountain following the signal from the catapults, and the fighting begins. Gannicus fights against the man in the hole, who fucking knocks him to the ground in like 3 seconds. Where did Asher find this guy? Oh yeah. But then Enemeus steps in to rescue his friend. Because Asher found a man in a hole who is apparently the best fighter in the history of fighters, Enemeus is run through with a sword. Gannicus is like, no, my buddy, and he manages to defeat the man in the hole, which means the man in the hole has served his purpose as the boss fight during the big battle. In fact, during these last 3 episodes, the man in the hole fought all 4 former champions of the House of Batiatus, and the only one he did not defeat in a 1v1 was Spartacus. Enemaeus tells Gannicus that he goes to his wife's arms and says that they shall greet him in the afterlife. In his final words, he forgives Gannicus. The Enemaeus-Gannicus stuff this season was really very simple, but it also barely took up any time. There isn't anything wrong with the idea, I just take issue with certain parts of the execution, such as the man in the fucking hole being used to deliver this payoff. Gannicus proved that he was willing to lay down his life to earn back Enemaeus' friendship, as was demonstrated on more than one occasion when he accompanied Spartacus to do something with questionable odds of survival. This demonstrated that Gannicus does not only stand for himself, as Enemaeus had previously claimed. Gannicus is an honourable man, and although Enemaeus never understands exactly what happened between Gannicus and Melita, he embraces him as a brother for the final time and accepts him as a good man. I think this is all functional, but had time permitted, I would have liked to see more discussions between them as to what happened with Melita, as very little information is actually communicated, which means, as far as Enemaeus is aware, Gannicus laid with Melita the night she died, but he then also accepts him as a brother without receiving the necessary context for why any of that happened. Enemaeus also did basically nothing all season. He got tortured, got rescued, recovered, forgave Gannicus, and then died. Most of his story involves things happening to him. He is barely an agent in his own right, and so whilst all of this is fine, it could have been much stronger. Glaber retreats to the temple, but the rebels leap over the walls and continue battling his soldiers. This culminates in a sword fight between Spartacus and Glaber, and Spartacus pretty easily defeats him, as he has done multiple times before.
I will not die at the hands of a fucking slave. I am a free man.
We then get an excellent callback to episode 2 of Blood and Sand.
You see, the Thracian finally learnt his place before me. On his knees.
The Roman finally learns his place before us.
On his knees.
In his final words, Glaber tells Spartacus that he has won nothing. Rome will send legions, and one day Spartacus will fall to deserved end.
Perhaps, yet it is not this day.
He then finally avenges Sura by making Glaber deep-throat his sword.
Wow.
Liam.
I didn't know he took it in the mouth.
Well, that's the quote of the episode.
There you go.
In his final speech of the season, Spartacus tells his rebels that Rome can send its legions, but they too shall follow Glaber in death. He then turns to Crixus and says,
We will become an army.
Referencing their conversation in episode 1.
We are not an army as much as you wish it to be so.
And as the rebels chant Spartacus's name, we cut to the credits.
With television also, it's hard because people want more of the same, but they want it to be different. In other words, you can't repeat what was done in season 1. But if it's different, people go, oh, I kind of wanted what was in season 1. So I think this season, Spartacus just shows that, well, there's a way of playing the same elements differently, so it's familiar, but fresh. It's the hardest thing to get right.
It was such a strange, wonderful journey. Heartbreaking, because when we started writing this season, we had to stop because Andy was diagnosed with cancer. By the time we were wrapping up shooting, unfortunately, he had passed away. And I hope somewhere he's watching and likes what we've done.
Yeah, like I was saying, it was such an honor being asked to take up this mantle from him. And, you know, it wouldn't be anything like the show without the amazing season 1 he did, so I hope fans remember that.
Before I made my video on Blood and Sand, I had not rewatched Vengeance in about 10 years, and my recollection was that it was weaker but still excellent. Unfortunately, through the process of making this analysis, I have found that Vengeance is deeply flawed, and it is a significant step down from Blood and Sand and Gods of the Arena. The first act is remarkably dull, which is something I never thought I'd say about this show, and whilst the later episodes are very entertaining, The writing is much shakier than past seasons. A lot of the plotting feels like busy work and is often strung together through nothing more complex than random chance. They discover where Navia is because wow, wasn't that lucky. They manage to rescue Navia because wow, wasn't that lucky. They discover where Crixus is because wow, wasn't that lucky. They manage to rescue Crixus because wow, wasn't that lucky. The character work is still mostly solid, but the characters are often damaged through how the show depicts its action scenes or messes around with the stakes, leading to intelligent characters who care about others doing things that place others at needless risk. There are lengthy dialogue scenes that I didn't dig into because there isn't really much to dig into. The dialogue itself may be well constructed, but oftentimes it will be accomplishing one thing rather than also driving multiple parts of the plot, as was the case in prior seasons. The sense of geographical scale is substantially better than something like Rings of Power, but there are still multiple times where the characters are in a vast empty forest that is actually a relatively small set that has been digitally extended, and then someone will enter from stage left and we are to believe that no one saw them approaching. Plus, we have characters appearing to teleport up and down Vesuvius, back to Capua, and all the way to Atella. There is also a lot of filler. Episode 1 sets everything up. In Episode 3, they attack the mines. In Episode 5, they attack the arena. In Episode 7, they get more rebels. In Episode 9, they get attacked by Glaber. And in Episode 10, everything concludes. Most of the important bits are contained within 6 of the 10 episodes, which is perhaps why Vengeance feels as though it contains less storytelling than Gods of the Arena, which was itself only 6 episodes in length. Aside from these 6 episodes, we have Episode 2, where they attack a villa and free some slaves, Episode 4, where they run through the woods, Episode 6, where maybe Gannicus stole the map, but actually no he didn't, and Episode 8, where Spartacus decides not to kill Ilithia, and then we do very little for 40 minutes. Spartacus is consumed by vengeance. He then realizes that he should not drag others into his destructive path, and so he tries to assassinate Glaber alone. His actions cause Aurelia to die and almost prevent Crixus from being able to find Navia, and so he decides to put his vengeance on hold to help Crixus, to free any slaves they come across, and to build a large enough force to defeat Glaber and see Rome tremble. That change in values takes place entirely in Episode 1, and that accounts for about 90% of his character development this season. The only other major character moment for him is how he deals with Agron and the Germans, and eventually convinces the rebels to work together. Everything else is speech, fucking speech.
We knew this day would come. Shackle will be struck from every slave upon our path.
Strike fear and quiet concern.
We will see
Our quarrel is not with you. We've all heard whispers over who place themselves in done. Don't take soft voice.
That's what you are.
I'm Fratellis. You'll see it done.
Oh, I got good at these speeches. It was tricky. I mean, it did become tricky because he always had a new point to make, but just making sure that each point was made in a new way.
You did a great job. You did a great job with what you had. I mean, you know, he has to say it because he's rallying the troops, but I'm pretty sure that's got to be a great college drinking game out there. This is like, hey, Spartacus is on his soapbox.
Wait on, yeah, everybody drinks.
As we progress through the season, we felt on the writing side and the producing side, boy, Spartacus is making an awful lot of speeches. It was pretty much every episode. It was like, and now Spartacus gives a rousing motivational speech.
I felt like I kind of had the body artist job in some respects.
You did.
Yeah.
You did.
Some of this is down to a practical necessity. The rebel side of the story requires large groups of people being in one location, and information frequently needs to be delivered to them. But unfortunately, this abundance of epic speeches, combined with the lack of character development elsewhere, makes this feel as though they substituted one for the other. Overall, Agron has improved. Gannicus, Enemeus, Navia, and Mira are undamaged. Spartacus, Crixus, Ilithia, and Glaber are slightly damaged. Asher is seriously damaged, and Lucretia is a complete mess. But now the time has come to rank each episode. The weakest episode of Vengeance, and the weakest episode of the entire series, unless I am forgetting something dreadful that happens in War of the Damned, is episode 3, The Greater Good. This is closely followed by episode 1, Fugitivus. I consider both of these episodes to be weaker than the Red Serpent from Blood and Sand, and these two episodes stand out as particularly weak in a weak season. Next is episode 2, A Place in This World, episode 4, Empty Hands, and episode 8, Balance. There is good stuff in here, but these episodes are very forgettable. Now we are into the good stuff, and by that I mean Good for Vengeance, which is still weaker than basically everything in Blood and Sand and Gods of the Arena. Episode 5, Libertus, episode 9, Monsters, episode 7, Sacramentum, and episode 6, Chosen Path, all have moments of excellence, but they also contain very weak character beats, absurd action, and numerous plot conveniences. The best episode in the season is episode 10, Wrath of the Gods, as despite containing multiple payoffs that rely on prior bullshit, specifically Asher, Lucretia, and Ilithia's deaths, the execution within this episode is good, and it does a great job of delivering on these payoffs in spite of what happened in other episodes to set them up. But even though Wrath of the Gods is probably the strongest episode of the season, it still contains nonsensical characterization. No single episode is wholly good, and currently on my overall list, which I will include at the end of my War of the Damned video, the 13 weakest episodes of the series so far are the opening 3 from Blood and Sand and the entirety of Vengeance. Outside of the opening 3 from Blood and Sand, every single episode of Blood and Sand and Gods of the Arena is stronger than the best episodes of Vengeance. So with all of this in mind, could you skip Vengeance? Honestly, when I rewatch the series in future, I might. On the rebel side of the plot, Spartacus gained a whole load more allies, which he could have done off-screen. And on the Roman side of the plot, they all start fucking each other and then they die. The biggest problem with skipping Vengeance is that it resolves the Glaber plot, the Enemeus plot, and the Naevia Asher plot, plus it reintroduces Gannicus. Aside from this, nothing happens that is particularly important. Provided you can accept that Spartacus defeated Glaber off-screen, and in the process he lost Enemeus and Mira, and at some point Gannicus decided to join them, then yeah, you can absolutely skip Vengeance and move straight on to War of the Damned. In conclusion then, to answer my opening question, is Vengeance good? I wouldn't use that word. Vengeance is silly. It is at times extremely silly. But god fucking damn, it is thoroughly entertaining. The entertainment is, however, far less emotionally or cognitively satisfying than earlier seasons. Blood and Sand and Gods of the Arena were entertaining because of the fantastic character drama interspersed with creative and engaging action set pieces, whilst Vengeance is entertaining in the sense of, yay, I like watching the superheroes fight against the baddies. It is a much simpler story, and whilst it does contain plenty of exciting twists and turns, which help to keep it engaging, these are almost always simple subversions or twists rather than the more complex and layered narrative beats from earlier seasons. And this is largely why I consider it a disappointment. Vengeance is pretty much what Blood and Sand appeared to be from its opening episode. A cheesy, silly, over-the-top action fest with not much in the way of substance. Whilst Vengeance ramps up the spectacle, it never feels as spectacular as, for example, the finale of Blood and Sand, because the meaning and character investment is simply nowhere near as strong. Vengeance is definitely the weakest season of Spartacus, and I am confident saying that even having not yet rewatched War of the Damned. But aside from a few things I strongly dislike and consider straight up bad, for the most part the season is far better than many other TV shows, in spite of it being nowhere near as good as the earlier seasons. It could broadly be described as mid. It is occasionally bad and occasionally very good, but it is hard to hate, and it doesn't do any damage that War of the Damned cannot repair. So, whilst it could have been much better, and it is not anywhere near as tight or consistent as prior seasons, Vengeance does not leave me with no hope going forwards. It has by no means destroyed anything or even come close. The two characters hurt the most by this season are now dead, and there are essentially no loose ends heading into the show's final season, which means that season does not rely on anything important that was set up in Vengeance. But, in spite of its many faults, I still thoroughly enjoy Vengeance, and if every TV show was of this quality, the world would be a better place. But with that, we have reached the end of the video. Thank you as always so much for your time, and I do hope you have enjoyed watching. Even though YouTube's multiple broken systems sabotaged my Gods of the Arena video, I decided to persevere with the series and get this one finished. And hopefully I managed to release it before the House of Asher starts airing. I will almost certainly be covering that as it releases, so if you want to see my videos on the House of Asher, please do consider subscribing. I also plan to finish this series with a video covering War of the Damned, although that one will take a bit longer to make as I still need to re-watch the season a couple of times before I can start working on it. In the video description, you will find a link to my second channel where I upload video game streams, the music I make for my videos, as well as other random bits of content that do not belong on the main channel. You will also find links to my Patreon and the community Discord server. Thank you again for watching, and I shall see you in my next video.